Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
Hello. Also joining us is FD&M.
Oh, God damn it. When you do that, you should just click on them.
Hey, and also joining us is whoever's next.
Greenline743, our Lord and Master.
Whoever's next. Oh, I see how I am the Euphonium. I see how it is.
And Random11.
Hello.
And last but not least, Lance.
What's up?
That's a hard
All
one.
right, so
I'm the last here and the last notified. I feel nothing.
jumping right in. Moving past that statement. Neko Volt says, my bitches. Oh shit, you know what I didn't do? I didn't monetize. If you would like to support us, a good way is to remind me to monetize. But another great way is to like the video, share it with your friends, fund the podcast on Patreon, or the Anime Collector Patreon if you are so bold as to never have any money withdrawn from your account, and many more ways on OCApodcast.com/support.
Still waiting on that bootleg series. I'll be 90 years old by the time you put it out.
Yes. You know, I don't want to go into too much detail right now, but there is a possibility that I might have a career change coming up that will triple my income and put me back into a position where I can obtain those lovely, lovely bookcases and get the studio set up again. But I don't want to jinx it, because it's literally
you
a 50-50.
Talking about it now just did jinx it, so rip.
Damn it. Failed again. Anyway.
No, for real. That happens with me all the time. I'm like, oh, I might get a gig out of it. No, every time I tell it to someone.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, does anybody have any opening things they'd like to talk about while I monetize this real quick?
I'd like to give a shout out to the Steel series, whatever the sonar thing that Random 11 just suggested us. It seems pretty lit. It's free, and I just put a noise gate on. I haven't had time to test it, but
it sounds fun.
It was that simple. It was that simple. That shout out right there.
There you go.
Hashtag not sponsored. Monetization on.
I would like to bring up, since the incident, well, actually the week before the incident back at the start of May, I have been behind so far on.
We are already limited.
Thank
you.
Huh?
I just monetized us. We're already demonetized.
What did you do?
For?
Well, I happened within the first 10 minutes to read this comment. My bitches. So there you go.
Good job, Kitty.
Thanks,
good job.
But anyway, so I've back when I was in the hospital for 2-3 days, I was sick the week before, and I was never being able to watch anything to keep up with the currently airing shows. I have finally caught up.
Yay!
Last night, or just the day before last night.
We're so proud of you.
So, but I'm gonna be behind tomorrow because of the two that aired today. So, yeah.
Nice.
That kind of sucks.
I have something cool, but I'm not going to give the 100% specifics. But I'm hopefully, unless shit falls apart, I'm going to see a play tomorrow.
Wow,
that's amazing.
I can't. The thing is I want to say which one it is, but that'll tell people exactly where I'm going to be because this shit's not airing anywhere else.
But can you see it?
Fiddler on the Roof?
It's at a local theater, and it's going to be so specific, but it's. Oh god damn it! I don't know. I have to see. But yeah, it's I'm pretty fucking stoked about that.
All right.
If you're in my Discord, you'll find out.
Hey, Stan's here.
Hey, Stan.
Yes, actually, yes. I was thinking about this today. In fact, let's jump in with that real quick.
Check your DMs, Green Line.
So I couldn't help but notice that next week they will officially be 3 full months after the last episode was recorded. So just throwing that out there.
Yay, I guess.
That
means no
took
more
us so long
content
to
for
cover
us.
it?
Oh, they have 2 comments. I hope it's when will the next one be? You are complete naturals at this. I cannot wait for more. Please release the next one soon on March 28th.
They must have to approve.
I wonder how much they curate that stuff, because it'd be really funny. It'd be really funny.
It has to be 100%.
You may just get.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be really funny to pull the old Ron Toye with the quotes and the clips of the things that Vic says, and just kind of be like, well, wait a minute, why'd you say this? Anyway, please don't do that. Leave them alone. Just saying. I think it would be funny. The hypothetical is funny. Anyway, let's jump right into our opening discussions here. So, the biggest news in the world right now.
The Ellen DeGeneres show had its last episode.
Not that. The Berserk has been announced to return to serialization and is going to continue under supervision from the Destroy and Revolution mangaka Koji Mori.
I do believe I put this in article submissions, but apparently I was too late.
I read like 13 different articles about it and determined that this was the best one for what we needed to cover.
Okay, cool.
And
I was super excited about it. I was
also,
like, oh, yeah.
I would just like to showcase. See this foot here, Random 11? Watch this. I learned something. If I block scripts, gone. No more.
Keep back the feet, god damn it!
You saved him.
Ad blocker works too.
But what about our audience that likes the feet on the side?
Yeah.
How much
like
Random
the
11?
What about Necovolts? Come on now.
All right. So Berserk announces the return to serialization will continue under the supervision from Destroy and Revolution mangaka Koji Mori. It seems the Black Swordsman's journey is far from over, as Berserk has officially been confirmed to be continuing on in the wake of the untimely and tragic passing of series mangaka Kentaro Miura. So the news of Guts and Crew's continued adventures was first made public on June 6th when the Young Animal editorial department, I think this is Haku Ensha, is the actual department, Haku Sensha, I think it is, whose magazine has serialized the series ever since the beginning of its 4th volume, when they took to Twitter to announce, quote, "We will resume the serialization of Berserk. Please accept our apologies for the long wait before we can make this announcement." Quote, "We have read as many comments as possible in response to the Great Berserk exhibition, the Young Animal Kentaro Miura Memorial Issue, and Berserk Volume 41. We are extremely grateful for each and every one of your words and for your messages sent to us through social media. We are truly touched by the love you all have for Berserk and the influence it has had on your lives. It is truly sad that Kentaro Miura himself is not here to read your comments with us." Turning to the series itself.
He's reading them upstairs.
Yeah. Turning to the series itself, the team explained, quote, "Before his passing, Mr. Miura spoke to his close friend Koji Mori about the stories and episodes he had in mind for Berserk. Quote, he also had talks with his studio and staff editor. With his studio staff and editor, they said. He wondered, would everyone be surprised if I drew something like this? How about a character like this? Would this storyline be interesting? The talks were not meant as his last words, but were part of his ordinary days as a manga artist. To that end, the editorial department noted that, quote, such ordinary days continued for more than a quarter of a century. Our minds and hearts are filled with the thoughts Mr. Miura shared with us during that time. We have also found memos of ideas he wrote and designs for characters that he drew and left behind. We were reluctant to end this story without sharing these with the fans. Our hope is for everyone to read the last episode that we have put together until the very last frame." By episode, they're basically meaning the last arc like the different arcs, not like episodes. So don't get hung up on that.
Chapters.
Like it's going to be a TV anime.
Yeah, it's like what they brought back for only one chapter. It was
Right.
like, what?
Seeking to assure fans of their dedication to Miura's original vision, the Young Animal editorial team asserted, quote, "Upon resuming the series, our production team decided on a basic policy. Mr. Miura said so." The policy being like they're going to stick to the things specifically that Kentaro Miura actually said, and they're presenting the story the way he said it, not the way that they'd like it to be done or whatever. Right.
Oh, you mean adjusting the source material?
Right. So
the narrative, correct?
This is what the production team kept in mind. They affirmed before conceding, since he did not leave behind rough drafts, it is impossible for us to create a manuscript exactly in the way he would have intended. However, we will write the manga so as not to deviate from Mr. Miura's own words. We would like to take the Kentaro Miura that we knew so fondly through our conversations and work and convey this to all of you in a sincere manner. We believe that this policy, although imperfect, is the best way to deliver the Berserk that Mr. Miura envisioned to everyone as faithfully as possible. Speaking to the magazine's specific publishing plans, the editorial department detailed, quote, "From the next issue, we will first publish 6 chapters until the end of the Fantastic Arc / Elf Island chapter. After this, we will start a new arc. Credits after the resumption will be original work by Kentaro Miura, manga by Studio Gaga, and supervision by Koji Mori. And the numbering of the manga books will continue in order." So basically, the way that they phrased it was they're not going to change the title. Like, it's still going to be called Berserk. They're not going to delineate that it's something else. And the numbering system is going to continue on as it were. And what they're doing in order to differentiate is the new crediting system of mentioning that the original work is by Kentaro Miura, but it's supervised by Koji Mori and all that. Following a brief reflection on the series' publication history, the editorial team drew their statement to a close by sharing their belief, quote, "that Berserk has touched the heart of many fans, and Mr. Miura would be happy to know that his thoughts have had a great influence on people's lives and work. Thank you to all the fans who sent us messages," they concluded. "We are also grateful to the many fans who quietly supported the manga through their thoughts. Every one of you will be the source of our energy as we move forward. We are truly grateful to you all." Now, by now, I hope you understand that the reason I've shared the Bounding into Comics article is because of the amazing artwork that they included from Berserk in between practically every single line. Adding his own thoughts in a follow-up, Koji Mori, best known for his 9-volume weekly Young Jump series Destroy and Revolution, and who had shared a friendship with the Berserk mangaka ever since their student days, recalled to the fans, quote, "Nearly 30 years ago, Miura called me and said, 'I need to talk to you about drawing a rough draft.' I went to his workplace just to talk as we always do, but Miura looked more serious than usual. 'I need to draw the eclipse,' he said. I sensed it would be hard work, but couldn't believe it when I was trapped indoors for a week. In that very moment, the storyline for Berserk was completed until the very last chapter." Strangely, Mori continued, "the story for Berserk went on exactly as we discussed at that time, with almost no changes. I continued to talk to Miura often, whenever there was a big episode, like a big arc or a big moment, right? We did so ever since we were students, consulting each other while working on manga. Hoping to assuage fans' fears for the series' future, Mori then asserted, quote, "I think people with good intuition would realize by now that I know the story for Berserk up to the very end. Still, I cannot say that I can draw it because I knew it. That is because only the genius Kentaro Miura can write a masterpiece like Berserk. However, a great responsibility has fallen on me, the manga admitted. While he was alive, Miura said, I haven't told anyone other than you, Mori, about the story in its entirety. And that was the truth. It is too big a responsibility. He further reminisced, quote, I thought, should I talk to fans about it through an interview, or should I publish an article with some illustrations? But that wouldn't convey the scenes that Miura described to me, or the lines of Guts and Griffith. Just when I was trying to decide what to do, I received a message. The staff are saying they will finish the last chapter that was left behind. So can you take a look? This is the tribute to Miura. And I think it was in volume 41, where all the manga artists gave their tribute. This is him recalling seeing him in the casket. The last few pages of the chapter were incomplete, wrote Mori. Some did not even have the characters drawn on them. I took a look at the manuscript without expecting much. But desperation can push people to create miracles. There it was, the completed manuscript for Berserk. Mr. Mori, will you let us do it? Miura's apprentices, who Miura had been so proud of while he was alive, asked me straight. He recalled, company director Shimada, a mentor for me and Miura, also said, if you do it, the company will give you our full support. I thought, if I run away now, Miura would say, I talked to you about it so much, but you didn't do it? With his late friend's words in his friends.
So fucking funny.
You're right. Like, you fucking dumbass. I have made the greatest manga ever, and you walked away. So he said, all right, I'll do it properly. Honestly, I got to be honest right here. I think I'm moved by the fact that the company has said, if you do it, we'll give you our full support. Like, yeah, how many companies would actually value? Well, how many companies would actually value the work of the artist producing the thing that they're making so much that they would say, basically, blank check, whatever you need, let's make it, let's do it the right way. You know, how many companies would actually bother to do that, especially in the West? None, right? None. I mean, no matter how good of a creator you are in the West, like my dad, you got to insert this. Well, yeah, like my dad used to talk to me about working for Disney, because my dad is a stunt coordinator, and he would talk about like how every single person on the production for something that's being worked on for Disney, they try to turn them into an accountant. You know, they want you to cut costs in every single way that you possibly can. And they basically try to shove down like orders to lower the cost on everything and cut corners everywhere so that they can save money, right? While maximizing profits. Whereas, you know, what we've got here with this manga is, you know, I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what you need. We're going to give you the full support. Everything that we can. We're going to make sure you have what you need. And I just think that shows the level of respect that they have to honor, you know, somebody who for 30 years was producing something that was selling their comics, number one. And also,
why? You know, that they realized.
Well, yeah, that's definitely part of it. I think that they realized that if we misstep here, goodbye, all of our customers. Right? Yeah, that's probably a big portion of it. But on top of that, it's like, I don't know. I see it as just such a move that you wouldn't see in the West. You know?
Yeah, it's
or at least not anymore. I think it used to happen back in like, you know, the 90s and
whatnot. Yeah, I think Stanley Kubrick maybe had some instances where he was given large sums of money to just do whatever he wanted. You know, there are some directors who get that, but only because the studios behind it think it, like, the weirder it gets with this guy, the more money we make. So let's just let him go ham, you know, kind of thing. So I don't know.
Well, at that point, it's the whole thing of Berserk is such a staple when it comes to the internet community anyway. Like you said, if they screw this up, they are screwed. So why in the world would they now want to change or, basically handcuff any situation?
Right.
Because the fans would know enough to fuck them over.
I am way more cynical than all of you.
Oh, you're thinking that this might just all be a stunt, just for money?
No.
100%.
Are you cynical about the
by saying
the
it's all
future of the manga, or are you cynical about the company backing them?
I don't believe the story that he told me the secrets. What's that
practically
religion?
A lifelong friend?
The Mormons, where it's like, oh yeah, I have the golden tablets. Trust me, guys. God's speaking to me.
Well, counterpoint.
No one else can see the golden tablets but me.
Oh, so you're saying it might all just all be a mind game?
Counterpoint. I'm pretty sure. Like, I thought this seemed like a natural thing. That it's like, duh. I'm sure over his 30 years, he's been discussing his intentions, his plans for the whole thing, or at least a vague intention of like, yeah, Guts. He actually
he's actually
off his nipples
gay.
In the last
he actually thinks he's a woman.
In the last chapter, he cuts off his nipples.
I love your pronunciation of vague.
Oh, okay.
Badge.
But
well, okay, Mr. Thanks.
So,
all right,
real quick, what he said, just to be clear, what he said was that 30 years ago, when Kentaro Miura was creating the Eclipse, he planned out each succeeding chapter after that, like the idea, the flow of the story, and how to go from this epic moment and lead into the climax, the most epic moment, right? And clearly he knew where he was going before the Eclipse, because when he started Berserk, he starts in the Black Swordsman arc. So he's actually starting post Eclipse and then going back to the Golden Age and working his way up to the Eclipse, right? So I think it's very likely that he had some idea.
To go.
Well, I'm sure that Kentaro Miura had some idea of where he wanted it to go, if not a concrete idea, way back then. And that him talking to Koji Mori, his best friend, maybe he didn't give him all the details right away back then, but I think it's very likely that he talked to him often and shared ideas,
over the course of 30 years, you're going to learn and talk and get better ideas of where you want to go. He knows the ending. I'll bet he knows the absolute ending.
So regardless of how it's executed, I think that Koji Mori probably really did, have conversations with Miura that he didn't have with other people. Because the way I kind of look at it is, as a content creator, both artistically but also on YouTube, there are people that I talk to about projects that I'm doing that I don't share with other people. I have moments that behind the scenes I might talk to Reese and FDM about for what we're going to do for a podcast. And then I keep it from the rest of you guys so that when it hits you, it's fresh still, right? And it doesn't ruin it for you. And then there's other moments that I do completely on my own so that it's fresh for everybody, So there's, and that's just with content creation for the podcast, but like as an artist, who's done his own, planning for stories and things. I've talked to my friends, in art school, and you sit down with somebody and say, I'm thinking about doing this. Am I crazy? Or and then when you communicate, something I've found, over the years is that it's really hard to come up with an idea when the only person you're talking to is yourself in your own head.
Yeah.
And that as you verbalize things, and I feel like there's almost like a biblical, wisdom from the concept of speaking, things into being, that verbalizing your thoughts and verbalizing your intentions for your stories and stuff, it creates new pathways in your brain where once you hear yourself say something, just literally it comes right out your own mouth and you just happen to hear yourself say it versus thinking it. It triggers a different pathway in your brain of approaching a response to it than just thinking it. And I have found like countless times. In fact, when I first started the Anime Collector channel, I would get in front of the camera and I would record the video that I wanted to do in those first, couple months when I was recording twice a week. And I would record it off the cuff and watch back what I said and come up with new things and re-record it and do it like 30 times for a video before it came out. Because as I started talking off the cuff in the reviews I was doing, I was realizing things about the thing I was reviewing that I previously hadn't considered, and was building and building and building and recording new things. And then I started getting real anal about the way that I shot it so that I could, try to not have to do everything in one take. But regardless, I'm just saying that I do think that I can say with full certainty that he had conversations with his closest friend, who happens to also be a manga creator, that he didn't have with other people, including other manga creators.
Sure.
There are certain people that you trust with your ideas more than other people, or that you want the feedback that they give you, because the sort of iron sharpens iron, so to speak, concept of communicating with somebody who is also a sophisticated, well-developed artist and storyteller, so that when you throw something at them, they can articulate why it doesn't work or what it still needs. Right.
Sure.
So,
like I said, though,
in regards to now moving from there to the others. Good.
Oh man, that was a delay. I'm cynical about the entire thing, being that. So he goes and says, okay, like sure, he might have talked to him about the general plot. And maybe he even did like an overarch, like here's the ending. This is where I'm planning on ending it. They say that about One Piece as well. Oda gave his editors the ending. Like he knows the ending; it's already planned out. But do I believe that he had the entire plot all spelled out for him? No, I don't generally believe that. When you were reading the article, it literally sounded like a book. It sounded like you were reading a novel.
It was all staged,
like you were
script.
Like you were in an audiobook. And then
here's why.
Hold on. Just let me finish this one point. So the company lost their artist that was making a product that was selling them selling books for them. And now that he's dead, interest in those books has skyrocketed. So of course a company will want to capitalize on that new interest and continue the story.
I think they would have came out a lot sooner if that was their motivation, because they really mulled it over for quite a bit.
Well,
and
I mean,
I think
if it is
beside the was it this one guy who's his friend? I think more than just that guy has been discussed about Berserk details before, so I feel like there's a pool of resources they can grab from.
Well, I think that over this past, it's almost been a year since he died, right?
It's been more than a year.
Okay, slightly over the year. Yeah. So over that roughly year, they've probably met with this guy to talk about what he knows, and I'm sure he knows some things. I'm not saying he doesn't know anything. They've probably met with his staff that was on the book and seen if they can pull it off. They probably looked at who they could get to draw it if they couldn't get other people to draw it or whatever. And they probably got everyone to sit down and map out the manuscript of what will happen from now on, so that they do have a manuscript. So I think there's legitimate reason why it potentially took a year for them to figure out 100% what was happening.
So okay,
it also depends on how much he held the whole if you want anything, here's
real quick,
my stipulation.
like I said, I'm gonna go from I was addressing whether or not he actually talked to Mori. Now I'm gonna move over to how is this going to actually be going forward with Berserk continuing. I think it's going to change a little. It's impossible for it not to.
Clearly.
But as far as we had this artist guy who was making us all this money, I would bet you Miura wasn't doing most of the art for the longest time.
Which is why he had a whole bunch of assistants.
Yeah. Studio Gaga is his team that was doing. It was trained to draw like him in his style, right? So
yeah, but that's like saying, oh well, we have Steven Spielberg making all these movies. Oh well, he actually wasn't, or better yet,
James Cameron.
Trained by Chuck Jones.
Star Wars. George Lucas. George Lucas gave a Star. Well, George Lucas didn't even direct the second and third movies, right? Like episode 5 and 6. He hired someone else to direct those movies. So it's like, oh well, he didn't draw it. Okay, fine.
George Lucas for some reason.
What's up?
Pardon?
I said the credits still say George Lucas. Like,
he's
after I learned of that, but I'm just like,
he's producer. But he's not directing.
The thing is, honestly, that he sucks at directing. A lot of things do not go well, and the first Star Wars film, Episode 4, was going to be a disaster until it got to the editing room floor.
Yeah. So when I say, oh, they have an artist that's bringing in their money from a book, like, okay, fine. Even if he wasn't drawing it, he's still in charge of.
Jason South says Kathleen Kennedy, trained by Steven Spielberg.
It's true. He's still the main artist, the guiding vision on the book, right? So
yeah,
he's making the story.
At bare minimum, he is like, I don't know if you've ever seen the behind the scenes to a Studio Ghibli film, but Miyazaki is constantly there going like, no, this isn't quite right. And he actually hand redraws any cells that aren't up to his
standard.
Like he does them himself, So I'll just say, I do think things are going to change. I'm excited as hell at the fact that they're going to continue it regardless if Miura is involved. I do think that there was some form of outline, and I would like to point out, so going back to your point, it sounded like a novel. Okay. What I was reading was their statement. I was reading the abridged form on Bounding into Comics, and as much as possible, they said, and then they continued, and I took all that out. I just omitted it, right? Like the last few pages of the chapter were incomplete. I skip over Rope Mori. That's why it sounded like a novel. It's because I was intentionally skipping it so that it was more in line with what they actually said. It was less clunky, right? Now, I will say, everything you've said, I agree. I do think that they have spent a year trying to figure out what to do. And in that time, they have gotten probably millions of emails and messages and comments and whatnot showing their support, people showing their support for the series and wanting it to continue, or just showing their support for the company, like whatever you're going to end up doing, we support you. Also, I like to point this out. I love this. Now make a good anime.
Start from the beginning and make a good anime.
Yeah. But let me finish this off real quick, and we'll okay, so real quick about this. This is the stuff about what they're doing. And one of the things they said here, this got glossed over in the Bounding into Comics thing. Looking back, the first volume of Berserk was published in 1990 with 28,000 copies released for the first edition. It was not an immediate hit, and only a small group of people knew about it. Still, it drew avid fans and was able to hold their interest because people could feel Mr. Miura's desire to refine his craft. After a while, Berserk became a huge hit through Mr. Miura's extraordinary efforts and some good luck. Today, the first volume has been read by 2 million people around the world. Guarantee the number is astronomical. 2 million people pirated it, probably. We believe that Berserk has touched the hearts of many fans, and Mr. Miura will be happy to know that his thoughts have had a great influence on people. On people's lives and work. Okay, so anyway, so after they talk about that, this whole other thing, this is about Mori. This is Mori jumping in here to say something, which is what we're getting into here. I have a message and promise to everyone, Mori said. I will recall the details as much as possible and tell the story. Also, I will only write the episodes that Miura talked to me about. I will not flesh it out. I will not write episodes that I don't remember clearly. I will only write the lines and stories that Miura described to me. Of course, it will not be perfect. Still, I think I can almost tell the story that Miura wanted to tell. So this is going back to what you were saying about, like a little bit of disbelief, right? So I will say he says these things, but what we previously read, he said, nearly 30 years ago, Miura called me and said, I need to talk to you about drawing a rough draft. I went to his workplace and we to talk just as we always do, but Miura looked more serious than normal. I need to draw the eclipse, right? So they talk about that. Oh, they had the whole thing there. But he said, while he was alive, Miura said, I haven't told anyone other than you, Mori, about the story in its entirety. And that was the truth. It is too big a responsibility, I thought. Should I talk about fans? Blah, blah, blah. So here. Just when I was trying to decide what to do, I received a message. Quote, the staff are saying they will finish the last chapter that was left behind. So can you take a look? The last few pages of the chapter were incomplete. Some did not even have characters drawn on them. I took a look at the manuscript without expecting much. Desperation can push people to create miracles. There it was, the completed manuscript for Berserk. Okay, so when I read this, I can't tell if he's saying I talked to Studio Gaga, over the course of the whole year, and they finally came out and said, yeah, we want to do it, and here's the completed manuscript, or if this is saying that they, on their own, without his input, completed the manuscript, and he was looking at it like, holy shit, like, you lied, Miura, you talked to them too, or I don't know, or because they found his memos and his sketchbooks and things in his home or whatever, that maybe they pieced it together that way. I don't know, okay? But regardless, the bottom line here is we're getting more Berserk, and I think that's fucking cool. And I will just say, if Yusuke Murata was involved, I just think it would be even better than if Miura finished it himself. I'm just saying.
Look, I can agree with that. Like, Yusuke Murata is like the living Miura replacement at this point. Well, not replacement, but it's like he is, I guess, one of the only I can think of that's just like, you think of his artwork and it's like the best.
The literal best.
But he's alive, so that's
that the artist of Ice Shield 21, right? Or
the
is that
artist of One Punch Man.
Well, both.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So, so with that in mind, I've also pulled up. Did I even finish this? I don't think I did. I finished enough of it. Okay. I also highlighted this from. I was actually very disappointed when I was reading the articles about this, because I was hoping that Sora News 24 was going to have like an expose on Koji Mori with information that would get me hyped. They basically don't say anything about him. Literally, Bounding into Comics, I think, said more.
Hey, I got something to get you hype. I private chatted you a link of the type of art he does.
That my anime link that didn't work.
It worked for me.
Wow, so much talent.
Well, when I heard the name, I'm like, okay, what has this guy done? And then I saw the art. I'm like, are we in trouble?
Well, he's not drawing it.
Yeah, it says supervised. So I'm like, okay.
Well, I was going to address real quick that that Jason South had said. I think Mori might be more well known for Holy Land than Destroy and Revolution, right? So, famed One Piece actor Vic Mignogna, right? They're not super great at picking the perfect thing to represent the person they're talking about at Bounding into Comics. But I was disappointed because I thought Sora News 24 would have some inside information, being that they're located in Japan and all that would give us some, but they didn't. But they did have these things. It's going to be a little bit of a recap, and even like seemingly opposite of what they said. But it says here, it's unclear whether or not Miura knew his health was deteriorating prior to his passing. But Hakusensha says that he often spoke with Studio Gaga and his editors about plans for the upcoming storylines and character concepts. The publisher has also found plot memos and character design drafts that Miura had written and drawn to be used in the upcoming chapters. As
Griffith
for how
proceeds to do nothing wrong.
As for how much more Berserk there is to come, it's looking like a significant amount. Hakusensha says that the current Fantasia arc... Fantasia. Did I fuck that up over here? I thought it sounded weird when I read it this time.
I just like to quickly point out that every time you say Studio Gaga, the Queen
I
song...
knew it. Fantastic arc.
The Queen
Gaga?
song Radio Gaga plays in my head.
It's not Umbrella by Lady Gaga?
No.
The Fantasia arc is going to get an additional 6 chapters, after which the story will enter a new arc. So it looks like this is going to be much more than just a hasty wrap-up. Now, I'll just say, I don't read a ton of manga, but when I think about there only being one arc left, I know that some arcs are just outrageously long, but I didn't immediately hear that and go, oh yeah, it's going to go on for several more years. You know, I just kind of like, okay, well, I feel like they could still be hastily wrapping it up, especially with Mori saying, well, I'm not going to write anything I only vaguely remember. And I'm not going to write anything, you know, like, so who knows? At the end of the day, Mori is getting paid to just sit there and overlook other people doing the work of his best friend. So good for him. All right. And then there was also this from Manga Mogura RE, Berserk by Kentaro Miura, Studio Gaga, and Koji Mori will publish 2 new chapters at once in the upcoming Young Animal issue 13, 2022. That must mean the 13th. What? Issue what? Out June 24th. I don't understand. Is this the 13th the 13th issue of 2022? Whatever. Anyway, so this is perhaps the first.
What is it? A bi-weekly?
It doesn't matter. I'm moving past it. It can't. It should be. I don't know. It would be bi-monthly in that case, right? Because it should be around 26 right now, being June. You know. Anyway, if it was weekly. So the bottom line.
That's what I say. Bi-weekly.
Perhaps
13.
Yeah, but see, the thing about bi-weekly is it has 2 meanings. It's either every other week or twice a week.
As
so I use the term bi-monthly.
We made our schedule, right?
Yeah, I use the term bi-monthly because I think it's a little bit harder to mistake that it means twice a month.
Also
it can
has
also mean every other month, but God, I hate. Yeah,
anyway,
I know. Anyway, back to this. This is perhaps the first non-Miura endorsed image of Guts, and I will just say, although at first glance it looks pretty solid, I have no idea why the motion lines make him look like one of those action figures where you squeeze the legs together and it swings the arms, because the motion lines show that he is moving this direction with this arm, this direction with the other arm, and this direction with this leg, and the other direction with the other leg. I don't know if I'm on board with this.
The only thing I'm not on board with is that his hair doesn't spike up or whatever like it usually does. But I don't think that's a design change, but it's probably more
I think
instance of like, oh, he's training episode.
Yeah,
right
in
now,
the manga there have been times where his hair changes a little bit because he's been like underwater and it's like wet or drying, or you know, like it's not styled. Although he's missing the maybe this isn't, because he's missing the tuft of white hair. Maybe this isn't a new image. I don't know. I literally found this today thanks to Footnum sending it to my inbox. So
well, so. if this isn't a new image, I guess you're calling out Miura.
I guess so.
Well, anyway, I'm sure the fans will bitch at the editorial department and it'll get fixed for the manga release. not having that white
so, JT Los Code Lyoko says, hello, everyone. Well, I hope you get that jab. Regarding, I assume the Anime Expo news we'll be getting into shortly. And also
regarding the fact
Anime
that you
North.
said you'd get a new job.
Oh, job! I read that as jab. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, I'm just gonna crack open this bottle of whiskey early so that I have an excuse for my.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll give you a lot of clarity in your thinking right now.
Man, this is what the stone tablets is gonna happen. Like
the stone. What?
He's like what you just did. You couldn't even read the fucking word on the comment. Yeah. And now we're expecting this guy to interpret what he was told. Yeah. 30 years ago. It's
really funny if it just gets like off the walls weird, and it's like maybe now that I think about it, I was on a lot of shrooms when we were meeting. Like,
did he say he would stab this character? No, I'm pretty sure it was another character.
So from what I've heard of the quote most recent Berserk stuff, I don't know if I'd say that this is necessarily a wide opinion, but like a lot of people. A lot of things I heard was like people were kind of like neutral on like where it was, that they were just kind of like, I don't know if it would sound like they were aimlessly wandering and that was just kind of it. And it's like, yeah, Guts and his fairy gang or whatever. So for all we know, they're actually going to deviate from what Mir intended and improve it. But that's just a bit of optimism.
Well, I'm going to read it regardless, and I'll just take note when I get to the part where Miora's last hand involved. I sure am a good speaker, right? I'm going to read it.
I speak real good.
You sound really choked up there. This last...
the last page that he was involved in, yeah. Anyway, so Cheese Guy says, hey guys, it's Retro Guy from Discord.
But that's a trick. That's a trick answer, because is it Retro...
Guy 123
Retro Guy or Retro
was it
Roscoe?
Retro Roscoe? It can't be Roscoe, because Roscoe had a different username. Calling you out if you are. Also,
because he recently in the general chat chatted. That's why I'm like, which one?
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Why am I echoing so bad? I want them to make Gate of Nightmares into an anime. I don't know what that is, but I also would like it if more things became anime. So after Kathleen Kennedy, trained by Steven Spielberg, Susan Wojcicki, trained by Google. Honestly, Berserk anime in black and white with only splashes of color for blood or magic would be higher. What?
Give it this Sin City look.
Honestly, I think it could be done. I like to think that because, as we'll discuss tonight, Vinland Saga is being taken over by Mappa, that's freed up Studio Wit. Or no, I don't know. Didn't Studio Wit just form with that Joan company that we talked about last podcast?
Yeah, they formicated.
Yeah.
And
I think Cloverworks was in it too.
Yeah, Clover or something.
Probably only the manuscript for the chapter, as long as the anime isn't 3D. Agreed. No 3D shall touch this podcast magic. I am using the last remaining bit we have for the rest of the podcast. No
remember
3D shall touch this property again.
Remember how you were saying they're going to put all the money into the manga and spare no expense, get it made? They should do that with the anime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, let's see.
Apparently, they handed it off to that studio that's like, yeah, we just like barely know what we're doing.
So what we need is we need Yusuke Murata, who came in to help with the animation of One Punch Man, to show them basically how to do it, because he was pretty much doing it in the panels, right?
Oh, that's what
we need Yusuke Murata. We need Wit Studio to do the majority of the planning and, sort of like animation passes. They need to do it at Ufotable. That's where it needs to take place, right? And just every single scene needs to be what's the term for the super smooth animation?
Sakuga?
Sakuga. How am I blanking?
Sakuga as fuck.
Yeah,
and get
issue 13 of 2022.
Yeah, good luck Sakuga-ing him in the Berserker armor. Yeah, sounds really viable.
And get the composer from the original first series.
Oh yeah, you can. It'll take you 7 years.
No, it won't, because you when you do Sakuga, you simplify the form usually to show the movement and like the crazy shit going on. I think you could easily do it. I do words good, yeah. Sakura, yes. Sakura. Okay. All right. Anyway,
so I think I'm delayed. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna refresh my browser.
Okay. So that's it for Berserk getting a new lease on life.
Hopefully that makes it better.
Let's move into pickups. Does anybody have pickups they'd like to physically show?
I do.
Good.
I have 2 of them. From last week, I have. Give me 1 split second to grab them. I did not grab them before.
Give me 1 second.
I know. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay. You're good. I'm gonna go ahead and show Seb's real quick. That's supposed to give you a chance to get them.
I was actually mocking an Ego Raptor animation.
Okay, how much has Random 11 made fun of me while I was gone?
He was so mean.
The meanest.
The meanest.
Random 11.
The watch the vaudiest.
Random.
What the
fuck? So
on a scale of 1 to 10, he was 11.
Yeah.
Turn it up to 11.
Volumes 2 and 3 to finish out.
Oh, goody.
Blitz Tactics. So those came, so I finished it out. I'm just gonna figure out where I put the panties.
Well, it might as well be
or whatever. Huh?
It's effectively the same show. Agent Aika and Nojiko Blitz Tactics.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I spiritually have to watch that successfully after.
Yeah, I mean, remember when we watched Agent Aika for the first fan service February, and I said, "What are we gonna do for the next year's one?" I mean, other than Nojiko Blitz Tactics. So, just saying, we could. If you're interested in cracking those DVDs open and putting them in your player, that could be a thing we do.
Okay.
Oh, that would violate my player. Oh,
yeah,
no.
he doesn't want to put it in that early.
Yeah, we could do that, and that's all I have. I just picked those up, and
right on. Well, in terms of
Seb, actually, I go ahead.
Seb says, "I'll post mine. I dare all of you to try to pronounce these Swedish titles."
Odjuret och Hans Larling.
Odjuret och Hans Larling.
Mari och
It sounds like you need to take what I just said and play it in reverse and find out what I actually said.
So,
that's how your language sounds.
Since it's Swedish, the J will be a Y by rule, so it would be Odjuret
Haxons Bloma. You just need to get yourself in the mind of the guy from Frozen that has the shack. You know, the guy in the Alps or whatever.
Olaf, not Olaf. Yeah,
It's like Sven.
I know here.
No, not Sven.
Isn't Sven the deer?
Sven's the donkey, or yes, the deer.
Yeah.
You know how I'm talking about, the guy.
Yeah, we all know.
Anyway, all right. Enough of that. I feel like there's a real awkward flow to this tonight. Also picked up Shirobako, Ongaku Our Sound, and Heaven's Lost Property.
Oh no, FDM, you cucked me. I guess I'll get the last call.
I thought
Aikatsu all
was
seasons.
Bootleg.
Tisk tisk, I'm talking about Seb here. Christoph, is that his name?
No, Christoph is the main guy.
Yeah,
the shop owner. I don't know if the shop owner has a name actually.
Well, everybody knows who I'm talking about. Anyway, Aikatsu, which Seb went on to say has 31 Blu-ray discs. I think it's It's 178 episodes. It's a show for little girls and middle-aged Japanese fans.
That's a great deal, though.
The best kind of show. The bullshit Japanese retail price rate is $500 plus tax. I got it for $80 with tax. Pricing error on Amazon. Well, there you go. Now you got to sell it to an unsuspecting.
So don't scroll past Random 11's thing.
Okay.
But what is it? 178 episodes for $500 by Japanese standards is actually a great deal, considering they charge you like $90
need
for
to
2
sell it
episodes
now
or whatever.
To a Japanese little girl or old middle-aged man. And
Who has this much money?
Pure profit.
Net profit.
Speaking of Japanese girls and old middle-aged men.
Yes.
Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, never mind.
What?
No Game No Life 11 and No Game No Life Practical War Game.
Yeah, I figured I'd pick them up because, I like copying Reese.
Yeah.
And obviously, he was reading it way before me, clearly. Definitely, 100%. And so...
Oh, don't reveal it yet. You idiot!
Is this,
I was supposed to show it on stream.
Oh, what? Jeez. Okay, show it.
Okay, now.
All right.
Whip it out.
Speaking of little Asian girls and middle-aged men.
This is Mayo Cheeky, right?
Yeah, but right now it's Yeo Cheeky.
Yeah. It just says Yochi.
So I got this mysterious package from Green Line in my mailbox, and it happened to have the figure that I really wanted. So the pictures I sent in Discord will do it way better justice than my green screen cam.
So let me ask
Yee
you,
screen. That's a Yee screen.
Would it offend you to learn that this character was actually female to male trans?
Oh shit!
I mean, you'll have to read the manga to find out that that's completely wrong. But yes,
would it offend you to learn that it doesn't matter what the manga source material says?
Does it offend FDM that she has feet?
You mean does it offend Random 11?
Or Random 11. Sorry.
And Reese. Oh, you picked up the Batman.
What anime or manga was that from? FDM?
Mayo Cheeky.
Mayo Cheeky.
Okay,
it's not the one that we're going to be talking about later tonight about the trans character.
Anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I got a little something for myself.
I recognize that Sony Blu-ray remote.
Huh?
All the money you didn't even buy the good Batmobile. Jeez.
I don't. They didn't have the big fucking $100 Technic set, and I hate Technic sets because my finger hurts whenever I put them together. And this was only. Let's shut the Velociraptor up for a minute. But this was only like $30, and so it was really a couple things about this. I didn't have a picture, but you might be able to. View full image on that. You might be able to see the view full, and then zoom in right behind the cab. Click.
Yes, we see little Batman there.
No. You can't see it. Right, move your mouse to the no. Stop moving the image. Put your mouse back. Where you see
Which
this?
Direction am I going?
Put your mouse where I can see it. Where's your mouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
Move left. Move right. Down, right there. See that little rod, right there?
Oh, Reese! Another one of Reese's rods.
Those are the wands from the freaking Harry Potter sets, just for that.
Well, yeah, they gotta make use of all the pieces they've ever made, if they can.
I was like, I found them in the thing. I was like, what the fuck? Why did I get some money? And then I saw them in the freaking description. It was like, oh.
Jason Sal says, fingering pegs and holes, the Lego Technic experience.
I don't know why Reese doesn't like that.
Reese has weak little fingers. Can't deal with
my
it.
little fingers go in too quickly, and it's over before it begins.
He gets his little fingers get stuck in the holes, and then he's.
All right.
But anyway, when I bought this, when I was checking out, I had some can and bottle rebates from Walmart. They give you a little slip or the redemption and it had the or at the self checkout had to scan it and had some like, and all the only things in my checkout was a Lego Batmobile and a bottle of sleeping pills.
A bottle of a rape kit. All right, are we done with pickups, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Should be.
So you know how other companies handle Pride Month?
Oh no!
Where they virtue
You're about to nuke everything.
BMW, Cisco, Lenovo, and Bethesda, how they all add the damn rainbow, but then their Middle East accounts remain unchanged. Well, not at the OCA podcast. With our new OCA podcast Middle East Twitter account, we're not pussies like the other companies. We're inclusive all year long.
Oh.
So now that I've offended literally everybody, including the Black, Indigenous, trans community, the Confederates, and also non-Confederates, so literally everybody, the Nazis, Ukraine simps, and Black Lives Matter fisting. I think we've also the maskers and the vaxxers right here. Yeah. So,
well, you're including everyone. It's all inclusive.
We are
the most inclusive company.
The world's most inclusive podcast.
How long did we spend? How long did you spend?
Too long.
Like 3 hours or some bullshit.
So you can't see.
Oh, you got the umbrella logo in there.
Where I've got the Taliban flag.
You got the umbrella corp in there.
I don't even know what that is. Anyway, it also says Allahu Admiral Akbar right here as my only tweet. Okay. In Kickstarter crowdfunding news. So, pilot film product of sci-fi ninja movie Ninjaverse, 61 hours to go. I have never seen a project this. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Did you see it just double? It just doubled. Like the little green bar just doubled its length. Anyway, the joke is over. It's not going to make. Also, 17 hours to go. Only needs $149. Guys, get in there. Crossroad X Chronicle, as Random 11 calls it.
I like it, in the last like couple minutes. I just want someone to like donate like $110, like just right up to the line.
Do you think if I did $148, like in the last second, like right before the podcast ends, I'll just jump in there and donate $148.50.
You'd have to do it like with 30 minutes to go in the campaign.
Anyway, so Patreon is now expunging content of characters that are below a certain height and breast size, and the open sore belly buttons are not helping.
See that, but that person is not small. That's a giant. Actually, it's just framed. You know,
right.
A normal person would fit in that person's hand. Yeah, it's a giant. That's why we're looking up.
Yep. All right. So artists somehow still not aware of the dictatorial practices of crowdfunding service Patreon have now experienced it firsthand, as it seems those in charge are now disallowing content that features characters below a certain height or bust size, indirectly discriminating against adult women who happen to be short and or flat in the process. Shout out to our friend 52 Perception Check. One artist shared an email sent to them by Patreon suggesting changes they can make to their content so that it is, quote, within their guidelines. So, Louse Dude said, referring to, hello there, it's Marty here again. Thank you so much for writing in, and I'm happy to help you out here. While you can use the Tanner scale for reference, which is like a it's kind of hard to explain without showing it, and showing it is extremely graphic, so I won't be showing it. But the Tanner scale is a basically a guide of puberty, and it shows like, you know, the breasts or the vagina as or the penile area as you know, prepubescent, pubescent, you know, whatever, all the way through adulthood. So that's the Tanner scale they're referring to here. So while you can use the Tanner scale for reference, you can also consider rendering specific physical features to be more in line with the physical development of a full-grown adult. Some examples that come to mind are head to body ratio, height, and or breast size. Updating these features would be a step in the right direction. Feel free to send any renderings my way so that we can check the progress against our guidelines. Marty has just said, hey, feel free to send me your smut so I can tell you if it's good or not.
So I can beat off to it and say,
so here's
no,
a
you
list.
can't have it, but I'll keep it for my own collection.
Right. Here's a list of content that needs to be removed in order to bring your page back within our guidelines. Marie Rose Deep Throat. I'm sorry, Marie Rose Deep Throat. Marie Rose Couch Riding. Right? It's just like I don't really want to read all of these.
Can we go to these? Can we go to these URLs?
This is a
You're
JPEG.
welcome to. Here, I will send you the link right here in the private chat. You can type those in.
It was a joke. It's a joke.
Right. Anyway,
the URLs are in the picture. I can't click on them.
I hope this helps, and please let me know if you're still facing any other issues. All the best, Marty. Okay, so they said that's every Marie Rose animation I ever made that needs to be removed from my main socials. Now part of the Ellen and Horse Club alt social. I saw that even Smutbase, a place of public 3D models, also had to remove Marie Rose and similar content. This is Marie Rose from Dead or Alive, by the way. This is despite the fact that Marie Rose, a character from the Dead or Alive franchise, is of legal age and non-existent. Another individual who owns websites dedicated to providing 3D models, both tame and erotic, was also demanded by Patreon to remove content the service doesn't agree with. A series of Discord statements and Twitter and tweets on the matter. So this is what they had to say. So this is a person going by the name of Salaryman. Last week, I received a message from Patreon regarding certain uploads that violated their community guidelines and terms of use. Patreon enforces their policies for not just content that's posted to their site, but anything a creator does that's funded through their site. That means all content on Smutbase, Open3D Lab, and Source Filmmaker Lab must adhere to Patreon's conduct as well, by association. Their demands were, remove the content provided as an example, but also review all content linked to the Patreon page. In order to adhere to the content guidelines, all content on the site needs to be reviewed for graphic depictions of sexual violence, rape, non-con or non-consensual, I'm assuming, sexualized representations of minors, including lolicon and shotacon, as well as certain types of furry content. Feral, don't even want to know what that is, and bestiality, etc. This includes situations where the project or model itself might be acceptable, but the preview images are suggestive or in violation of the previously mentioned content policies. This is no easy task. There are thousands of uploads on the sites, and to review anything that might have slipped through the cracks would take me ages to process, and I have less than 2 weeks to comply or risk getting suspended for Patreon. So I'm asking for your help reviewing / moderating all existing content on Smutbase, Open3D Lab, and Source Filmmaker Lab. I'm looking for a group of maybe 10 people at first, maybe more if we're not making it through all uploads fast enough. Here are the things you will need. A computer with fast internet access and a big enough screen. An Open3D Lab account. Privacy, unless you're not embarrassed by people seeing some of the stuff you'll be reviewing. A tolerance for terrible uploads. And a stomach for graphic content. And enough time to make it through 7,000 projects before Sunday. Rewards. 3 months of free access to my OnlyFans. No, to the premium download service on Source Filmmaker Lab, Open3D Lab, and Smutbase. And a small surprise awaits you at the end of the queue. So how to apply, blah, 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 post all your stuff, right? Anyway, Smutbase said, site is on fire while everyone's grabbing a bunch of the lolly content thing that's to be removed. Please wait a bit before trying to grab everything. Please understand that I have little choice in the removal of this content. Full statement can be found on the Discord. So I'm guessing this is Smutbase over here. So. Also, as many of you suggested, I make a Subscribe Star page. Or as many of you suggested, I made a Subscribe Star page back in 2020. It's still pending review. It took so long that I forgot I even made the account. Sent them an email to see what's up. Their process must be very thorough. Hey, Subscribe Star, does the review process usually take 2 years? Genuinely curious. And then they said, update on the Patreon situation. All content on the site has been manually reviewed. Thanks to those involved for their help. The result is that some projects have had their title and description updated, right? So now it's not rape. It's surprise butt sex, right? Like, some projects had their preview images deleted or removed. Some projects will be deleted soon. Regarding the projects that will be deleted, there's a substantial number of uploads that will be deleted. The list mainly contains projects featuring questionable anime characters, feral, furry content, or gore that were previously believed to be within acceptable content guidelines or are manually reviewed. Especially fans of Genshin Impact, My Hero Academia, Pokemon, and feral dragons, gross, and dinosaurs will be particularly crushed. They deserve it. These projects will be deleted on Tuesday, May 31st. Oh, no, that's already long gone. If you wish to download them, make sure you do so before that time. I'm expecting some increased server load, so downloads may be slow. Premium servers will likely be faster. Great job. Anyway, so I don't think we need to read all of this, but basically, for almost half a decade, Patreon has been trying to wrestle freedoms of creativity from the hands of its creators, from banning artwork and animations that, quote, sexualize minors on countless occasions, claiming they own the content of its creators, completely banning hypnotism and other absurdities. So we're basically a broken record at this point, but just to reiterate one last time, as a free speech absolutist, I 100% am in support of lolly and shota existing because I don't believe that we should be giving human rights to non-existent humans, and nobody is harmed in the creation and consumption of said content. As I've said before on numerous occasions, I would rather the creep down the street beat off to some lolly porn than kidnap my daughter off my front porch. Anyway, any thoughts?
Total agreement.
Cool.
I just think
ditto. We've all discussed this a billion times.
Yes.
It's
back to the thing you said earlier. It's the fact that any woman who doesn't fit their standards, discriminate against her. Which
we for that's
the thing I have a huge problem with.
Yeah, for an earlier podcast, I think like 28 or something like that, we did we had Simply G from Australia join us, and she talked about how in Australia their laws surrounding their pornography requires that the women be C cup or greater, basically, which greatly discriminates against women with naturally smaller breasts. And I don't know, there's a whole movement down under, supposedly. Jason South, maybe you can provide us with extra input on that since you're in Australia. But basically, all the porn that's produced in Australia, at least, the women are either extremely well endowed or have fake tits in order to compensate for the gift God didn't give them.
Well, the people who do that are just who would discriminate. They're assholes anyway. So no one should let that bother them. But they do it anyway. I'll shut up.
So, a story in 3 parts. Anime Expo 2022 no longer requiring proof of COVID-19 vaccination or a negative test.
Oh, yay!
Round of applause for Anime Expo. Oh, but what's this?
Oh, yay!
Anime Expo induces Twitter rage after rescinding the required proof of vaccination, to which
top 10 anime betrayal.
The biggest ring in the history of ring.
The re-ending?
I do not endorse. Of course, I do not endorse this ring on my behalf.
I'm canceling my trip now. Thanks. I hope all of these people actually followed through on canceling their trip before Anime Expo 2022 reinstated their proof of COVID-19 vaccination negative test requirements.
Double Uno Reverso?
Well, I'll just have to cough all around the outside of the LA Convention Center the whole time. Anyway, so yeah, I probably am not going to end up going to Anime Expo this year regardless, just because funds are kind of low. I spent $120 on gas yesterday, but I was really happy to see at first that Anime Expo. See, because first of all, what this represents first and foremost is life returning to normal. Some people can't let life return to normal, even though they believe in the vaccine and the masks and all of that stuff. They can't allow life to return to normal, even though the survival rate is over 99%, even though as time has gone on, the virus has become more contagious and less lethal. They can't let everybody else have their life return to normal.
There's a little bit of a panic in my area because of the whole, CV-19 crap. Well, there's a stomach virus going around that's not, CV-19, and a friend of mine who works at the college and teaches there is like, yeah, there's a stomach virus going around, but it's causing a panic. I'm like, oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm like, okay, people are shitting their pants. It's still, not the virus. I'm just like, okay, like, look, I've had the intestinal flu enough in my life to that sucks, but still, it's not what they're trying to claim it is.
And the other thing that, like, you guys were saying earlier is the whole, like, oh, you need 2 doses or whatever, and then it's like, yeah, but they've already proven that it's ineffective after X months. So
yeah, and not to mention the documents that Pfizer's had to release that have shown they knew the efficacy rate was below 12%, and yet they still pushed it on everybody, and we're expected to believe that it matters to get it in the first place, and it's just complete bullshit.
Yeah,
honestly, at this point, because of all this, the people who are complaining, they don't want people to get away with not having gotten it.
Yeah. And half of them weren't even going to go to Anime Expo anyway.
Oh, majority of them. They're just hey, shame on you, Anime Expo. I'm canceling my trip, even though I wasn't going in the first place. Anyway.
I want to make another comment on this because this happened to me the other day. I had to call in some quick medicine from my doctor, and when a buddy of mine dropped me off to go into the place to pick it up, while I was standing in line waiting, this dude was over there getting the shot. And, well, the thing is that the lady that gave him the shot said, all right, we need you to walk around the store and not leave until we see how you react. And I said, I literally under my breath said, what the fuck? Just a little live action story.
Well, that's just because there's some people that are more reactive.
Yeah, they do that for the flu shot.
There's some people that will
they have never done that to me with the flu, even with a massive health problem history. Never once.
Same.
Never. Real quick, I want to acknowledge that at least one person thought that OCA Podcast Middle East was funny. One person has a sense of humor.
Just one.
Right.
Also, I would just like to point out that, I don't know, I assume it's not in the doc, but there was that story of the 2,200 people from Spain who all faked their vaccine passport stuff because they didn't want to get the vaccines.
God bless
so
them.
Obviously, if you have power and you're connected, you don't need to take the vaccine. Everyone else needs to, though.
Joke's on you. I haven't taken the vaccine. I don't have power and I'm not connected.
I didn't take it. I got yelled at for not taking it, but I was like, my body, my rules.
Look, nobody is going to be shaming anyone whether they did or did not take it. It's the sentiment on behind whether or not people should be forced to take it that is the issue here.
Yeah, sure.
So Kana Hashimoto shows off her cool assassin moves in Violence Action full trailer. So just saying, looks kind of bad. wasn't going to bring it up at all. She's way prettier on this poster because she's airbrushed, and it looks really weird in the actual thing here.
Well, of course, the poster should look better.
It's actually based on a manga. It's actually based on this manga we've talked about before. So I'm bringing it up. That's basically my entire justification for it.
You want to know something I found out? Also found out about live action Japanese adaptations. That Bullet Train movie that we've talked about a couple times is based on a Japanese novel.
The Brad Pitt movie.
Yeah, it's based on a Japanese novel.
I saw the trailer for it on the big screen when I went to see Top Gun.
Yeah, the second trailer has been put out. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
Oh, I haven't either. Cool. So Tiger and Bunny, the live action project, is going to be relaunched as a TV series in partnership with SK Global. So you guys might remember, we've talked about this a while ago. It is the Hollywood adaptation of Tiger and Bunny.
What's SK Global?
So Bandai Namco Pictures announced a new partnership with SK Global to develop the original anime series Tiger and Bunny into a Hollywood live-action TV series today. M. Raven Metzner of Iron Fist serves as scriptwriter/showrunner. Back in 2015, Sunrise announced a live-action film adaptation project for the anime. However, the plans had remained in limbo. According to the press release, the executive producers are Masayuki Ozaki, who has also served as the executive producer of the anime's latest series, Tiger and Bunny 2, SK Global's co-founder/co-chairman Sidney Kimmel, showrunner M. Raven Metzner, and Tetsuya Fujimura, who worked on the Hollywood live-action adaptations of Ghost in the Shell and Cowboy Bebop. Well, it's gonna suck. Producers are John Pinotti and Charlie Corwin, co-CEOs of SK Global, Marcy Ross, president of SK Global Television, and Sean Lee, executive of SK Global's production division. Masayuki Ozaki says, quote, "The live-action project of Tiger and Bunny has had many twists and turns, and we needed the understanding and support of many people in order to restart the project. In this difficult situation, we have been able to reach a new starting point by having good connections, especially with a great partner like SK Global, who values IP and partners in Asia. Along with M. Raven Metzner, a talented showrunner who loves Tiger and Bunny, we are truly looking forward to bring something new and exciting for viewers around the world to enjoy while capturing the essence of the original anime." So there you go. Also, I can't wait to see if they get, I don't know, who you think, The Rock to be this guy?
It's a TV show. They're not getting The Rock.
You mean Chris Rock?
Maybe. They might get Chris Rock.
Chris Tucker, more like it.
I wonder if their goal is
The Rock? No, honey, we got The Rock at home, and it's Chris Rock.
What were you saying, Random 11?
I wonder if their goal is to try and get it on Netflix, because nowhere in that article said Netflix.
I think that's going to be the idea.
It didn't say on Netflix, yeah,
but Netflix is now getting kind of tight with that purse because of their stock dip. So
yeah, well, we'll see.
They might have some problems finding a distributor.
Yep. So a new trailer reveals even more of Netflix's Resident Evil. So there's a trailer that we will not be watching. I'm sharing this because, hey, look at this image, which looks really faceted and segmented like bad CGI. But to our rescue, Sankaku Complex has taken a screenshot of basically every frame. So if you're interested, here is the trailer as told by Slideshow.
Which you'll probably get the copyright flagged for anyway.
Let's get the mouse out of there.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that? Is what you mean. What is she holding? Some bug that turns into a giant bug? Interesting mask quality.
Her face looks really fucking weird.
What? Her face?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't look so bad in motion. I'll just say real quick, just to acknowledge, I'll totally watch the show. I don't care. I don't think it was a good idea for them to make Wesker black, but more so from the perspective of
this is that one.
Yes, more so from the perspective of I don't think the character that they wrote should be named Wesker. I don't mind the character and his two daughters and all that stuff. That's fine with me. Like, if you're going to write a new story and set it in the Resident Evil universe, it's just a huge misstep to make him Wesker. It just doesn't seem necessary.
Well, like, for all we know, they could have called him Jill.
that would have been something.
He identifies as Jill. No, nothing. No race, no gender, no height, weight. It's just Jill.
Giant spider.
It's like that's how much of a grab it seems at like trying to take the nostalgia and use it to bring people in to be like, oh look, guys, it's Wesker.
This
right?
simultaneously looks really good and really out of place.
And really bad.
By the way, just in case it's not clear, it takes place across two different storylines. So the girls when they're young and the girls in modern time when they're current age. So this obviously is the same girl, supposed to be. The other girl's like half Asian. She picks up a chainsaw and says, fuck it, let's do this, and runs at a bunch of zombies with it in the trailer. And then here's Black Wesker. I forget what he's doing, rubbing like jizz on his face or something. There's the chainsaw, I think, going through the brain or something.
Nice.
Anyway. So there you go. Can't expect much out of it, but I'll still watch it. There you go. Oh man, her face does look weird through that whole shot. I wonder if they face replaced her. See, it looks like a still image, right? It switches right there, like pop. It becomes a new face.
It was probably a stunt double, yeah.
It's probably a face replace. It looks really off. Now that you bring it up. Oh man, I gotta check out that trailer later.
You need to do a frame by frame analysis.
Can you frame by frame on YouTube?
Yeah, with the period and comma buttons.
Oh damn.
Okay. Oh, that is like.
No, actually, you should have kept that up there.
Up. What is happening?
That's a bad green screen effect. It's just around her face.
Yeah, it looks like.
I can't tell. That looks so weird.
Her face exceeds her head.
I think what's happening
you can
is
see
that I think from a visual effects standpoint, I think what's happening is that there's layers and layers of like this red dust, and she's like popping through it.
The freaking head is so it's like it looks like they put a green screen right around her face. And so only her face is the real thing there.
Yeah, the other thing that might be going on, she just look at that extremely thin arm.
Her left arm looks like a skeleton.
Right. Okay, so that is a bad mask is what's going on. There. Like, okay, so see the motion blur on the one arm that's in front of her?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you can literally see the fucking pen tool coming back down around that mask. That is the worst garbage mat I think I have ever seen in visual effects.
Why'd they have to mask it? Was it not green screen?
No, it is green screen, but you have to garbage mat it because green screens aren't always perfect. God, that looks weird. And you can... Oh, that looks so bad. Anyway, okay, so...
Go back 2 frames. See the black?
The black thing on her shoulder.
An entire chunk.
We gotta take this face and put it on something for the thumbnail.
On the thumbnail? Yeah, I was gonna say. It looks like a Disney Frozen-esque kind of like, character face. Instead of a real human, it's like a caricature face. So
it's not even moving. Like, it's not like she's not even looking down or up whenever she's running. She's looking straight ahead when clearly she should be looking up and down as well.
Okay, well, I think what's occurring is that I think that her face is being replaced, like we're saying, and so the motion blur matching. She's like white now. The motion blur matching that's occurring. Yeah, I think that's exactly what. Okay, that's precisely what it is. Okay, stunt double. That's what I'm gonna guess. It's a stunt double. This is the real girl's face put on top. This is stunt double. So they have real girl's face. Dude, it looks like a what do you call it? Almost like a deep fake, throwing the face back on. Anyway, so that's
a deep fake would look better.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to watch it just to see this particular scene. Here, I just noticed more. Wait,
now her left arm looks weirdly long.
Like, they need to have a stunt double just to have her
like
run
with like the hand flapping back and forth. It just looks more like a hand animated like maquette, like a puppet. The way it's just like, you know what it kind of reminds me of is Fortnite. Like the animation you kind of see in Fortnite is what it kind of reminds me of. Anyway, I'm sure that everybody is thrilled at my frame by frame analysis, but let's move on from here. What does this say? Help! I'm stuck under the water. Please help me level CGI right here. What? All right, moving on. No, don't quit. No. I hit Command Q instead of Command W. All right, so in other live action not Netflix. In other live action, actually, is it? It is Netflix. In other live action Netflix zombie news,
save.
Netflix announces live action adaptation of Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead Zombie Apocalypse comedy manga. So there you have it. That's all we get to look at. Okay, moving on. All right. Netflix live-action One Piece series unveils the colossal sets. So this is the concept art, but we do get to what for the Going Merry at least. This is how much has been built, which we've actually already seen, because we have people on the ground in South Africa taking photos that I've been stealing to show on podcast. But this is the Baratier.
You personally sent them to South Africa.
What?
I said you personally sent them to South Africa.
I didn't just happen to find them on the subreddit for the Netflix live action One Piece or see them on Twitter and then repurpose them for our show. But yeah, it seems very abundantly clear that, like I said, they're going to CG the top part because you're never actually going to see the people up there. They're or only from the inside, effectively. And then we've got new cast members, which we'll talk about in a minute, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So here's the worst audio quality I have ever heard in a behind the scenes thing. And also the showrunner is like in shadow. Like, who did this?
And the other guy, the guy in the purple there, I forget what his role is, but he's also like
Usopp?
On the staff.
No, that's not.
Pardon?
Usopp. That's a staff.
No. Yeah, he's creator team.
Hashtag biggest One Piece fan is what he calls himself.
Yeah, he acts so awkwardly too.
Oh,
it's
God.
like,
it's like legitimately, Inaki Godoy or whatever how he pronounces it, the guy who's playing Luffy. Like, he has so much charisma that like the other two guys next to him are just like they're taken down like 5 more pegs after already being just unlikable, kind of, not very entertaining on screen. And I also love, we've also got the guy filming with his fucking phone down here, which must be why the audio sounds so fucking awful. And you can hear the winds of South Africa getting into the microphone and shit. So we've got the Miss Love Duck. This is, what's her name?
Alvida.
Yeah. And then this is more concept art. Guess she's got a vanity issue. And the big mirrors.
Yeah, you could say that.
There's the Going Merry with Luffy on top. The Baratier.
So the Going Merry is a bottom.
Yes, topped by Luffy. The Baratier. So this whole part, like I said, is going to be CGI. I'm assuming, including the mast sticking out here, which is going to connect up. So, because that wasn't in at least not what we've seen so far. Mm-hmm. I would, if it were me though, I would honestly, I would build this whole piece in 3D. I think it would be easier to build this whole piece and perhaps more of it, at least for lining up purposes, in order to track the footage on to, or the 3D camera onto the footage. This is the interior. So we previously looked at an image that seemed like it could have been the Baratier. And this is the concept art, which is probably revealing, yeah, that was what we were looking at. Quite the fucking mural. Like, holy shit, I can't wait to watch this.
Yeah, you say that now. Let's wait. Well, it is concept art, right? So
yeah, one of the reasons I say that again is because I have not watched a lick of One Piece. So this is the first time.
You're gonna watch this first?
Yes. This is going to be the only opportunity that I have. This is going to be the only opportunity that I have for Netflix to watch a live action Netflix anime adaptation, having zero experience other than just like the things I picked up on podcast about, oh, this character loses weight, all that kind of stuff, right?
You're going to watch the anime and be like, this sucks. It's not like live action at all.
Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, so there's a time lapse, which we'll see at the end of them building the Baratier. Windmill Town is significantly more on the water, I think, than the other artwork I've seen from the anime.
Yeah,
that's
definitely
Shanks,
for sure. It was
Shanks'
more of an
ship
island in the manga and anime than it was in the.
Also, some modest, fucking, what do you call brass statues or whatever? I don't know. Wow, actually,
the set looks really fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Like the set itself looks really pretty.
It looks a little smaller than the. It looks a little bit smaller than the concept art made it look. With this looks way more grand here.
Yeah.
Right. Like
for sure.
But then again, once they film it with like,
that's it. Tar.
Is it even centered? Like, I guess it is. Something about it feels off. But once they film it with like cinema cameras and whatnot, and the focal depth is going to be different from a fucking cell phone camera, it'll probably look a lot cooler. Plus, the lighting is going to look cool with like the little free floating lights hanging down and all that.
It'd be hilarious. It's just like, yeah, let's use the natural lighting for realism. Yeah, it's all
what is
dark.
What is she supposed to hold?
A Nazi flag.
A sword or something? A pitcher of beer? That'd be funny.
A dildo.
Well,
Reese, get your mind out of the fucking gutter.
She's gonna be holding the head of that girl from the Resident Evil thing. All right, we've got the duck head from there, and I guess
God.
Alvida has pink balls to throw two little hearts on them. Here's the Going Merry. This is the actual model of it, right? Versus
they have Satan goat instead of the regular happy looking goat.
Yeah, so previously we looked at this. This was clearly like the armature that's underneath the sculpture, I guess, that went on top. Let's see. That's the comparison to the concept art. And then we had also looked at this previously as well, from a couple months ago. So let's see what else we got here. I don't know whose ship this is. More of Windmill Village. Here's the time lapse of them putting together the Baratier. full credit to Netflix for actually building these, right? They could have done this entire thing on a soundstage.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I think it's cool.
I'm just wondering, at what point do they stop making ships for every little ship they encounter?
When the money dries up. All right. Anyway, now, in terms, Netflix's live-action One Piece race swaps Nojiko. So I have learned from this article that this character is the adoptive sister of Nami.
Nami. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Her older adopted sister.
Yeah. She, her, just in case you didn't know.
I'm not annoyed or anything. Yeah, no, we're just gonna race swap any chance we can get. That seems like a black chick. She's got the attitude. Why not?
I have to say, to be fair, at least they didn't do it to any of the fucking the main crew.
Well, I'll remind you.
That's what they want you to think, Random 11.
Netflix.
They want you to be like, look, we did these characters completely fine. So it's like, well, we'll give them credit that they race swapped another character. No. That's how they get.
It honestly, like, I kind of don't care, but I also, like I said, I haven't watched or experienced any One Piece other than what's come up on the podcast. I know the character is tan, but she looks significantly less tan in the manga from what I can see here. I need to see her next to Nami to know.
She's basically the same as Nami.
Okay, so here's what they said. Netflix recently unveiled more actors taking part in their upcoming live-action One Piece show, additionally revealing one character to be race-swapped in typical Netflix fashion. And no doubt in another attempt to express that only black people can play black characters, even though the character in question is not black. It was announced that, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, this girl would be portraying Nojiko, Nami's adopted sister, with the half-serious speculations before the cast announcements of Nami potentially being black almost coming to fruition. So I'll remind you that previously, I'm definitely not clicking on those because it'll take me to the porn on but previously they had talked about who was supposed, like what nationality the different actors were supposed to be, or the different characters were supposed to be. And we had read that Nami is supposed to be Swedish, I believe. Is that correct? Sanji was French. Luffy is Brazilian, right? And so when it came time to cast, they respected all of those for the non-white characters.
The template where they're all across the world. They're all already diverse,
right? And so they had sort of established that, like, what was expected. And then when it came time to actually cast, Netflix was like, okay, so we're looking for some Brazilians. Can you please, all the Brazilian men, please come and try out for Luffy? And we're looking, like, basically, you need a Japanese guy to play Zoro, right? But, Sanji and not any race, we're open to any race, right? Like, it's kind of how they treated it. So forgive me for being skeptical of their effort to, not race swap everybody. But in this particular case, because she's an adopted sister, and again, I don't know how crucial she is to the plot, how much she shows up in it.
I'm assuming that's why they decided to do it there, because they're like, well, it's adopted. So,
and again, with a character like Nojiko, I mean, that sure doesn't sound like a non-Japanese name. But
do you want to know how involved she is with the plot?
You can tell me.
She's just in the one arc.
I figured. Is she going to die?
No.
No.
She doesn't die.
You can find that out for yourself, young mister.
But the thing is,
the real travesty.
In one arc that she's in, she plays a decent sized role. I
don't
know how
that
role is going to be, because the series, the Netflix series, is trimmed down. So I imagine it's trimmed down compared to how it is in the manga and anime.
I assume.
So.
When you say decent sized role, are you talking about the rolls on her chest?
I mean, like, in the arc that she has, in the arc that she's in, she plays a pretty big role in the arc. Like, it's Nami's arc, essentially. It's Nami's backstory arc. So, I imagine that Nami's sister would play an important part in that arc. So she plays she's in it for a decent amount of time. But again, because they're trimming it down, I don't know how much it's going to be.
It's probably going to be 1 or 2 episodes.
So I think it will be. I don't think the character is going to make it past the first season, for one reason or another. Jason Sal said, "Any good live action anime? Maybe quit fucking trying." So, Speed Racer
is the only good one.
Tomorrow. Let's see.
Oh yeah,
the Battle Royale movies.
No, I don't count the Japanese live actions personally.
Okay.
I don't count those. Are there any others that are good?
Alita was okay.
Yeah, Alita's all right. It's not the best thing ever, but it's all right. So yeah, there you go. I'm just remembering all the I identify as so you can jokes from Union. Okay.
I identify as a black person, so I can say the N-word all I want.
Go ahead, Reese.
Okay, weird. Yeah. Default dance all over the zombies, right? For the Resident Evil looking like Fortnite. That goat looks creepy. Lego set does not float. I'm not following this. Also,
says, probably referring to how like the ships are being put together, referring to those like looking like Lego sets, kind of, and like they had to put that.
Oh, okay.
They literally had to put that on the boat sets.
Okay.
Set does not float.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Necavolt says, just caught up. The reason B-cup breast is a problem to weirdos is they enjoy obese porn. It is insulting to know that people are dumb enough to judge someone on the size of their private parts. Right. I think women should stop judging men on their dick size. Seashells censorship by the seashore. Soon they'll be swapping everything. Hey guys, it's Boa with small tits. Oh. Yeah, no, that was that.
Would that be called a tit swap?
I was gonna make that joke because I just like I haven't seen a full body picture, but I don't think she's gonna live up to the.
Go down to the next one.
No, I'm talking
gotta
about.
Get that. No. We gotta get that waist. That waist is the most important part.
Hey! Just like Cowboy
the lack
Bebop
of rib
said,
cage. I need survivors of rib cage removal representation.
Look. As Cowboy Bebop at his computer said, I'm sorry that I did not have as large breasts or whatever it was.
Oh, Daniela Pineda.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Cowboy Bebop.
So then it's not your fault. It's the whoever cast you fault.
I'm being called a coward. I'm not entirely sure why. In today's time, the fact that this is a thing makes me realize the retarded system our world is trying to force. My friend is 5'1" and a B cup, and she is still a grown woman. As to the rest, CPT3. Okay.
Part 3.
I thought I read my friend is
there's a 200 character limit. I've talked about it before. I
agree with AC. Okay, cool.
I read my friend is 5.1 as in she's surround sound. I'm like, damn girl.
Got those squeals going loud, huh?
Okay, so I thought it would be worth covering this version, the Banding in Comics article, because you get to see Clahadore. How do you pronounce this name?
Brad, you're a coward for not clicking on the Nami link.
Oh, got it. Yes. Trust me, I have accidentally, luckily not ever on podcast, but I've accidentally clicked on them before, and I've always just been like, geez, if I ever let this happen on podcast, I'm fucked. Okay, how do you pronounce this name?
I haven't heard it in like a long ass fucking time.
Okay,
so I assume you pronounced it right. That's how usually I pronounce it.
So this is
he goes by the name Kuro. So
Kuro.
Yeah.
So
Clahador is like
Clahador, real name Kuro. So this guy with the T1000 blade that has to come down.
Blades. Those are multiple. Each
are those fingers
on his fingers? Yeah.
What the fuck? Weird.
Spoilers.
I like how he's got the Digimon poop.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like he has a Digimon poop air freshener pinned to his buttons.
Yep, that's the same.
Meanwhile, he's cosplaying as Wolfwood. Anyway, so this guy is going to be playing him. Mihawk is going to be played by that guy. So this is Mihawk, the great swordsman who pushes Zoro, inspires him to even greater heights, as I read from here. And then Chef Zeph is going to be, this chef guy is going to be played by Craig Fairbrass. I think this is pretty good casting.
Yeah, like I was like, yeah, okay, that could be.
That's pretty good. And what's kind of cool is Sanji, the guy, what's his name? Taz Skylar, the guy playing Sanji. He mentioned that this particular actor has played his father figure in 2 roles previously. So it's kind of interesting to have him as Chef Zeph, who is like Sanji's father figure in
the series.
In One Piece. Yeah. And then we've got this guy. Is this Helmeppo? Father of Helmeppo?
No.
Langland
yeah.
That's the father of Helmeppo, Captain Morgan.
So this guy is going to be played by is that Captain Morgan?
Yes, Captain Morgan is the guy with the axe.
Yeah, should have gotten Gordon Ramsay. Those what idiots. That's good.
Right, yeah.
And then Kaya over here is this character getting these brunettes to play blondes. How dare you?
No, right?
And then we already talked about Nojiko.
Oh yeah.
Who again, like she looks decently tan. Like I will agree. I don't think the character is black. I think it's pretty obvious that she's not.
But if you're on the sea, they're gonna get a tan.
Yeah, but I'll just say that if this is what the character looks like, then I don't have an issue with this at all. Especially because it's not a character that's a blood relative to Nami. That would be a really odd turn of events if it turns out that in the final arc they learned that they're actually not adopted sisters.
Right.
They just have a different dad. Oh, I guess
they weren't they found at the same time?
They were.
Yeah,
they were.
So they could be biological sisters.
Yeah, but
in theory,
again, if they are, as long as they're not twins, then the storyline could still work.
That actually would be really fucking weird. You know how fraternal twins don't look alike?
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been a black father, but Nami got the white trait and Nojiko got the black trait.
Right, exactly.
I mean, if there was a gangbang, it could, in theory, happen.
In the history of the world, has this ever occurred? Could you? That'd be weird. Like how some people, like for scientific purposes, they do the stuff where they they take the girl Octomom, right? She was taking something to like greatly increase fertility, right? When she got pregnant with the 8 kids at once or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think that if you went to a porn set and just scooped up all the jizz into a syringe and like spun it around and mixed it and then shot it into an Octomom situation, that you could theoretically have 8 different dads?
I don't know if it's happened naturally ever, but I'm pretty sure I read a story about.
I think it'd only be one sperm, 1 egg.
I like how I give it like the most optimum situation for it to occur hypothetically at random. I don't think it's ever happened naturally. Yes, I
don't know. I don't
think anybody's ever porn star jizz turkey basted themselves.
Well, I mean, if you had a gangbang situation, in theory, it could happen as long as there was 2 eggs that were ready to be fertilized, right?
Yeah, but you don't need to have 2 eggs to have twins. They splits.
No, fraternal twins. Obviously, it would be impossible for an identical twin. But for a fraternal twin, where there are 2 eggs that both get, what's it called?
Fertilized.
Where the sperm fertilized. There you
go. Twins, it splits the egg or whatever.
No, that's only for identical twins. Fraternal
really?
twins do not. They have 2 different eggs, 2 different sperm. Anyway, so the one thing I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that there was like a surrogate parent for 2 gay people where she had both of their sperm implanted to different eggs, so they were having twins, in quote. But one was the one guy's kid and the other one was the other guy's kid. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere.
Yeah,
was that you and your partner?
That perhaps? Weirdly sounds vaguely familiar. So I just want to acknowledge real quick. Nekavolt says, "Sorry, I am typing in a rush. I was late for work once this week and do not feel like getting fired." Well, you don't have to apologize to us. Get that $1 and fund us on Patreon. I'll catch you guys on my break. Apologize. I love this for the typos. With typos as a typo.
Typo.
It's like a cereal.
The type. I'm sorry for all the typo blood. All right. So yeah. Anyway, these are the characters from One Piece. I'm cool with it. Whatever. I'm still looking forward to it. Now, I saw this. 3 years to the day for Marc Jobst shooting the epic Blaviken sword fight with Renfrey and Geralt for the pilot of the Witcher series. The skies rained on us in biblical proportions. This was a rare pause in the storm. Right? So this is the like the first episode of The Witcher that has a sword fight that they do not top the rest of the series. Right? The really intense cinematography and Henry Cavill's ability to wield the sword is just breathtakingly, like the amount of control is inhuman that he has on it. Now, not a single episode after this one features such an amazing fight scene. It was jaw-dropping, and I really hope for more. Reply. Takes a lot of doing, my friend. There'll be more in One Piece. He's the director for One Piece as well. So he's the director for One Piece, Hannibal, Daredevil, The Punisher, Luke Cage, Tin Star, The Witcher, and Berlin Station. Now,
I don't see severed hands in One Piece happening, but
he's really selling this too, because this person quote tweeted, "This fight scene still gives me goosebumps. Watch out for One Piece then." So he's really selling this idea that One Piece with Zoro is going to have some intense sword fighting in it. So that's cool.
I don't even remember that fight scene that you're talking about from Witcher.
Honestly, if you watch it again, like I'm telling you, pay attention to how the camera frames.
Who is he fighting?
It's just the people in that town.
Oh, okay.
Right in the beginning, where they all start coming after him. There's just the way that he gets the sword from point A to point B. Just like it doesn't look like he's swinging it. It looks like he's literally just moving his hand and positioning it into this next place. And there's just a way that it's filmed where it just looks amazing. Like it's not like a Lord of the Rings fight scene at all. Anyway, now I spoke to my friend Nick the other day. He runs this YouTube channel where he did an interview with the storyboard artist for Raised by Wolves. And it turns out that this guy who did the storyboard art for Raised by Wolves is working as the storyboard artist for the Netflix live action One Piece. And he, in this video, which I've linked in the doc if you guys want to check out this segment, they go on to talk about the One
Oh my
Piece
God.
stuff. And he says in the thing that when he was granted the task of doing the storyboards, everything was tightly kept under wraps and they hadn't cast people yet. So when he did the storyboards, he had to use the characters from the manga instead of the actors. So he storyboarded the show using these designs. So I thought that was kind of cool. Moving on.
Can we put that Luffy in the thumbnail because he looks so nice and derp?
Absolutely. That's a great idea. So Godzilla's animated series, come on. is releasing its season 2 after 40 plus years. So Godzilla may be used to big screen these days. I'm going to skip that actually. I'll just to make things even better. Okay, so Godzilla's animated series has its first season available. God damn, I skipped this one. Okay. This is where I should have started. Toho has announced season 2 will be released for the first time after 40 years. This marks the only time Godzilla season 2 has been made available after its original broadcast. So fans can binge the cartoon starting June 6th. To make things even better, Godzilla's animated series has its first season available to stream right now. You can find all 13 episodes on YouTube right now, courtesy of Toho. And in less than a week, which from when this was written, you can also binge all of season 2. For those unfamiliar with this project, Hanna-Barbera produced the Godzilla animated series in the late 1970s for NBC. The studio aired the kaiju series during its Godzilla Power Hour alongside other series such as Jana of the Jungle. The original series has gained a cult status over the decades thanks to its wacky plot lines and restricted access. After all, the cartoon introduced the world to Godzooky, and fans to this day have a love-hate relationship with Godzilla's often cringy cousin.
Do you? Yeah, okay, you have a picture. Did you guys ever watch this shit?
I bought it. I bought this show. I bought it right before I left Arizona, and it was not cheap to get the first season. Volume 3 is like $160. And it only has 5 episodes on it. So like buying all 3 volumes, you're going to spend like, $325 or so tops, right? Or minimum, I should say. And all you're getting is 13 episodes, and you get to watch this stupid ass Godzooky, who is definitely going on the thumbnail. So yeah.
I liked Godzooky. He was funny.
So now it's on. You can watch the series on YouTube, and I can't wait.
HD now?
I can't wait for the quality.
So it's in English?
Yeah, because it's an American cartoon.
Yeah. Okay.
I always found it funny because Toei. No, it's in 480p. Toei did the animation for the King Kong cartoon, and the Godzilla cartoon was done by Hanna-Barbera.
I want the other Godzilla cartoon to be released as well.
The one with the
Broderick.
Matthew Broderick style one.
Yeah. That was a good cartoon as well.
So Stan says, "Yeah, cringe fest. Never liked him when I saw the show as a kid." So called out. Also, look at how bad the animation is on these because it's Hanna-Barbera. Just like, well, okay, the people look like shit is what I'm talking about.
They're hugging.
I'm pretty sure I saw this on Boomerang is where I saw it.
Probably. Anyway, so that's pretty much all I wanted to share about Godzooky. In theater release news, 11 Arts acquired The House of the Lost on the Cape and DEEMO Memorial Keys anime films. Release dates and ticket info will be announced at a later date. So they've got them. Okay, they've probably also got home video rights, but it's going to come to theaters first. So this is The House of the Lost on the Cape.
Doesn't look very good.
And DEEMO Memorial Keys.
That looks kind of neat.
This one I think is CGI though, so can't win. Anyway,
I might check it out. I'll read about it.
All right, so a theater poster lists Dragon Ball Super Superheroes film opening in the U.S. on August 19th. Great job. Come on. Great job. Well, you can see it. August 19th. That little tiny thing right here that says August 19th. And then previously I reported on this. Dragon Ball Super Superhero leaks reportedly reveal identity of the film's final villain. Remember we talked about Cell?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it's going to be Cell. Promise you. So, if anybody here was excited to go see this movie, I'm pretty sure I was the only one who was like, oh, I'll watch it. But I'm gonna ruin how dumb this is for you. So, according to recent leaks, one of the overall franchise's most threatening antagonists is set to return as the upcoming Dragon Ball Super superhero film's final villain. Yeah, it is the series' worst villain, IMAX.
Freaking
What? He's still pissed about Super Broly IMAX.
You guys have to watch my Broly first impressions to understand how much I despise the IMAX. Previous speculation as to the villain's identity was sparked thanks to an English translated film synopsis provided by noted translator Todd Blankenship, which hinted at a final showdown between Gohan and a Red Ribbon Army created ultimate evil weapon with a specific grudge against the Hassan. So before we go further,
Android 8.
Yeah, but before we go in further into this, I just want to say I am very convinced that it's Cell. But everything I'm going to read after this, you're going to be like, this is the stupidest clue ever. There's no fucking way it's Cell because this is so dumb. In the past, Goku destroyed the evil Red Ribbon Army organization, but their will lived on. Now that they've revived, the Red Ribbon created the new androids Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 and begin their revenge. Piccolo soon notices this disturbing activity and sneaks into the Red Ribbon base, but there he discovers an unimaginable ultimate evil weapon. Pan is kidnapped in order to lure Gohan to the base. Now, I said this before. Obviously, it's Cell because they're specifically going out of their way to bring Gohan in. Right, and they have a bigger grudge against Gohan than Goku at this point
because Goku wasn't technically even there.
Right. There, he joins the fight, and an unprecedented super battle begins. In light of this information, many fans, bounding into comics included, speculated that the next cinematic entry in the Dragon Ball franchise could see the revival of Cell, the final and intended perfect creation of Red Ribbon Army founder Dr. Zoro. On May 31st, these theories of Cell's return were further bolstered by @DBS Chronicle's leaking of the track list for Dragon Ball Super Superheroes original soundtrack, which featured a piece titled The Deadliest of All Activates as its 16th track.
It's Android 16.
Right. I don't understand how the title being The Deadliest of All Activates indicates that it's Cell versus some other thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be. Certainly, it could be, but it's like just because, Gohan, right? So this confirms there's no theme song this time, noted the reputable Dragon Ball News reporter. And the titles may spoil it if you connect the dots, right? So,
16. I mean, it's obviously Android 16. He had an issue with Goku. Clearly,
I think it would be great.
To kill him.
I think it'd be great if Android 16.
It would be hard. It would be hard for Gohan to fight Android 16, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? His head got smashed.
Yeah.
So maybe they just pulled his pieces back together and rebuilt him.
I think it would be great if I think it'd be great if he shows up in the movie.
Or it could be, what's the new one? Android 23? The one that was in the video game?
The hot one?
No.
The one that Majin thought?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Android 21?
Is it 21?
Is
just
it 21?
He said
yeah,
23.
Yeah, 20. I said 23. It's 21.
It's 21.
You're right.
Oh God, let's not pull that over there. Whoa. Pardon. Let me
because that
is your safe search off at AC?
It's not like anything explicit, but it's something I don't want YouTube to decide here. I'll just
the lollipop one.
I'll just copy the image.
Is it the pink background with the lollipop?
Yes, that one. I'll just send that to you guys in the private chat and the Discord.
It's like on the first page of Google Images.
All right, I'm sending it in the for anybody following along. Join our Discord and go to the Finer Things Club to see the image that I'm choosing not to showcase right now.
Oh man, there's
Oh my.
There's some bad ones on here.
Yeah, there are. All right. Anyway, okay. So
but yeah, because she's not canon except for the video game. So
the games, right.
If they made Broly canon with the last movie, they could in theory make Android 21 canon with this movie.
And
I like this version of her far more than
the hot form one. Yes, I agree.
Oh, you mean the one where she doesn't look weird? It's in like a wait a minute, which version?
The doctor version, not the.
Oh, everyone likes the doctor version better.
Wrong.
Because of the
Very
glasses.
wrong.
Yeah, that version better.
Way hotter. way smugger.
And think what she could do with that tail.
Oh God.
Think about what she's hiding under those MC Hammer pants.
Nah, the glasses kind of.
Are you a tights guy or an MC Hammer pants guy?
It's the glasses and the lab coat for me.
All right. So anyway, the leak was followed up by more concrete confirmation of the android super weapon's appearance in the film the next day, when on June 1st, fellow series information provider at Emperor Big D, which is Geekdom 101's username on Twitter.
The big Dragon Balls. That's what the D
Yeah,
stands
that's
big
for.
booty.
It's not that he just picked his Twitter thing before he became an internet personality and never changed it. I like how he's literally verified as Emperor Big D. He can't change it now. So Emperor Big D revealed an email that I got from January 2020, wherein an alleged source asserted that Toei had planned a Cell movie for late 2021. As noted by Emperor Big D, these plans were derailed by the COVID-19 pandemic, which postponed several projects, right? So he's got 2020, no plans to continue Dragon Ball Super right now, but there are plans for a Cell movie in Q4 2021. So there you have it. Now here's where it gets weird.
Oh, Jesus.
This is like my Sonic OC paint bucket tool. Now Sonic's lime green. So adding to this confirmation, Dragon Ball Super Chronicle later tweeted a recreation of the villain's new form, a giant cell monster apparently named Cell Maxed. Okay. I think somebody abounding in the comics saw this tweet and thought, oh yeah, it's not a joke. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like a joke. Like, hashtag Dragon Ball Super spoilers. Ha, so dumb. But they're like, oh, it's news, you know, especially because it's like, this is from the manga, because they've got a speech bubble here that they've like gradientified with the background. So it says here, I mean, I assume that's what that is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. As seen in the image, Cell's new form will reportedly see the villain's dark green armor plating recolored to a dark pink/crimson. His tail absorption feature replaced with a similarly colored spiked ball.
That's what that is.
No.
It's an artist representation of the spiked ball.
That's that's not the right end of his tail.
That's what that is.
Oh no, actually, because I think he's got the oh god, I don't even know. This is weird. Anyway.
That's imperfect Cell.
It is correct. And his eyes turned completely orange. The horror. I made this art of giant cell monster. I know it doesn't look giant. LOL. I love this cell. The maximum. Just seems like a joke. It just seems like he's making a joke. Like, this is my Sonic OC. Sadly, this new monstrous cell seems to have nothing in common with the Xeno cell or Cell X version of the villain seen in the alternate universe fan service series Super Dragon Ball Heroes. Itself a gigantic and grotesque mutation of Dr. Giro's work with an arguably much better design.
That's arguable. What the fuck is going on in that crotch?
The Thor.
Stingers.
Yeah, so see his leg here. He's got more legs going back here because he's like a centaur bug.
You think that makes it any better?
No, it doesn't make it any better. I'm just saying that his second set of abs down here below the dick. The real question is what's going on with this jewel, and why does he?
Wow,
look like
this is really exciting, you Lance. Like you gotta. Jesus.
The real question is what's going on with this jewel, and why does he look like he's got like football pads styled off of like a Kiss concert outfit? Like, am I the only one seeing it? Like, that's Gene Simmons.
I got it.
I don't know. Either way, I'm not watching this movie. Like,
I'm pretty sure this is what I'm looking at right now.
I might skip through it, but it's definitely not going to be in theaters for me.
Anyway. Along these hints of Cell's role in the Red Ribbon Army's latest plans, Dragon Ball Super Chronicle also noted that despite making an appearance, Goku, Broly, and Vegeta neither transform nor return to Earth during the events of the film, seemingly confirming that Dragon Ball Super Superhero would indeed be a Gohan and Piccolo-centric outing. I mean, it would just be over too soon if you're going to bring Goku, Vegeta, and Broly into the Red Ribbon Army.
It's very brave of them.
Oh no, we sneezed. Oh, they're all dead. But why are they not on Earth? Did I miss that? I mean, I'm pretty
They're
sure
training.
Dragon Ball Super Broly took place on Earth, except for the last part where Goku goes to Broly's planet and says, "Call me Kakarot." I don't know. Are they just fighting?
They're at that planet and they're training.
That's got to be right.
With Broly's cat friend.
Yes.
He's got a new cat friend.
Or whatever his name was. If they were smart, they'd be training with Chila, if you catch my drift. All right, anyway. In anime news, Vinland Saga Season 2 anime continues the voyage in January of 2023. Now, here's the thing. The time for Vikings is coming, with more details on the long-awaited second season of Vinland Saga revealing tonight that the series will start broadcasting in January 2023 alongside the first full trailer, key visual, more cast members, and Mappa producing the series. As we mentioned
Apparently,
earlier.
Wit is literally just handing everything off to Mappa.
Yeah,
well,
I'm worried.
Like I said, they're going to start working on Berserk now, right?
I am legitimately worried for Mappa because they got Chainsaw Man at the end of this year.
They're gonna overdo it.
Vinland Saga Season 2 started next year, and still sometime next year they got Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, and what other thing I forget? Oh, Attack on Titan Final Season Part 3 next year.
Where's One Punch Man Season 3?
What if Attack on Titan final season, the final part goes back to Wit?
That would be funny.
Right?
That would be funny.
Yeah, we'll trade. We'll trade back. We're not feeling
it turns out we just needed a small break. Now we're back. We're feeling it again.
Dick's harder than ever. Let's do it.
And anime Anya being cute for 25 episodes last year just rejuvenated us. Let's do Attack on Titan.
With that said,
well,
I've been watching
episodes. It'd be half that because they're only doing half.
Yeah.
The Spy Family,
like,
but yes,
they're doing it'd be 13 episodes then. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it's them though that are inserting all of the fucking CG crap into Spy X Family, the crowds, and it bugs the shit out of me every time I see it.
Wit made their own CG branch, didn't they, as well?
Like, get better at CG, please.
I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped.
Crowds look gross.
I'm so hyped. Just seeing what's his name, Omar? Not Omar. Or Einar, the redhead. Him. He is such a fun character. Like, man, this next
well,
I'm just
spoilers. He's going to be CG.
Einar. His name is Anal.
Einar. Einar.
My friend, that says Einaru.
But in the manga, it's written Einar. Einar.
His name is fucking Anal.
What I missed.
Here's what you missed. This character, his name is Anal.
Oh fuck. Well,
dude, hold up. They need to make a promotion material saying season 2 will include anal.
What's the last character say?
This one?
Well, because it's no. Hold on, go up. The guy's name. What's the character?
Oh, that's
after
the last name.
Oh, okay.
That's the last name. I'm assuming this is his wife.
I've read this article.
What's her name? Alne? Alne?
There should be a list in English. Probably in order. Oh, right there. There we go.
Anal will be voiced by Shunsuke Takeuchi. Arnhide, Mayumi Saka. Where's the D? Oh, Arnhide. That's a zoo. Arnhides?
You're looking for the D?
oh god.
Looks like AC's looking for some D.
The D in Monkey D. Luffy?
Omar.
The
Were you
D's
thinking of
nuts.
anal or Omar?
Oh,
Udumar. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Here's a picture. Yay. See this guy right here? That's Anal bending over.
Oh, cute.
Is it really him? That's him, right?
He's living up to his name.
The guy in the bottom left.
Oh no. That's probably from when they're trying to pull a tree out of the ground.
The guy in the bottom left looks like Aaron,
Yeah.
and the one above Anal looks like Historia.
This guy's eyeing Anal.
That guy looks like Griffith. Griffith bootleg.
He's like, I'm gonna get in that ass.
And Griffith, Griffith has his experiences with
Who are
anal.
you talking about? The top left?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
guy who's eyeing
Yeah.
Anal.
I'm pretty sure that's Canute.
Okay, well, Canute's eyeing Anal. And this guy looks like he's got the King engine running right now. From, one
maybe.
of
When
the
are we
things.
doing the first season watch club for this?
As soon as possible. I gotta see. I gotta get ready for Anal, of course.
Ah!
You gotta get ready for it.
Anal the Viking, pillaging through death. Oh. That's on which Dragon Ball Z voice actor gets canceled. This time it's gonna be Chris Rager.
Who's not even in the movie?
To be fair, I remember a time when you could search Croatia on Google Images and uncensor stuff. Oh my god. Okay, My Hero Academia Season 5, second summer 2022 OVA announced. So a new OVA.
What was the first OVA?
Correction. Not announced. The plot has been announced because it was announced already that it was going to be 2 OVAs.
Right. Second OVA follows the Hero League Baseball OVA announced in May.
What was the first OVA?
The baseball
The Hero League Baseball OVA announced in May.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand your sentence. You read it weird. Okay, I'm blaming you.
My fault. You were just
Did-
mesmerized by Burnin over here, who's eyeing these sweet shotas.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Did the baseball one come out in May or
No,
just announced in
No,
May?
it was announced in
literally
May.
said announced. They're both
Yeah,
coming
okay.
out and they're both going to be premiering on July 1st.
So this new one is going to be called Laugh as if you are in hell.
Damn it, July 1st? I'll be watching Stranger Things.
Premiering at Anime Expo.
I know. I totally.
Damn.
I'm sure it's not going to have the dub though.
And sorry, are these I assume they're all like filler shit. They're non-canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think all the OVAs are canon in this show.
I just heard they're non-canon, so I'm gonna go
further. My Hero Academia Season 5 OVAs touch base with new preview shots and cast members. So here you goes the preview shots. There you are. Here's the cast members.
I won't watch any of it because it's not canon.
Well, you're a loser.
What is that character?
Craven the Hunter.
Scroll down. What is this next fucking? What is that?
It's non-canon. That's what it is.
This looks like the Pride Month combination of Woody and Buzz.
Look at his eyeballs. What the hell is going on there?
The gay love child of Woody and Buzz. That's what we're looking at.
Bruh, this is why I hate My Hero Academia, because their character designs are whack.
Yes, that's
have
right. His name is
you've
Mr.
been watching One Piece, have you not?
His name is Mr. Smile. Mr. Smiley.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, that's a Smiley. Mr. Smiley, yeah.
Jason South says Mr. Sparkaroo.
Sparkaroo. As in Mr. Sparkle. It says Smiley, though. You're wrong. And then this is Shishido, who I'm telling you is Craven the Hunter. Anyway, all right, moving on from here. So a comedy manga.
Jesus.
Oh, good.
The
What the fuck? Why are we looking at the freaking dog's butthole on the freaking...
Isn't that just how dogs are? They flare their disgusting buttholes at you and just turn around and look at you like, yeah, you like that.
look at the...
So it's what is going on?
I'm having flashbacks to the last week's podcast of that guy in the dog suit.
So this is titled "Roaming the Apocalypse with My Shiba Inu."
Christ.
What the fuck? What did I do? I just happen to have a dog who does this exact thing all the time. A dog that I, by the way, hate. So not a furry. Anyway, moving on.
I think we've confirmed your
Get yeeted. Oh, the internet does not want me to finish that sentence.
The internet really just saved me from your epic burn by cucking your connection really hard. So Ayakashi Triangle TV anime has been announced and it confirms its 2023 premiere.
You think we'll get that bad scene that was edited out?
It'll be severely toned down.
I hope they don't age up that lolly character that molested somebody or a ghost or I don't even remember what.
No, they're just gonna give her really big boobs. That way, it's not lolly anymore.
Yeah, the Chinese when the Chinese
it's larger than a C cup, right?
Yeah, the Chinese version is gonna remember when in China they took the boobs from Irudu from Maid Dragon season 2 and they reduced them to be flat chested. So they're gonna take the boobs they took from her and put them on the lolly character in this, just so you know it's not a lolly. With those flame bags to use that you stole. Kyoto Animation's Sound Euphonium is getting a third TV anime and a theatrical OVA. I don't understand what an OVA is anymore if you're gonna fucking put them in theaters. OVA to me has always meant like it's like the straight to DVD movie, right?
Yeah.
Now you're just gonna start putting them in theaters, and it's still a OVA, right? Anyway, it's gonna focus on Kumiko in her third year. Still no dub, so get fucked, everyone who wants a dub. Also, Free the Final Nut. It celebrates its conclusion with special PV. Now it does say the final stroke, but you know that this face is nutted. Damn it! It's all local. The post nut clarity in this face.
Oh my god! You totally added clarity to it.
So anyway, this is a film. All right.
Hold on. Comments here. Was that real? I didn't think that was real.
No, that wasn't real.
Okay, I thought that was a joke.
Both the Spy Family one and the Higurashi one were both jokes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. We didn't show it because they were jokes, sadly. So Yurei Deco TV anime takes people on a Tom Sawyer adventure. Okay. I have one question for you guys. Is this character going to be named Jim?
Oh, no.
And will they say the N-word?
You've never read Huck Finn or whatever the name of the book is?
The Adventures of
Huckleberry Finn. Yeah. FGM. Have you ever read that book?
I can't say I have.
All right. Well, there you don't get the joke, I guess. Well, it's not really a joke, but you don't get
I
the
will
reference.
just have to.
Perhaps.
No, it's just a reference.
I will just have to pull up a quick.
There is an infinite
copyright.
there is an infamous scene that takes place in that book.
Infamous scene or just a word throughout constantly?
Oh, I've actually never read it, so I didn't realize it was throughout. But I knew there was one infamous use of it.
Are you? No, you're literally thinking just simply because of. Excuse me while I.
Yeah,
Yes.
On the raft.
I haven't read it.
I have not read it. I said that. I've not read it.
Yeah, so I just think it's funny that you literally thought just simply because they joke about the N-word is throughout the whole book. It doesn't just happen on the raft. This is a joke.
Okay.
Crank this shit up.
My great-grandfather, Huck Griffin, rafted down the mighty Mississippi.
What did you just call me?
I thought that was your name.
That is our word. You've got no right using it.
Hey, I'm cool. No problem. Could you pass me the N-word, Jim?
Thank you.
I've seen that reference and I knew it from there.
Yeah, in the book he calls them that because that's what they called them at that time. It's not even a derogatory necessarily like it's literally just like a title in the book versus it being like particularly speaking down to him. Anyway,
Can somebody stop deep-throating their mic?
I think you're losing internet there, bud.
No. It's you, Random 11.
What's happening?
It sounds like a dull thunderstorm is happening. It sounds like
you're breathing into your
You're doing
mic.
one of these. It sounds like you're doing that.
Okay. I mean, I can adjust my mic a little bit.
So here
Hopefully that helps.
Here are the characters here. Not loving these weird socks and like. I'm really not a fan of the Samurai Jack style. Like, oh yeah, use the color as the line art.
It looks like someone made character designs and someone painted over their clothes after the fact.
So his name is Hank, but for a second
No.
I was like, Jim. Damn. Oh god, that would have just been the funniest timeline. Just like a freaking, a certain sect of the world loves Masaki
That's
Yuasa.
the One Punch Man, old man.
What's up?
That gas mask character is the One Punch old man. It looked like a little girl in a gas mask, but it was actually an old man.
I'm not following that logic at all.
Oh
What?
my god.
What?
You talking about the old man, Fang?
In One Punch Man, near the finale of the first season.
Fang?
Or sorry, Mob Psycho. I'm an idiot.
Okay.
Mob Psycho.
Yeah. No,
Same
I don't.
show.
I don't really recall. Oh,
It was that little looked like a freaking bean dude, shaped guy, and he had a really high pitched voice.
anyway, moving on because. All right, so a murdered doctor lives on as his favorite idol's child in Oshi no Ko. So the Oshi no Ko manga is getting an anime. The dark and gruesome Oshi no Ko is already getting its own anime adaptation only 2 years after coming into existence, perhaps serving as a testament to its popularity, and bound to prove entertaining considering its strange premise. The director role for the show was handed to... I'm not even going to read all that shit. Who cares about that? The anime has a gynecologist dying and reviving as the newborn baby of his favorite idol, Hoshino Ai. 16-year-old Ai Hoshino, that's the other way of saying it, right? Is a talented and beautiful idol who is adored by her fans. She is the personification of a pure young maiden, but all that glitters is not gold. And it took every ounce of my power to not accidentally sing that the wrong way with the Smash Mouth song. Shut up! I said I was successful. Why'd you ruin it? What means there? What? Gross. Okay. Goro Amamiya is a countryside gynecologist and a big fan of Ai. So when the pregnant idol shows up at his hospital, he is beyond bewildered. Goro promises her a safe delivery. Little does he know, an encounter with a mysterious figure would result in his untimely death, or so he thought. Opening his eyes in the lap of his beloved idol, Goro finds that he has been reborn as Aquamarine Hoshino. That's the biggest curse. Ai's newborn son. With his world turned upside down, that was another one that was hard not to read in the Fresh Prince song. Goro soon learns that the world of showbiz is paved with thorns, where talent does not always beget success. Will he manage to protect Ai's smile that he loves so much with the help of an eccentric and unexpected ally? All right, so here's the promo image. So it's being stylized for how it's written as Oshi no Ko with these brackets around it. The Japanese like thick brackets that they have in their keyboards. Oshi no Ko began serialization in Weekly Young Jump on April 23rd. Blah 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 blah. It sold over 1 million copies. Cool. All right. Any thoughts? What would you do?
All that glitters is gold.
So I'm realizing, because I'm pretty sure Hoshino means shooting star.
I think it's just star.
Is it just star?
Yeah.
No, Hoshi is star.
Hoshi is star.
Hoshi's the name of the guy.
Hoshino is of stars. So
of the stars, yeah.
Like Hoshino, well, or something. Kodomo is like children chase lost voices.
Hoshino but hold on.
So I'd be thinking if I was
giving me the wrong no.
I'm thinking of Voices of Distant Stars.
What was that green line?
Whatever.
Like, how does he know he isn't the like? That would trip me out. Like, wait, I was the idol, my favorite idol, the whole time. Like, what?
No. He didn't become the idol. He became the newborn baby son of the idol.
Oh, dude, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, oh my.
So
God.
it's like, my favorite thing about this is it's like, man, that idol is so hot. I would do such awful things
I got
to her.
cucked. I got cucked to another world.
Then a guy murders him, and he's like, "Whoa, is this her vagina? Whoa, I'm coming out of it. No."
Well, at least he's been deeper inside of her than any other.
Well, damn.
You can't beat that.
Oh boy.
I thought I just said some dumb things tonight. That was
pregnant. Is that what it is? No. Oshi no Ko is child. I'm sure it's child of Oshi.
I thought you said Hoshi. No, yeah. Hoshi is star. Not I don't know what Oshi is.
Hold on. I'm pulling it up on Google Translate.
Oh shit. Oh,
pushing. Oshi. Yeah, that's it for sure.
Oshi no Ko. It literally just says Oshi no
That's
Ko.
the wrong Ko. Give me the kanji, bitch. I'm typing it with a C for some reason. There it is. Oh, I changed it to Oshi no Ko when I did that. All right, well, fuck it. You have failed me for the last time, Google Translate. All right. Manga news. Guess what? We have more One Piece to discuss. One Piece manga to take 1 month break from June 27th. Eiichiro Oda says, what? Oh, screaming damn it, as in like, no! And all she hears is a baby crying. Yeah. So Eiichiro Oda says, I want to reorganize the last arc so that I can close it as soon as possible.
Be right back.
So he's wanting to end it pretty soon, which is what we've all surmised for like the past 3 years now.
That's what Crunchyroll translated it as.
And I really wanted to like have the headcanon of he came the minute he found out like Berserk was coming back. He was like, "Oh, thank God, I'm taking a month off." Like,
according to Sora News 24, they said One Piece manga is going on a hiatus as creator takes aim to tighten up series' final story arc. I read the whole article here. They don't mention him wanting to close it out as soon as possible at all in their version. It says here, I want to tighten up the planning for the final chapter. That's all they said.
Also, other outlets do not translate that as arc. They translate it as saga.
Okay.
Oh, great.
A big difference.
Yeah, I guess it would be, yeah. Because the official Twitter account for Eiichiro Oda's One Piece manga announced that its serialization on Weekly Shonen Jump will be on break for a month, 4 issues. The statement states that the reason for the 1-month break is that Oda needs time to prepare for the 25th anniversary of the serialization and the release of the forthcoming new anime feature film, One Piece Film Red. God, I hate that title. He also expresses a desire to go to Africa to supervise Netflix's upcoming live-action series inspired by his manga. He says, 4 weeks! Give me time to steady my breathing. Back in 2019, Oda announced that the story of One Piece, quote, will end in 5 years. In this statement, he again says, I want to reorganize the last arc so that I can close it as soon as possible. So, what they said here, I thought this is interesting. Between the 25th anniversary of the series start coming up this July, the release of the One Piece film Red in August, various yet-to-be-revealed events and collaborations set to take place over the next few months, and a planned trip to South Africa to visit the set of the live-action Netflix One Piece adaptation, Oda's summer schedule is fairly packed. After giving it some thought and considering a break would give him some extra breathing room to work on the best trajectory to the series finale, Oda decided that a 4-week hiatus is a smart call, though his trip to South Africa isn't happening due to COVID-related travel concerns. Like, I don't know where they got that information, but I think it's really funny that it's like he just made this announcement. Like, yes, I'm going to go to Africa. It's like, I can't go to Africa. Like, also, I saw this. Every time Eiichiro Oda predicted that One Piece will end as of June 2022. So this story, which celebrates its 25th year in July 2022, is a far cry from the narrative that Oda intended to produce at first. Longtime fans may remember it was originally going to last for around 5 years when he first started it, and that he kept it going because he thought the idea of 7 warlords of the sea sounded too cool to not expand his series for another 2 decades. In a 2007 interview with the Yomiuri Shimbun, Oda said he was going to keep it going for as long as it took for Luffy's journey to finish. I adore how cryptic that is. I can only one day hope to go to my boss and say, the spreadsheet I'm working on will be finished when the journey of column A, row 3 is complete. In 2009, though, Oda went from cryptic to realistic, stating in an interview with Japanese magazines Men's No, weird, One Piece probably won't end, I think that's supposed to be, for a long time. In 2012, Oda admitted if he wrote everything in One Piece that he wanted to, it would never come to an end. That's right. There are over 1,050 chapters of One Piece, and it's the abridged version. Oda did say in a 2012 issue of One Piece Shimbun that imagine your series has its own newspaper. That's what's happening here. One Piece Shimbun. The series was around 60% done. Jump ahead to 2016, though, and it's only 65% finished. In 2018, Oda said in Yomiuri Shimbun, in a Yomiuri, goddammit, In 2018, Oda said in a Yomiuri Shimbun interview that One Piece was 80% finished, a number that did line up with his 2019 interview with the members of the comedy group Fishers, where he stated that he wants it to end after 5 years. It also corroborated the 2020 forecast that it would conclude in 4 to 5 years. His very loose 5-year plan at the beginning has evolved into a very loose 5-year plan to end One Piece, and now with him throwing the word final around, it finally seems like One Piece might actually be reaching the finish line. Thoughts? Or is every freaking person gone?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Physically.
So just, I mean,
I don't know what to say about One
Piece.
Piece.
It happens. It's like you get caught up in your work and you think, okay, I think I have an idea of what, how it's gonna end. But then you just keep flowing with ideas and you keep making more money off of it. So you're just like, fuck it, let's just keep it going. And Japan's work ethic is, something else. And
of course.
I think I would have retired if I was Oda, obviously, like 10 years ago, but he wanted to, keep it going. People keep reading it. That's the thing. This has been going for over what? We're on, what did it say? 22 years of this thing?
Like mid-90s, I thought.
I thought late 90s, but yeah, I mean, it could be mid-90s.
Mid to late 90s, or...
Yeah.
I think Oda...
97.
Yeah, I was going to say 97 sounds about right.
I think Oda slowed down ever since they got to the New World, which was... actually, I don't know what chapter it was, but it was around episode 530 something. Which sucks for the anime. Was that the chapter?
It was the late... Yeah, it was like in the 600s when they got to the New World.
Yeah, so it sucks for the anime because they it's super slow already because the anime likes to draw things out. But all of the story arcs, I think, since the New World have been really slow, and it like if you look back at them and you try and remember them, it's like, oh yeah, like that cool thing happened, but like as you're reading them, they take forever, including
Jason
this
Sal
last.
Says One Piece Kai needs to happen.
Yeah, it does, but then also it would take like 15 years just to make that. So, will it happen? I don't know.
Well, we've already been getting like small little OVAs of like the East Blue and stuff. I mean, that's not the same thing as One Piece Kai, but like abridged sections of important parts of the manga.
Yeah,
if I recall,
they have done a few of them. Yeah, but so one thing to keep in mind, even if they do mean, and I brought this up earlier before the show started, but even if they do mean arc, which I don't think so. I think he means saga, which means multiple arcs.
Yeah.
Because they definitely they've hinted at this one island basically since the beginning.
Raft Tail.
Well, there's that island, but Elbaf, which is the
Elbaf.
island.
I totally forgot about Elbaf. Yeah, the land of the giants.
Yeah, the island of the giants. So they have to go there basically. Like it'd be weird if they don't. There's Raftail. There's Lodestar, although those two might be included in the same arc. And then there's going to be the war with the other Yonko and the world government, and they might be able to merge those into a similar arc. So, I mean, you're looking at least 2 or 3 arcs left, I would think. And then on top of that, and even if there were some of them were smaller arcs, like the Zoe arc was generally a shorter arc, so we might get an Elbaf arc that's like the size of Zoe. But to put it in perspective, I forget how many chapters Zoe was. It wasn't maybe 20 chapters, something like that. But the last arc that they did, the Wano arc, was 4 years long. So even if there is like one last like fight the world government arc, So it could be extremely long.
With that said, I would like to address something here. Luigi the Metal 64 says Netflix is going to torture Eiichiro Oda into making changes to go against what One Piece is about. Yeah, you're telling me that they fight the world government, and yet the Netflix live action showrunners said something to the effect of they view Luffy as a Kamala Harris type. Is that, am I wrong there?
What the fuck?
Didn't we cover that in the podcast where the thumbnail is the dog shitting on the mushroom? Because I'm pretty sure she's got I distinctly remember photoshopping a straw hat on top of Kamala Harris for that thumbnail. So it sounds like they're making they're trying, at least the showrunners, to fuck it up. Because I really don't see Kamala Harris fighting world government.
Oh God!
Especially consider they consider that one of the 7 warlords or whatever to be the Trump of the One Piece universe or something of that effect. So he went on to say, Luigi the Metal 64 did, Japanese fans will quit on Japanese studios who support ruining Japan's most important medium. Honestly, I think they're so used to it by now that they just don't expect much from Netflix and the other studios.
Well, we saw that with the Dragon Ball Evolution movie, right? Like, fans went into that movie and they're like, okay, that's not Dragon Ball. And then they just left it. There wasn't any support for it in Japan. And they just was like, okay, that's something else. I don't think
there was any support anywhere for that film.
Okay.
I think the trailer came out and it was like, oh dear God, no.
but my point is, like, the Japanese seem, from my understanding, to look at it as we look at the 98 or 99 Godzilla movie.
Mm-hmm. I think that the only film that the Japanese have embraced a little bit is Alita. I think that one. I've heard, from what I've heard, I think that the Japanese didn't dislike it. But going back to
nice. He just kicked himself out of the group.
Going back to before Brad was born. I think that's what he's going for.
He de-aged back into his...
hey, let's all start singing All-Star while he's gone.
Yeah.
Lance, your mic is quiet.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. AC has went really far.
Your mic is no longer quiet.
You're welcome. I'm using a guitar amp mic, which means if I back up, it just about doesn't pick up anything. But if I get really close, it picks up everything. Thank God.
The prodigal son has returned.
Dude, what the fuck just happened?
I died.
My entire browser just closed, and I didn't have
Alt F4, motherfucker.
Have my hands anywhere near the keyboard. I was literally twisting my finger around.
Yeah, you were.
My headphone cord, and then all of a sudden, I saw my desktop, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird." And I look over here, and I see the dock, but it's the dock I have open on Safari instead of on Brave, which is what I was screen sharing to, because I need to have the ad block for those Sankaku Complex articles. That was weird. That does not count as a cucking because I didn't do it to myself.
Are you on the right mic?
Probably not. Give me a minute. I'm just trying to get my shit reorganized over here. I don't know. I totally lost my train of thought there too. What was I talking about before I got rudely
going back to before you were born or something like that?
Right. Oh, it is on the correct mic. Do I sound weird though?
Not really.
Good. I feel like my camera's less bright too. What's going on here?
Tap your mic real quick.
Yep. Okay.
Let me just like a house like stomping.
Just hit it with a hammer.
It sounds like a really fucked up drum set.
Wow. Okay, so which okay, it's up here. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, we were talking about Dragon Ball Evolution, and then
Godzilla,
and then Alita, and I've lost my train of thought, so I'm going to move on. Okay, Luigi Metal 64 went on to say, you can never make over-the-top cartoons into live action. And then I had something else I was going to say about this.
About the Transformers movies.
But
I forgot the thing I was going to say about One Piece live action is that regarding the blood and gore, whatever, is that they're going to do the typical. They might do the typical Netflix subversion of like, oh, we made One Piece dark and gritty. It's M-rated now, or something like that.
R-rated.
Sorry, yeah, R-rated.
What the fuck did they just delete? Why does this happen? Why does my thing think that that's a broken link now?
Why does my PC for some reason think?
Serious question needs a serious answer, not a joke.
So to this point, over the top cartoons. One of the things that I've always kind of just from an outsider noticed about One Piece is how flat shaded it is. There's shading for shadows, right? And then like a little bit here. But for the most part, like there's far less shading on any of the characters than most anime, right? So compared to like the flag, which has some shading going on, like flat shaded, a little bit of shadow from there. You know what I mean? So I think you're right about it's a very cartoony show. I mean, the proportions are extremely cartoony. The power, I don't know how they're going to do the stretchy arms of Luffy and all that. And
Same
like,
way they did freaking Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, of course. I know how they're going to do it. I just don't know how they're going to make it
look good.
Not a joke. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't gotten into like what it's going to take some incredible camera work to make it not feel campy. You know what I mean?
The other thing about Mr. Fantastic was he basically from what I remember, they restricted all of his movements to slow extensions of his arm.
Yeah.
They weren't like speedy, like I'm gonna swing my arm across the island in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, right. And exactly. That's one of the other things. Like it feels campy and dumb when you see Fantastic Four and you just see him like you said, very slowly, kind of like observing it.
Doesn't he show up in the new Doctor Strange movie?
I think he does. But I haven't seen it because cringe.
He does. He does show up.
So, Luigi Metal 64 said, "You can never make over-the-top cartoons into live action. It will look bad. Live action can be expensive, can be more expensive than the paints and cells. Waterworld and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies come to mind." It's a pretty big difference between Waterworld and Pirates of the Caribbean.
Critically acclaimed, like one of the worst movies ever, or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how expensive it was, other than the fact that it bombed royally. Oh, Jason South also said, plus Kai would be able to cover the stories they skipped. You're telling me that they skipped stories in the anime adaptation?
Well, they definitely skipped the cover stories, which is really annoying. Because the cover stories, I'd have to go back and think about it if any of them actually mattered. But like, yeah, I can't remember. But they definitely show
Django mattered kind of, but not.
They're
really.
basically side stories for the characters after the arc. So like they show what happened after
not the main
arc.
characters. Like usually it's villains. It'll show what happens to them after the fact.
And that is never animated.
Luigi the Meadow 64 makes some incredible points here, saying, "I would love to see Lucky Star and K-On! Have the manga scenes. Haruhi Suzumiya never existed in the manga, and Mio was wearing gray and white striped panties in the manga. So none of that, none of those blue stripes. Like, get that out of here. Gray and white."
You know, black and white, gray and white. How? What the?
Aren't manga black and white?
Yeah.
Of course, they're gray and white in the manga. Like, come on.
Legendary Anime JP fan 2 says, "Hello, how you doing, buddy? I'm glad to see that YouTube hasn't yeeted your channel for those spicy thumbnails." I'm in the middle of playing Quintessential Quintuplets movie for PlayStation 4. Almost done. Cool, man.
I assume he means visual novel.
One Piece is the most successful anime of all time. I mean, I hear it's great, and I can't wait to start it. Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there, Jason. So this coming up.
It's definitely the most. it's like for the manga, it's really successful. I think it's like the third selling comic.
Yeah, and
with only Batman and Superman above him.
Most manga that has gone on for this long, the main, the guy behind it eventually cracks under the pressure of continuing it. It doesn't live up to its previous series, like its previous sagas.
What happened with Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, I mean there are some arcs.
He literally had a letter at the end of the manga saying why, and it's exactly that.
What? That he cracked under pressure?
Basically.
I would say that Rurouni Kenshin, for example, can't live up to Shishio, for example. But beyond that, it's like they either crack under pressure or they have somebody else come in and do a bunch of the work with them because it's impossible to just stay on top of it. But so far as I've heard, Eiichiro Oda has, for the past quarter century, has fucking just blown it out of the water with continually progressing the story, bringing in new characters and one-upping constantly new powers, new things that just keep you invested, from what I've heard. Anyway, Jason Sell says Netflix version. We subverted expectations by not killing that character. I already know who you're talking about. Nojiko, right? No, it's gonna be Shanks. I know it. For about 2 seconds before he gets noodled. Oh, okay.
No, dude, just watch. They kill mommy.
No. What's gonna happen is
Nojiko's the main character.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is we subverted expectations by not killing Shanks, so we Alucarded him instead. He's dead on the inside. Ronan Joss says, "Good morning. How's it going, buddy? Please send emails to Viz Media to bring back Vic as Ikaku this coming Halloween." And to quote Dennis Hopper as Deacon, it does look like shit. That's why cartoons have never been successful in live action. Oh. All right. So moving away from Crunchyroll, moving away from One Piece. All right. It is Pride Month. And I'm so sorry for your realization that your favorite character from Mayochiki is female to male trans. As we've discovered here, English localizers turn Otoko Noko into transgender female in a new manga. The LGBT community won't let people have their creepy, weird fetishes. Let us have them. Not a fetish I have, by the way. So I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl.
Wow.
Are you cramming puberty blockers and female hormones down his throat while putting makeup on?
I've heard of an outie and two an innie, but this is a new record.
All right, so localizers have once again decided to rewrite original works they had no hand in creating, as the feminine male of I Turned My Childhood Friend Into a Girl was rewritten to be a transgender female in the English translation, despite the mangaka clearly stating the character is male. The series follows Kenshiro Mido, a popular high school student who hides his fascination and skills with cosmetics until he breaks down and asks, God damn it, you guys, constantly leaving and coming back and then fucking up the thing. It follows Kenshiro Mido, a popular high school student who hides his fascination and skills with cosmetics until he breaks down and asks his friend Hiyura Mihate to be his model, transforming Hiyura into a feminine boy with a little bit of makeup. The localizers, having no understanding of the concept of Otoko Noko, boys who dress and act feminine, in the US, we call them sissies.
God damn.
Or Crossroad. No, I'm saying like I'm guessing.
I know what you're saying.
Just to be clear, I haven't read this manga. I have no interest in reading it, but I'm guessing in a sort of Fujoshi bait sort of way. It is
probably exactly what it is.
It's probably a story that is tapping into the fetish of fucking a twink who is dressed as a girl, not a trans guy. That's very clearly what the taboo fetish they're they're working with here is. And of course,
they're the same picture meme.
The rule of anime dictates that some magical powers turn him into straight up like a girl, like Kashimashi.
That might be later on.
I have not read it, so I couldn't.
Yeah, don't look on Reddit for it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just things getting worse.
Leave it alone.
So the localizers, having no understanding of the concept of otokonoko, boys who dress and act feminine, or cross-dressing, decided to declare Hyura a transgender female, which contradicts the manga's own official statement about his character, and earned the localizers' criticism from fans of the work. Months prior, mangaka Azusa Banjo sat down for an interview with Pixiv Vision, where he explained certain character concepts, and he always referred to Hyura with male pronouns. Did he give the interview in English? Because there aren't really a lot of ways to refer in Japanese. The concept of pronouns isn't really a thing.
Kun and Chan.
I mean, I guess you could, that guy, maybe, but while I was working on the concept of an otokonoko, I mean, that term alone, I guess, works, right? Who is also a little grumpy. I came up with the idea that he would start cross-dressing, not out of his own will, but for his partner's sake. Most otokonoko characters choose to cross-dress just because they like the clothes. So I wondered how Hyura would be received. But it seems like the readers like the fact that he started cross-dressing to get his crush to like him. Fujoshi bait, yes, for sure. The interviewer...
So basically, it's just a story of a gay dude who, is trying to get the attention of another dude by acting like a chick. So exactly what you
said. Like I said, this is what I talked about
gay.
Previously. When I answered the question, are traps gay? The answer to this question is literally yes, figuratively no. And the reason why is because they aren't interchangeable terms. If somebody beats off to trap porn, it is a true statement to say that they beat off to gay porn. But it's not an accurate statement, because when you convey that to somebody, the image that comes up in their mind is inaccurate.
Well, what if it's a trap banging a girl?
What if they don't know? Are you saying? Okay, hold on. I want to clarify something. AC, are you saying that if they don't know it's a dude? Yes, literally they are. By the content, they don't know. Possibly.
It's Schrodinger's
dick.
I'm just saying that. Fuck you guys! I've completely lost my thought.
Well, hold up. Random 11 scenario. I think the idea behind it is because it's a trap. You like is it the figurative aspect? It's like it would be theoretically a male on male thing, but then you're oh, it's
literally
male,
in the instance of it being, let's say, a trap getting railed by. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's take the other person out of it. Okay, so let's take it as solo.
Let's take everyone out of each other. All right, let's go.
So trap porn that is solo, right? So what is that gay? It's like, well, if you're getting off,
a dude watching it,
to a either real or fictional person, right, that is male and has male genitalia, then yes. From a literal standpoint,
that would be gay, yes.
But again, to clarify, as I said before, figuratively, it's inaccurate, though, because you can't tell somebody, oh, yeah, that guy's gay. He's into dudes. When the guy is technically, yes, he's into dudes, but he's only into dudes who look and act and dress feminine, but don't have breasts and aren't actually, trans, right? They're not actually going that extra step. It's a completely separate thing that in this case, the localizers are choosing to yeet and colonize and take over the fetish here and make it their own thing. Like, fuck you, it's Pride Month. This character is trans now.
If you think about it, basically, what is it? They're getting rid of the Well, let's take out the trap aspect. They're just getting rid of the people who want a gay relationship or whatever.
There's discrimination. Right? Ha ha.
Well, remember.
Well, no, they're saying one isn't diverse enough or whatever. I guess.
Remember, under the modern ideology of this group, it is transphobic for lesbians to not want to date or have relations with male to female trans who still have dicks.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna call I will call for them. That's bullshit because I know it's someone.
As a lesbian yourself.
There you go. All right, yeah.
I would just like to say that this manga seems like My Dress Up Darling, but where they're both guys.
The version we thought it would be.
My Dress Up Dude.
My Dress Up.
My Dress Up Dude dick. I mean, to each their own. You know, like who you like. You know, do
my
who
cross
you do, whatever.
Darling.
But at the end of the day, it's like if you're look, I'll look at it from my own perspective. I'm a dude, but I girls.
No, that can't happen because he'd be flat.
Oh God. Wait a minute. What are you saying? I have man boobs?
No.
He said that can't happen because I'd be flat.
Unblindify yourself for long enough to see what's on screen.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, let me look.
Oh, God damn it. Seriously, last time this happened, the podcast got marked as adult only. So,
well, then, I mean...
So we can't leave it on for too long.
Okay, then just... I'll believe you. I'm guessing there's a...
I wasn't talking about you. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
Doesn't matter.
He was talking about Mara.
Watch the VOD. This is what I'm hearing. Gotcha.
At any rate, a magnificent penis. I'm just going to delete the Gold Code 13 images from the overlays. Anyway, I'm sorry, we've derailed your thoughts. What were we talking about?
There was a lot of thoughts there, dude.
All right, I'm gonna come back in here. Bad choice of words. And I'm gonna come back in here.
Trust me, I've used them and they've caused me some issues. Continue.
So the interview's translator explained the pronoun use clearly. Translator's note: while Hyura is affectionately calling a heroine as a reference to his cross-dressing, he clearly identifies as male in the Japanese text, even while wearing stereotypically female clothing. As such, he/him pronouns are used in this article, rather than the manga, which switched it out. So Ethylene Scans reviewed the first volume's translation work that Seven Seas Entertainment butchered, displaying the original Japanese text and comparing it with the English release, while also providing their own literal translation and commentary. So this is the Japanese text.
Seven Seas licensed Mayochiki as well, except that was ancient times, so they it was prehistory.
I want to remind you,
didn't Seven Seas also take that Triangle manga?
The Ayakashi Triangle?
Ayakashi Triangle.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But hold up. When it got censored, it was censored on the Shonen Jump app, though.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, but
it
that
wasn't
was
Seven Seas that censored
thing.
it.
No,
but they took it off of Shonen Jump.
Random 11, I think, was trying to say that the concept of Ayakashi Triangle is that it's gender bender.
Okay, I gotcha. So you're saying that Seven Seas is going to make the main character
the translation is up for question.
Oh boy.
To be fair though, Viz already is translating it for Shonen Jump, so if they just use that one, maybe.
Well, I want to remind you that previously, Seven Seas had that issue with that one manga where they in their vocalization they removed a bunch of stuff from it, and then after the outrage they actually they reprinted it with that stuff
in Mushoku Tensei.
I literally could tell you exactly which podcast it was from if you just give me a.
You talked about Mushoku Tensei, I think.
That was like the light novel.
It's OCA. I think it was from 137.
Here's a question. Okay. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Well, okay,
that was a good question.
Incredible.
Well,
it's just
while you're
immediately
looking,
my brain was like, yeah, let's not go down that dark rabbit
okay,
hole.
while you're looking for that, I'm gonna
Mhm.
explain something that happened in this week's issue of One Piece. So you remember the character that got introduced in Wano that is a girl, and she
Yes.
calls herself Odin,
Yes.
which is a guy.
Yeah.
And she has very big boobs, and depending on the translation, there was either he or she pronouns being used.
Yeah,
And the Viz
specifically
people-
because I can tell you precisely what's happening. For the pronoun of I, or the whatever, they're using boku, the masculine form, or ore. And
Yeah.
so people take that as an excuse. It's like, oh, I'm a boy, you know.
So the Viz people and the term daughter and son kept getting switched around between the fan translation and Viz.
Mhm.
Viz said son and he, and fan translation said daughter and she. Well, the latest episode came out, or chapter came out, and they've completed Wano, and so they're like, oh, party time, and so Nami makes a comment and says, hey, Yamato, which is the new character's name, let's go have a bath. And so she's like, oh, well, there's no mixed baths here,
I'll be right back.
so I'll pass. And in the next frame, there's some more dialogue, but in the next frame, they show Luffy and all the guys in the bath with Yamato, and her boobs are there. So she's in the guy's bath.
How is Sanji reacting is the question.
Well, they must have translated it accurately then.
Yeah,
because
so
they perceived it that way.
So she is more of a he than what the fan translation people have put out anyway.
Has it turned out she's Fudanari? I like this canon.
Oh God.
I don't know. There is a character that can change gender, so I am wondering if she truly
I remember that character.
If she truly is
that is a crazy devil fruit power.
If she truly is a boy at
I got a
heart,
dick.
Male at heart, I wonder if that character will come into play and she'll get a gender swap.
I mean, if you're male at heart, does that automatically make you have a cock? Just asking. So does that mean if someone's female at heart, did they lose their dick?
I'd have to go back and look to see if Sanji was oogling her, but I don't think he was. I'm pretty sure
Sanji,
they were all.
Sanji is the definitive definition of is it a woman or not? Because if he will not hit them, it's it's
there might have been one.
It's 100%.
I think there was one character like looking at her saying like, "Hey."
Oh dear Lord. I've got the manga panel.
Oh, Sanji's actually dead. Okay, so never mind. I'm wrong. Sanji's actually knocked out. He's flying away
wondering.
With the nosebleed.
Yeah, I was gonna say way over there. Okay, so that's Zoro.
This is not Sanji dies spoilers. We haven't given that away yet. What?
That's his name, right? Brooks.
Brooks the skeleton.
The skeleton.
The fucking skeleton is like doing a wave.
Yeah.
And then the reason I'm not showing this is the panel underneath in the women's bath where somebody is playing with. Is that Nojiko?
Nojiko, no.
Because I see like the like tattoo on the shoulder of whoever this is.
That's Nami.
That is Nami? Wow.
Yeah.
Oda is terrible at drawing women.
There's a little kid playing with Nami's boobs.
Yes. And okay, anyway. I'll just post it in the Discord for anyone who's trying to follow along. So in this image we're looking at, who is the guy on the far left?
That is spoilers.
Okay,
that is okay.
That's right. Whew. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I got this article from the Mary Sue that we're not going to read about what is Yamato's gender identity in One Piece. Anyway, I think honestly, the thing that has ruined so much of this is the concept of, okay, we've got tomboys, right, and we got effeminate men. The more gentle
they've erased that category.
What
of people?
They've not only erased it, but they have put the label on it. Trans man, trans woman, right? To the point where it's like these people existed as fine with their gender and just not being stereotyped, right? Number one. Yeah. And now by throwing the label on it, you make me think of the insufferable cunts in the West whose entire identity is based around their transness and how insufferable it is because it's every fiber of their being, right? And they have no personality behind the gender they're trying to convert to, right? And it's the same thing with like the drag thing, It's like, explain to me how blackface is offensive and drag queens aren't. Because effectively what it is the blackface of women.
Wow.
Exaggerating the stereotyped features.
I would agree with you in terms of like what blackface has become, where it's like if you darken your skin at all, it's like offensive. But I mean the actual
who gets a tan.
The actual like true blackface had a little bit more history of like derogatory.
Yes, but I'm talking about the original Mr. Popo whatever style blackface. And now take that to you're trying to do a caricature of women. That's drag culture. Big, huge fucking hair, like big fake breasts and super huge lipstick and accentuating all the things in the same way you would for what they do for blackface.
Like over the top feminine, but then it's a dude.
Sure.
So it's deceitful is what it is, I guess.
Well, but the problem with the blackface was that that's
a weird
purely to like mock and denigrate, right? Whereas drag isn't really to mock and denigrate women.
Yeah, but literally what drag is supposed to be then is what, for example, Gonguro is.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like they're playing both ends of the court effectively on that. Now, and just to be clear for anybody who's watching, I have absolutely zero problem with adults deciding that they want to get a surgery or they don't feel like themselves as whatever gender they were born and wanting to transition. If that's something you want to do, I fully support your right to do it. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. All right. It's not about the existence of people who are trans. It's about the vocal, screeching banshees who come in here and who take over the identities of other people and make them trans to suit their own agenda, which is what we're talking about here with this particular localization.
But Foodum's trying to say something.
It's kind of ironic because these are the type of people that claim that, the doctor assigns you at birth what you are, whereas they're literally assigning what they think these people are. They're like,
these are did you just assume my gender group, and it's like, it's what it is effectively.
They do all the assuming themselves for these things.
It's a weaponization of language, right? And that's why I stand against it so adamantly, because it at the end of the day, it just it's a manifestation of a new reality that removes enormous chunks of the population from that reality, And so real quick, I do want to come back to this comment here. So Seven Seas had previously had localization changes for Jobless Reincarnation, Mushoku Tensei, and Classroom of the Elite. That was the other one. I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. And what they did is they acknowledged with the backlash their localization change and reprinted the issues with the stuff that they took out put back in. So there is some hope that they will perhaps. I mean, I don't even care about what was this called. I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl. I don't really care about this manga, so it's no skin off my back whether or not it gets changed and corrected or not. But for other people who this is their thing, you know, it is a betrayal. And the vast majority of you're actually going to lose the audience that was going to buy this because you diverted it into the infinitesimally small group that is the trans community, of which there's an even smaller group that likes anime and manga, and an even smaller group than that would have bought this, right? By not letting it go to the people who liked it for what it was previously.
I want to make a comment here, real quick. One, you know, when it's fiction, it's fiction. Who fucking cares? You know, let them do the story however the hell they want to. Don't stress. Don't worry about it. But when it comes to real life, you know, someone wants to change, you know, who they are and stuff. That's them. But you know, be yourself, and it's better to be yourself and make people accept that than to, you know, go, oh hey, I've going to change all this about me, and then hope these people accept me or this, that, and the other. That's the mindset that I don't like. Like, I'm cool with you being whoever you are. I have friends of every, I want to say race, shape, and gender, but that might be taken out of context. But it's like, whoever you are is who you are. And if someone doesn't like you for that, tell them to fuck off. Like, there's no point in going, hey, I'm a dude and I don't feel accepted because I'm a dude and I got to get rid of my dick. Or a chick who wants, vice versa. Like no one deserves that level of you changing yourself. So that's just what I'm saying. I don't mean anyone disrespect, and I mean like who you are or what you want to do is your life. I accept that.
Up here, this is the panel that we're going to be looking at. Okay, so the romanization is here, the literal translation is here, and the English, this one, what was put in the official translation is here. So it says, "Boku ga onanoko mitai ni henshin shita totan," right? Which the literal translation is, as soon as I was transformed into looking like a girl. Okay, so Boku is I, Onanoko is girl, Mitai is look, Henshin is transformed. Like, this is an accurate translation, right? As soon as I was transformed into looking like a girl, my childhood friend's been super weird, right? But the English translation, the localization became ever since I came out as a girl.
Yeah.
That is a gross change in what was said.
Yeah, it's all the intent that they completely changed. They made it sound like, yeah, I intended to do this. That's what I meant. Well, to be fair, maybe it was an intentional thing and they're just like shocked, but I'm assuming anime happened.
Imagine,
and then it hit them.
like, this really makes the manga, to me, like, just from the limited understanding I have of it, where this character here is into cosmetics and stuff, and he convinces his friend who's male to let him do the makeup on him, right? Like, if this is what makes him come out as, like, this guy groomed you into becoming transgender in that scenario. Says the original Japanese text makes no mention of coming out whatsoever. The English localization implies that Hiyura is transgender in a way that the Japanese does not. So, furthermore, we've got to iuwake de Hiyura wa kyo kara kono kako de gako ni kayo koto ni nata kara minna mo yoroshiku na. Okay, so the literal translation is, and so Hiyura will be attending school in this appearance starting today, so everyone treat him well. The English is, before we begin, starting today, this is how Hiyura will be presenting. Make sure she feels welcome. And then, please treat me well. Well, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Yeah. I suppose in the conjoining these, it's more like nice to meet you, right? Yeah, nice to meet everyone again. Onegaishimasu. Well, let's not go into all of it.
I don't know why the school would point this out. Like,
yeah, and I think back to Japan's anime's long history of this, like the character Momiji in Fruits Basket, who is a cutesy Shota character who, because he's like kind of young and androgynous and cutesy, wears the girl's uniform.
Yeah,
and it's just like, honestly, what it is this is shoujo and this is titillating, to the Fujoshi readers, right? Because it creates the mental scenarios of what this is supposed to be for the trap bait, right? Or whatever you want to call it. So while a person's appearance can be referred to as their presentation, the English adaptation phrases it in a way typically associated with gender presentation specifically. This is the first time we see Hyura referred to with female pronouns, which happens throughout the rest of the volume. Then we've got this panel here, which says, the literal translation is, "I'm still a little embarrassed to be with the girls, though." Change to, "I still feel weird mixed in with a bunch of girls." "Well, it can't be helped. Keep trying your best." Okay. "It was very hard for the other boys to play with him, so he's going to go play with the girls' gym class. You just can't beat us guys, Hyura." Anyway, this aside is more of a narration or dialogue from an external point of view. "It's very hard for the other boys to play with you, so go play with the girls' gym class." If a teacher was saying that, for example, what?
Teacher needs to be fucking
Okay,
fired.
so I guess, so they're saying it's a narration.
Yeah.
Because it'd be weird. It is a weird thing. It's very hard for the other boys to play with you, so go with the girls.
Okay. There's way.
So I'd like to point out. Hold on. I'd like to point out. See these brackets here that they're adding this extra bit with. I think this is more like they said, the narration, where it's like this is more like it is very hard for the other boys to play with character. So going to the girls' gym class is the like that's the way that Japanese kind of works. I'm reading this as though it's more like they said, like a narration, like a statement, like because this, then this, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and so like, like sort of the narration effect, right? What were you gonna say, Lance?
Oh, it's just a million thoughts are coming through my head. It's like, man, none of this is like, well, some people like look at these like situations in anime and stuff, and then they try to translate it to, oh, this is, because that's what they're doing. They're making this from what I understand, a real life issue when, it's fiction. So just take the fiction as it is and, completely keep the thought process of, oh man, this is some dude who looks just like a woman. Like, don't ever take that out of context either.
Well, what they're attempting to do is correct the wrong that the manga.
It's like that's the whole point of fiction. It's fucking possible, or it's weird and out there. So leave it there. It's like and what I'm trying to point out is that it's like don't take it all out of context and try to go, oh, this mangaka's trying to say this. Well, for the love of fucking sake, it's just a fucking fictional story. If you're that insecure, I would suggest not leaving your house.
Changing dialogue against the literal translation is lying to people and vandalizing a creator's work. Yes, and I will say once more, what is happening in these vocalizations is a colonization with progressive ideology over the original cultural intent of the creator. That's effectively what is happening. It is a hijacking. All the people on the left, the progressive, they all talk about how like we have to embrace other cultures and we have to
when it comes actually,
we have to respect different cultures than our own. But at the end of the day, what they want is to control other culture and convert it and subvert it and change it into one that promotes their ideology.
Because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just the moment. Look, I'm not going to say the left because they're both sides of this aisle can be really fucked up. But when people who would do exactly what you're saying, remember this, everyone listening, anyone who will try to force their narrative, will the moment that the narrative on the other side fits what they want better, they'll be back on that side. They're not on your side.
Oh, look no further than before the election, what everybody on the left said about vaccines when it came to COVID-19.
I remember that.
And then, I'm not going to take it. I don't trust the Trump administration. And then Biden becomes president, and it's like, all right, everybody, line up, mandate that shit, Yeah,
I know this personally because of how much shit my doctor gave me. But it's like, now all the true all the more facts are coming out, and everyone's like leaves you alone about it. I'm just thinking, get your facts together.
True facts about owls.
Oh God, there's a Reddit about that, I'm sure.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says Japan has no idea what trans is. So Japan does have transsexuals that live there. Like I don't think that's what you meant by saying that, but trans is a cross in Latin, like it should be. No country should dictate other countries to follow one country's sensibility and values. It is imperialism. So on that note, like I said, Japan does have a transsexual culture, right? But just like the United States had something that we refer to as transsexual before the trans craze, they're not the same thing. And it's kind of like we've talked about this before about the whole pronoun, like the million different pronouns and the they, thems and the zers. It's like before this hijacking, a trans person wants to be known as the pronoun opposite what they were born as. That's it. There's no zer. There's no X's thrown in, to their gender. There's none of that shit. That's like some new thing that has been hijacking the LGBT
thought process, community,
like prior agenda, or I don't even want to call it an agenda because it makes it sound like it's nefarious. I mean, just simply the goal that they strive for, to just be recognized
is being abused in a way,
is being manipulated and converted into something where effectively what is happening is the differences between men and women is intentionally being erased.
It being blurred out.
Right. And for the longest time, this has been something that's been warned about by people talking about UN Agenda 2030 and these different things where the differences between men and women are intentionally being erased in order to cause chaos and effectively make a more controllable society where we have no differences.
There's a fun fact to always think about when you have many friends who are, like I said, I look, let me not say it like that. It's pretty funny whenever I talk to people, and when they really do care about stuff like this, they're usually not as mean, aggressive, or trying to force their agenda. They're incredibly kind, and they
have compassion.
Yeah, and they're like they present it to you in a way that is
that you can actually.
Well, look, I think the easiest way to put it is when you talk to somebody for whom this matters to them, because on a soul level, they are trying to compel you to come to their point of view, versus the group that we deal with on a daily basis that wants to hammer you over the head with it.
You're not allowed to feel this way because fuck you is what they're saying. And it's like that's not the way people who really care about it. That's what I was trying to say. Like would handle the situation.
That's not how you get people on your side.
True, that too.
Like, Luigi the Metal 64. Well, first of all, Jason South said forced transculturalism. Which again, I take a little bit of issue with the term trans because I think it's more the progressivism, which is taking over. Like it just morphs and molds into whatever weapon will be most effective at destroying culture and creating a new culture where nothing is particularly has any value. Everything becomes the same, right?
And once they get what they want, people trying to do that, they're going to immediately go, okay, here's our next target, and there's no good heart or kindness in this. Loving you for who you are is
right, which is the most ironic thing of the whole like love not hate and all these things, when it's like, no, it's really it's a sophistic way of presenting false arguments and attempting to manipulate rather than come to the table and ask for equality. And especially considering that so many of us were already willing
to accept people,
to accept everyone, and like equality was something that culturally the majority of the Western culture was all moving towards together and agreed on. And then it became about something else that we call equality, but that's not what it is, you know?
It's equity.
Yeah, well, effectively, yes, definitely. So Luigi the Metal 64 says, it pisses me off when internet users claim cute is the same as female. Cute means attractive in an endearing way. Cute is for both males and females.
Yeah.
Anime males can have tall, round eyes too. Japan never says wana nor trapu. Actually, I can the difference. To talk about to talk about male clothes and female clothes people. So, real quick, Anime News Network.
The Japanese dub of Star Wars says otherwise. No. I don't know.
Who had Admiral Akbar? What's it called? All right, so there is a. Oh no, you're right. Wana is the Japanese term they use for trap. You've got me there.
Did you just go look up a porn site?
I looked up the manga series Trap in a Skirt.
What the hell?
In Japanese is skirt ni wana.
Wait. I'm trying to think.
We've talked about it on podcast before.
Yeah, I know, but something was just hitting my mind. Since
hitting your mind.
Yes, my it's going up through my throat and into my brain. No, the thing is
better up the throat than down, I
guess. Better throat the up the ass. The thing is, like, the whole argument that I love hearing that some of my friends get into is I'm gonna stop saying my friends, people I know, because I mean I'm not specifying who, so it's on me. They will go into this argument about Rimuru from Slime. It's like, is he a boy or is it a boy or is it a girl? And because we're just talking shit about the show and everything. But the thing is did someone just cock a gun?
No, I just finished off the whiskey.
He cocked a can of pop.
Oh, okay. I was like, that was very loud on my end.
Sorry, it was pretty close to the mic when I did it.
Well, all right.
The mic is like 8 inches in front of me, and I was holding it in front of me, so it was probably like, I don't know, 3 inches from the mic.
Dude, get you in a Budweiser commercial, bro. But no, the thing is that when we're talking about that, it's always funny to hear the arguments and everything. Well, Rimuru himself literally says, I have no genitalia. So this show is not a trans show. It's not him becoming a cute boy or cute girl. It's a slime that takes a similar appearance to a person he absorbed, which is why, as Rimuru's power goes up, he slowly, quote unquote, his features are.
Whoa, you just said he.
Yeah, I know I did. I'm gonna give right for that.
and I'll agree there.
But he identifies as a dude in a way.
And it's like, again, because it's like, okay, so what genitalia would the character have?
None. He has none. Is the thing.
Isn't there a human form of Rimuru?
Well, yeah, but it still has none. Is the thing. Okay. Rimuru's like Rimuru.
Excuse me, but there's something under there. You know it.
What?
I mean, you know what? Yes, there's feet under his below his head. I mean, if that's getting you that way, it's okay, man. We could talk about this later. But the thing is unless I am proven 100% wrong, which I love this series, and I've done what I can to understand.
I don't understand. Do they pretend that Rimuru is female?
No, remember he looks at himself in the mirror and is like, "Oh, I'm not a boy,
but
I'm not a girl." And
I don't understand. I don't
she's- and
understand
then
this because it's like,
It says, hey diddle diddle, I have no fiddle. Is the joke they use in the anime.
oh, okay.
But he's like, oh, I'm not a girl either.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him a girl regardless.
Yeah, it makes him
and it's
neither,
like even
doesn't it?
from the logic of the left, it would be like, well, it's a man in a woman's body, but he identifies as a man, right?
Well, see, the thing is that that's
again, this is the
them turning
playing
their own
both
thought process
sides
on
of
them
the
because they don't want to
field
accept
there.
how he's saying he is, or they say they are. I don't know anymore. But no, if you go about the whole idea to the ideology of the left, and well, you're saying the left, people will go, oh, hey, because of this is this. Well, no, Rimuru, was a dude in the previous life, reborn into
Someone just
this
fucking
world.
fart.
No, what?
Sounded like it.
Are you talking about? Hold on, was it the chair? Did it make like a squeak?
Maybe.
Okay. Rimuru reborn into. I wish Reese was here because he probably knows.
I
about
love
as
how
much, if not
riveting the
more than me.
conversation is.
Yeah, just interrupt me and be like, "Oh man, there was a fart. That's more important than what Lance is saying." That's okay, man.
It definitely is. I mean, no offense, Lance, but
this guys. Farts are more important to Random 11 than what his
this
friend is
entire
saying.
topic is kind of getting old, but in my
Oh,
opinion.
you know what is getting old. Well, I should say isn't.
We're all getting
merch
old,
store.
actually.
AC
Wow,
should
that
totally make a Rimuru
that was-
slime reference to transgender.
Okay,
That was
okay. I'm gonna move
far
on.
stretch.
I'm ruining this.
Luigi the Metal 64 says the irony is that refusing to properly translate the language is being transphobic. Possibly fear of a cross would apply to anything. Jason Sal says they never learn. Horo Musuko, not that I support that series, made it clear that the throat bump grows, making the voice low pitched, meaning the Adam's apple.
Oh, the Adam's apple.
And no, the person is a male. Jason Sal says, which can be also just be the informal form of I. Okay.
High voice. Okay, I'm gonna try to. I want to make this clear. You cannot tell someone's gender to me outside of what they're packing, like voice, height, everything.
All right,
that's
let's
all
not
deception.
get into this topic.
Yeah, let's.
I love
let
that
me
I've
just
done it.
get through the goddamn.
Okay.
Luigi the Metal 64 says pronouns are supposed to depersonalize a person and or the
Yay.
people, creating a grammar shortcut. Rino from In the Heart of the Kunoichi Tsubaki uses Boku, despite the fact she is female. Right. The story
we're
takes
leaving the
place in an
subject.
all-girl ninja village, and the other girls are really confused at first. Turns out Rino is just a tomboy. Yeah, and Boku again is not it's not a thing that is you saying I the man say, right? It's literally just a term that is more often used by men because Boku is a harsher tone than watashi, right? It literally is like
It's like
you
saying
choose
bruh
words that-
instead of brother.
Say what?
It's like saying bruh instead of brother.
Well, I guess you could kind of say it's like saying bro versus big brother, right? Like
brother?
bro is a more masculine form of referring to a brother than, like the like kitty girly big brother type thing, right?
Say brother.
Brother.
Now say brother.
Brother.
Okay. You
Get him to say thanks.
You're
right,
saying
we're-
brother as a reference to the Higurashi translation.
Yes.
Oh, okay, my bad. That went over my head.
Jason Sal says, I've heard it called the difference between homosexuals and gays, referring to what I was referring to probably like an hour ago now. Deliberately using the wrong pronouns in Canada is illegal. As I understand it, you can be fined and brought before a tribunal. According to
I
Old
don't
Man.
think.
How's it going, Old Man? Isn't that Bill C-16?
They were trying to put it in. I think I don't know if they passed it, but it was for specifically government workers.
Yeah, it is specifically for there's specific positions for which it applied that was not the general populace, but Canada's still cucked.
I'm sure if they could, they would make it apply to everyone though.
Old man went on to say, it would be funny if one of these SJW translators were held accountable by the law they supported and created. That'd be hilarious.
There was also a case, just quickly, there was also a case where a father and a mother were split, and the father didn't want the daughter to go through I forget the gender of the kid, but didn't want to go through trans, and he kept.
I think it was male to female.
I wonder which documentary you guys are talking about.
Isn't this the
I
Sophie
thought it was
Long?
No. This was that's American. That was and that was involving abuse, not this. Anyway, so the story was in Canada. The parents split, and I think it was a girl, biologically girl, and the mother wanted the kid to transition, and the father didn't, and kept referring to them as a she, and then the judge ruled and said like, oh, that's harming the kid, so you can't do that, stop doing that, or something. So there's been a couple cases, but it's not illegal. That was just in that specific case, the judge made a rule that for that one person not to misgender the kid, and so he was not allowed to. But
so I would like to just acknowledge that at the end of the day, what's going on here is that we have a group, the whole progressive LGBTQ community that is on the surface professing like we want you to respect us enough to use our pronouns and acknowledge us as the gender that we claim to identify as and whatnot, but in action it's not a please respect our pronouns and things. It's we are taking over your things and colonizing them once again, as I said. So that's what we're sort of dealing with here now. If you guys are interested in reading more up on this, the actual thing that they linked, I think, has even more. The ethylene scans. Go to the doc and pull up this article and click on this to see that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any. We're just going to reiterate the topic constantly.
This rabbit hole is infinitely deep.
Yeah, but I do think we should. I do think we should hear what Katrina Leonidakis had to say about this real quick. So the questionable Katrina Leonidakis ignored all the presented evidence and offered her full support of turning a feminine boy into a transgender girl, proceeding to turn off notifications and threatening to block anyone who disagrees. Well, sounds about right.
Of course she would.
This is Big Brother. The legacy terms don't matter. Big Brother. Anyway.
I mean, I'm surprised. Of course she muted it, but like the all the replies would just be, but it was a legacy term.
Anyway, all right. So yeah, this is just the thing is that like, and it's like, I recommend to, our audience and people that you don't bend the knee, stand firm. But at the end of the day, it's like you get accused of transphobia and all that stuff for literally just saying it's like. And again, I'm not taking this position because I do not fall into this category. But people saying it's my fucking fetish, go away, because this otoko noko shit, like that's what that is. Like it's literally a fetish for people, male, female alike. They like the idea of the male character being feminized and sort of taken advantage of and falling romantically in love with the male character. That's a thing for people, and they've come in and turned it into something it's not and perverted it in that way. Moving on.
What's next now, please?
All right, so Resident Evil 4 remake. Just gonna say, so the article says changing many elements, but from a strictly visual form. I think it looks fun as shit. Ashley is way hotter than she was previously. There's a date. I was grossly triggered by their fuck up of the logo, which I will showcase briefly. Remember when we went frame by frame? So see this N? See how it terminates precisely at the point that the horizontal line ends?
Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled some bullshit for this.
Ah.
See it?
Nope.
You see?
The hanging Chad.
It
bugs me.
Unforgivable.
The fuck?
Anyway. All right. So anyway, so you
why
meet
is
the
it so
president.
dark though? Like, it doesn't add.
It's because of that whole thing.
Black.
It's probably that.
Are
Thing
you
that I keep
telling me
bringing up.
that when the president is mourning that his daughter has been kidnapped, he wouldn't be in
Turn
the
off all the
complete darkness
No.
with like
I'm-
floodlights
hold
from
on.
outside filling
Hold
the
up.
room with
Hold
God
up.
rays?
I'm talking about the like you saw that snippet of him outside a building.
Mhm.
Like when you get there immediately, it's kind of like what do you call it out? It's kind of overcast, but it's not dark like this.
You're
Point of
assuming-
privilege. Point of
You're
privilege.
assuming that this is the opening portion of the game. There are parts of the game where it gets darker.
Every single thing that you've shown in this article has been equally this dark.
Okay.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Give me your privilege.
Those
And when
are
he's
not
looking at
God
the
rays.
picture-
They're non-theistically
When
shining
he's looking at the
rays
picture,
of
that's
light.
in the
The
car.
atheist rays coming.
Atheist rays.
The science
Oh my
rays coming through the window.
Holy crap! I approve.
So
But hold up, that picture he looks at the very beginning when he's in the vehicle on his way there. Huh?
you mean this?
Yeah. Is
You
that
sure he's
not
not
when
just
he's...
taking a dump? Well, granted, his pants are
How
all
could
the
I
way up.
forget that scene halfway through when he's on the can and he's just like, you know what? I got to whip out this picture of the girl that at this point in the game I've already made contact with, but I
My
just thought I'd
favorite
check.
part about this is they're like, here, take this printed photo. Right? Like, you don't have all this electronic equipment. You don't have the
That
ability
you can
to
like
have it in your
Skype,
comm
do
link.
live Skype sessions.
Pull up
with,
your
you know?
fucking iPhone, BlackBerry or whatever, right? Pull up a picture like, here's a goddamn photo. I guess maybe tactically it's better to have
Do
a
you
photo.
think maybe
Was
do
it a
you think-
Polaroid?
Your
do
phone
you think
won't
the
die.
satellite network would still be up at this point?
A satellite phone, yeah.
For satellite phone, but
I don't know. I guess it makes sense. If you need to show the picture to locals and say, "Have you seen this woman?" You don't
It's
want to hand
easier
them a
to pull
phone.
out
They're going to be like, "What's this technology? I'm stealing it," or whatever. And maybe it died. I don't know. Battery died. I guess. Okay, I rescind my comment about the photograph.
Well, yeah, because wasn't this made the time period? So because it was made in early 2000s, right? So
That spider. What am I looking at here? Whatever the fuck that is.
No, I don't know.
So do I get to play as Ashley in a red petticoat?
That's not Ada Wong, is it?
It might be, but she looks clumsy like a high school girl running. Oh no, I'm twisting. Have you guys seen the new Stranger Things? Because I think she's about to get horror scened.
I have seen the new Stranger Things.
How is she this contorted? She looks like the ragdoll girl from the live action Netflix Resident Evil. Anyway.
Is that not a hood or something?
No, her fucking arm is bad. Do you not see this arm? Shoulder,
What the hell am I looking
elbow, hand,
Oh, geez, what the hell? I thought that was... Anyway.
fucking ankle, or what? Anyway. I want to shoot the skulls, see if they explode. Okay, so we got who's that? Oh, this is a ballistics guy. Who won't say
Do they
that.
edit those scenes?
Guaranteed yes. They weren't okay for the HD remake or the HD version. There's Ada.
I just hate how dark everything is, because it's like when you play these games, it's so much harder to figure out where the hell you're going. And
You know what the great thing about the PC version is?
you can
you can-
crank the
Whoa,
brightness
the
and it
Temple
looks
of
washed
Time?
out. Like,
No, I was gonna say you can mod in new lighting engines.
I can put ray tracing on it. Well, it's actually going to be built into this.
Atheist rays in every shot.
Look, these Satan rays need to go.
Excuse me. Atheist is still a belief. Okay.
Agnostic rays in every
non-theistic. Non-theistic rays.
Does this or does this not look like the Temple of Time?
Sort of.
That's a great shot. I'm glad they included this in the screenshots.
Oh, hell yeah.
Worth it. The end's fixed there.
Is that the Resident Evil 2 model? He looks less like a mature David Bowie. He looks more like a child.
Look at how wet his ear looks. Somebody was licking it during the cutscene.
Zeus rays, says Jason says. Do you think they're going to recycle the voiceover?
Okay, here. Now it's not nighttime anymore. Who voices him in the old game versus the new one?
No clue.
If I'm not wrong, the Resident Evil. Well, I've known of the Resident Evil series to change VAs, for characters.
Oh yeah, because they had
after DC Douglas shared the Wesker thing on Twitter and was like, "Don't show anyone. I could get in a lot of trouble."
I don't see. That's the reason I don't want to even start to even market a guess on who might be voicing it, because who knows?
Well, they've changed over because it was non-union at a certain point. They're like, "Oh,
Paul."
Well, I don't
Mercer.
know which it was.
I don't know who Paul Mercer is, but that's the voice of Leon.
Do you mean Matt Mercer?
No, I mean Paul Mercer.
Anyway, that's Resident Evil 4 remake.
Moving on.
It says change. Oh, okay. There was text here. Let's read the text. Okay. Considering the game's vast monetary success and the nonstop rumors in the past, it has been unsurprisingly confirmed that Resident Evil 4 is getting a full-fledged remake. The upcoming title's first trailer revealing that quite a bit will be changed as the title shifts to more of a horror angle. The virtual reality edition of Resident Evil 4 removed any instance of flirting from Leon, as well as the entire ending sequence with Ashley, among other memorable moments, for the sake of politically correct modern audiences who want to see anything who want to see anything they personally deem offensive removed. Such censorship has many suspecting the remake will suffer as Westerners deprive it of any life or taste while continuing to bash the beauty of the female form. I'm just saying, I think she's hotter in this one. I mean,
well, I think it's kind of like the Final Fantasy thing.
Right here. I was looking right at it.
There's
let me pull up. Let me pull up a picture of Ashley from.
I'm thinking of a previous iteration where they went hyper real with Resident Evil, where they changed the style, where it's before it looked like stylized Final Fantasy-esque characters, where they had these wacky hairstyles. It was like, well, I guess she doesn't have a wacky hairstyle, but the polygons kind of had a different charm to it.
I want you to look at the Ashley on screen right now. Now you tell me that's not a drastic improvement.
Oh god.
The ears.
Drastic improvement. Drastic.
Oh god. I had to look at this whiny bitch the whole game to the point when she's like, "Hey Leon, maybe you want to come back to the White House and put in some overtime with me?" And I was like,
and paint it
I
red.
fully understand why Leon said begone thought, right? But I'm just saying.
Brad, remember that thing you said ages ago about your memories
No more ears.
video games?
My memory of what?
Your memories
upscale the video games.
Oh yeah, what about it?
Glasses.
That's happening right now.
Oh, because you don't remember it looking this hideous before?
Yeah.
It looks so fucking bad.
That one looks better than the first one you showed, but
oh god. Oh,
maybe it's because it's stretched in the first one.
Do you guys want to see a picture of the actress?
Not really.
Go for it.
I actually think that the actress is less good looking than the character.
Oh no.
No, I'm talking about for the new one.
Still, oh no.
I mean, it's a weird photo, but
yeah,
she looks okay. She's got really short fingers. That's weird.
Whoa!
No, that's the angle. I think the bottom one's bending anyway. So it looks
I don't know. I think he's on to something. The reason she's so into Leon is because she can't reach far enough. I'm just kidding. All right, moving on. Moving on from here, Kotaku writer Ian Walker falsely claims Street Fighter 6 will feature series' first playable black woman.
Wait, so it was false?
Oh boy.
No, it wasn't. The claim wasn't false. Well,
yes,
the fact that she made the claim is not false. The claim was false.
The first playable black woman part is false because you can't play as her. No, I'm just kidding. I'd like to point out how much we despise the progressive thinker who rewrites history so they can make it themselves. History, that is. And how like the bending over backwards to not be wrong is just so fucking pathetic. So let's hear it. In the latest example of how identity politics serves only to erase history and denigrate true accomplishments, Kotaku writer Ian Walker has falsely asserted that Capcom's upcoming Street Fighter 6 will feature the series' first playable black woman, despite the fact that the actual first rep for this demographic was fully established 25 years earlier. So on June 2nd, as part of PlayStation... forgot about that fucking image. On June 2nd, as part of PlayStation's June 2022 State of Play event, Capcom unveiled their latest trailer for Street Fighter 6, the cautiously anticipated next proper entry in their genre-defining fighting game series. Unfortunately for Capcom, near immediately after the trailer premiered, the game's apparent full starting roster was leaked online. So, what am I looking at here? Is this Chun-Li?
I believe it is. Okay. I mean, who else would have such a lovely caboose?
She smacked Ryu so hard with her ass that he literally shat himself. It looks like... In addition to giving fans their first proper look at the new appearances of the series' returning cast, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dalsim, E-Honda, Blanca, Guile, Chun-Li, Cammy, DJ, Rashid, Juri, Ed, and Akuma. Those supposed leaks also revealed the upcoming debut of 6 new World Warriors. Aside from the previously revealed Luke and Jamie, the drunken fist master who debuted in the State of Play trailer, these new challengers include Italian MMA brawler Marisa, French judo fighter Mamon, Mexican weapon wielder Lily, Russian mystery gentleman JP, American seemingly guy-inspired ninja Kimberly, that's the black one, and Chinese femme fatale AKI. Okay. Reporting on these leaks for Kotaku, Walker made his patently false assertion on June 3rd, writing that the aforementioned Kimberly, quote, will be the series' first playable black woman. However, as noted above, Street Fighter's actual first playable black woman made her debut 25 years ago. Hailing from Kenya, the capoeira-using Princess Elena entered into fighting game history in 1997, appearing on the core roster of Street Fighter III New Generation. She's also beautiful.
And get fucked, right?
Further, Kimberly is not even the second playable black woman to appear in the series, as the previous title, Street Fighter V, the literal previous entry, saw the introduction of Menat, a soul power studying DLC fighter who hailed from Egypt. Guys, what continent is Egypt on?
Africa? I don't know.
That's
AC.
right.
Is it Africa?
Everyone knows Africa is a really predominantly white continent.
Oh, guys, is it too much to ask?
You guys don't understand. See, when the DLC came out, they
get
ran
paid
the
to do
story.
this, guys.
the first female black character gets his DLC character. There you go. And then now we just forget about that because who has memory? And now we got to run it again. The first playable female black character.
Like I said.
And then next year, when the new game comes out, it'll be and a new female characters. It's gonna be the first female.
Remember,
it'll be the first
Black Panther, the first black superhero movie.
I mean, yeah,
fucking
they do it all the
Meteor
time.
Man, Hancock, like, come on now. Inundated with a wave of pushback over his error, Walker attempted to move the goalposts, as they always do, writing on June 4th in a series of now deleted tweets, quote, "You celebrate Street Fighter VI, including the franchise's first playable black woman, and suddenly everyone wants to question your street cred because you forgot about Elena. I've been playing fighting games for almost 30 years. Elena is Kenyan. Kimberly is African American. There's a difference."
It's almost as if Kenya is more to the core of where the origins of that ethnicity comes from.
If for once these people
shit. I was supposed to prepare something here. I was supposed to have that clip of Joe Biden saying, if you have trouble voting, determining whether you're going to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. And then I was going to have a picture of Elena with a MAGA hat on, turning white. I'm sorry I didn't get that in time. I forgot.
Can you go back to Can you go back to his original statement?
This one? Oh, did they have
where he says it's the first whatever character?
I think he deleted it.
Okay, but he said black women, right? Not
yes, that was his exact words.
Not
it was right
African American.
Walker made his potentially false assertion on June 3rd, writing. Oh, okay, so this is a Kotaku article. Kotaku article.
Yeah.
That the aforementioned Kimberly, quote, will be the series' first playable black woman.
Okay, so you can't even make the argument that it was, well, I meant African American woman.
Well, clearly their definition of black woman means African American woman. But obviously,
so again, in typical Western progressive fashion, the only group that matters is the black woman, right? Like the African American,
the double minority.
Yeah,
except they clearly don't, because they don't even remember the own, playable black women beforehand. The what is it? The Elena that was from from 20 fucking years ago or whatever.
Yeah. Street Fighter 3 New Generation from 97.
If these people would just take the L for once, if they'd be like, "Oh, my mistake, my bad, I was wrong. Apparently, I missed them on 2 characters. My bad."
Their next goalpost is going to be, "Oh, I didn't." They're going to say, "The
Elena's
first
trans. This is the first black woman."
No. The first playable black woman from California.
Right.
Oh, what's that? Last game that was African American. Well, they weren't from California. They're gonna make like smaller subdivisions of
that's the most oppressed class, the black woman from California.
Yep, but what is it? I can see Street Fighter 7. They're gonna include this exact same character and say the first again.
The same thing happened every time black women used to ask a representation in Overwatch before Sojourn, he continued. Symmetria is Indian. Farah is Egyptian. They do not reflect the unique and separate culture of the African diaspora in America, which rarely receives attention in games.
Oh, unfortunately, I guess.
But that's not what you said.
African enough.
Oh, the culture.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, yeah, the Egyptian is African, but the other thing is, I'm sorry that Overwatch has like 30 characters, and it took them a while to spin that wheel enough times to get an African American character.
I fully expect
an African American woman, because there were multiple African American guys, but
it's
just luck of the draw on that.
Right. Is Sagat black, or is he's from Thailand, or is he actually black? I don't think he's black, right? I'm trying to. Fucking not big. Balrog is in the starting roster, right from the first game. Fucking
I don't
what's
know
his name?
Fighter
Bison.
that much.
The one that in the Japanese one is M. Bison because it's literally Mike Tyson. So, checkmate, liberals. Where was I? Same thing. I read that. I fully expect I'm not explaining this well enough, and frankly, it's not really my place. Fucking listen to this cunt. I fully expect I'm not explaining this well enough. And frankly,
you
it's
guys
not
aren't
really my
agreeing with
place
me.
to act like an expert on the subject. So please read this blog.
You guys aren't agreeing with me, so clearly I'm not explaining myself correctly. Like, come on.
No. It's not that. It's the you didn't fall for my moving of the goalpost 20 million miles closer to the sun. So I'm gonna let this black woman who's talking about something we're not even talking about, Overwatch. I'm gonna let her speak for me, because if you challenge her, well, you're just a racist. Effectively, that's what's happening. I'm gonna let you read this blog. He added, linking to a Kotaku piece, which appears to lack a header image, thus its odd preview appearance as a blank square. It's a rectangle, wherein a 23-year-old black woman took issue with Overwatch's lack of a female character who specifically represented her own set of ill-defined experiential criteria. And if you still don't care, Walker ultimately concluded, please reconsider giving me shit and simply celebrate that Street Fighter continues to grow more and more diverse with every game.
Yeah,
Fuck
he doesn't
these
understand the reason why he's getting shat on.
Yeah, because he had to twist it in a way to make it a istophobia type comment.
Yeah.
He needed to retain his woke point count, but then when he realized he wasn't gaining any, he's like, I need to maintain the level.
This reminds me of something. This is so weird. Every time I revisit a previous podcast, this happens. Every fucking time I do this. Do you guys remember this? Like, I'm having deja vu again from this podcast. Who forgot to invite Chun-Li to the Mortal Kombat?
Right.
Like, I'm revisiting this in my mind right now. When we covered that, where the Mortal Kombat trailer dropped, and they're like, but where's Chun-Li?
It's funny, because I think at first when I read that, I'm like, oh, fair. And then I'm like, oh.
All right. Before we come into this article, I want to catch up on the chat.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay, goodbye. Don't know why that happened. Like, all roads lead to Rome, but ideological roads lead to the U.S. I like that. Mostly U.S. colleges. Boy, I sure do love it when this thing jumps to the bottom of the chat. Japan knows there are ways to trap people. Ryoko Asakura from Haruhi Suzumiya is a prime example. She looks cute, but stabs Kyun without warning. She never wore boy clothes.
Wow.
I'll have to
Holy
rewatch
hell.
Haruhi because I didn't.
I
follow any of
remember
it.
that.
The fart is definitely more important. I vote skip this and talk about the fart. You fuckers. I was literally looking for the AirPods so that I could go take a leak. And I'm like, now I can't go take a leak because you just accused my chair of farting. You assholes. Luigi the Meadow 64 says homosexual is a same-sex lover that Japan uses dosei aisha, and gay originally means happy and carefree. Well, the linguist Luigi the Meadow 64 is dropping some truth bombs. Maybe tell Japan that censorship is leprosy. Who do we lose just now?
Reese.
Maybe tell Japan that censorship is leprosy. I heard that Japan is against leprosy before. Yes, this will definitely work. I think a lot of Japanese mangaka and publishers trust their English translators to do their job properly. It's not until English-speaking fans bring it to their attention do they realize the hack job that was done. Yeah. Zeus Rays. Okay. Skipping over all this. Mai Shiranui still looks sexy in King of Fighters. Not as sexy as she was pixelated. Athena Asamiya still needs her sailor uniform since Japan demands it, and Kyo Kusanagi's alternate clothes still look like his Gakuran. Identity politics, the second Tower of Babel. They babble on and on. No, the internet is the second Tower of Babel. Yeah. Oh, Blade. Thank you. Blade was the other one. For superhero movie.
Didn't you mention Blade?
No, I said Spawn, Hancock, and Meteor Man. Ian Walker has previously played Project Pass Off, Sega's arcade release of Heavyweight Champ in 1976, which arguably showed the first black video game character on screen, was likely the starting point. Oh. Aussie coming crew your mind. Aussie coming screw your mind. We have an ice cream called a Golden Gay Time. Wow. I'm glad that I now know this.
Well, he's a poet.
So,
he's a poet.
Wow.
So a Western localizer disparages Project Code Name M character as unnatural. So we were just looking at somebody who, when called out, moved the goalpost and acted like a total fuckwad. Exhibit B. A Western localizer has once again taken aim at a Japanese game and decried it as unacceptable for Western audiences, exposing his lack of knowledge of Japanese culture and human anatomy. And while the developer stood up for his work, the exchange was later deleted, causing some to deem this as the developer giving in to the ignorant criticism. The exchange between the developer and localizer occurred when indie Japanese developer Novect sent out a tweet with an idle animation for their upcoming project Codename M, where one of the female characters had her knees bent inward. Now, unfortunately, they've deleted it, so I can't play the video for you to see like the bobbing, like the, bobbing up and down for the idle animation. So I don't know if it looked weird in how it moved, but if you can see the knees just slightly bent inward, a localizer replied to a comment suggesting the legs seemed unusual and agreed with the assessment. Wait. Okay. Sorry, I should have read that differently. So a localizer, like a third party in a conversation between two different people, replied to a comment that suggested the legs looked unusual, and they agreed with the assessment that, yes, they look unusual, deeming it unnatural and something that localizers would reject outright, despite it having nothing to do with translation work, while also being unaware that people with bowed legs exist.
I was just about to say that. Like, this is a thing that happens to people. It's just, oh, you're unnatural, you fucking idiots.
So, Novect, they posted this. Person says, the movements on the legs is a bit too much and unnatural maybe, but the character design and background looks great, right? So this person, Rory Doty says, yeah, that's what I thought. I work in video game. Great statement. And whenever Japanese designers send us these kinds of designs for female characters' legs with inward knees, we reject them as unnatural. I wish they'd do more anatomically correct legs for women.
Yeah. So much for accepting people and, wanting everyone to fit in, man. Can't have that.
So Novek's founder and the House in Fata Morgana author, Hanada Keika, argued against the assessment, explaining that girls in Japan are known to take such poses as part of their kawaii culture, saying, walking and posing with the inner toes is a kind of Japanese culture often seen in kawaii. And in fact, many young girls who do so, and in fact, there are many young girls who do so. We don't feel this is unnatural. It does look like too cutesy, though. Would be happy if you would not correct our culture and the taste of Japanese girls. Basically,
damn.
Fuck you.
Get slapped.
Fucked, right? Labeled as uninformed and prudish by some for declaring a part of Japanese culture as unnatural, the localizer tried to apologize while being condescending to the developer by repeatedly calling him sensei while agreeing that such refusals are wrong. I'm sorry if this offended you, sensei. This is the rules for the workplace that I work in. I'm well aware of the kawaii culture. I'm part of the Harajuku scene myself. What did you say earlier? That's right. Yes, it's very unnatural. We reject female characters with inward knees. They're unnatural. I wish they'd do more anatomically correct legs. Right. So now, when called out, I'm sorry if this offended you, Sensei. This is simply the rules for my workplace at video game. I am part of kawaii culture and Harajuku scene myself. I'm an authority on this subject. I've posed like that too. But you have to understand that this is the process of localization. And sometimes when it's overly exaggerated, it also offends people here. So nobody can win, really. Nobody's offended but you. Fuck off. It's worth noting that despite claiming to be a part of the Harajuku scene and having taken such poses himself,
Pixar didn't happen.
Gender questioned for the himself comment. He didn't recognize the pose and deemed it unnatural. Despite vigorously defending the character and pose and telling Western localizers not to correct aspects of their culture, the developer capitulated to the localizers' demands of fixing the pose to appease a global Western audience. This immediate retreat and like, oh, I'm so sorry, Sensei, all that kind of shit. Like the Japanese, one of the greatest daily fears of the Japanese is embarrassing or offending other people. And so this like immediate reversal and walk back, I think was it acted as, I'm not saying it was necessarily deliberate, but it acted as like a gaslighting that moved this response back to like, oh shit, they immediately apologized. Maybe I was the one in the wrong here for being belligerent or whatever, right? So understand there are different cultures and some of them are unacceptable. Allahu Akbar, Akbar. We don't intend to be careless in order to offer our games globally. Not sure how to deal with the girl with the inner legs though, but we are careful. We are going to be careful about the expressions in the game. Jason,
I missed the main.
No cuts. Stupid. What's that? You missed the main thing.
I missed the thesis of this article.
Here's the thesis. This girl, she has the cutesy pose where she stands with her knees closer together than her feet, and somebody said that's impossible. Humans don't look like that, or something. That's how I read it. And so they were offended. They said, and I quote, "You cannot win because we're offended and you're offended. Everyone's offended now." Yeah, no one can win, really. Okay, anyway, so the localizer was on hand to offer guidance. Wait. Yeah, the localizer was on hand to offer guidance and further diminish whatever might make the game unique and special to Japanese culture. They said, "No worries, Sensei. I work for a very big game company that offer games mainly intended for young children. That's why we have to be extra careful. Sensei's game will probably be rated for teenagers and older, so you'll be fine." Quickly running away from your statements as fast as you can. One commenter brought attention to the overall prudishness of Western localizers and developers, and how detrimental they can be to Japanese works. But the localizer was friendly in his deflection. Too many prudish Westerners who think their way is the right way these days. Ergo proxies. Nice. Hey, friendly correction here. It has nothing to do with being too prudish, improper use of too. Sometimes when it's overly exaggerated, it looks like there's a problem. The knee bones of the character. Can't even make a sentence that makes sense. Hence why we ask to fix it, so it just looks a bit more natural. I don't think it looks that unnatural. The unnatural thing is the giant fucking jacket. And this whore out in midday.
They're nocturnal creatures, they are.
Well, the bigger thing that I have issue with, it's like the 4Kids localization versus the Funimation localization, right? If you want
at this point, I prefer the 4Kids localization.
Well, I mean, like, if you want sanitize this for Western audience, tell me what I need to change, whatever. I don't want this game to come off as like a Japanese game. I want it to become I want it to be an American game. So
Random 11 doesn't want to come off confirmed.
That's one thing.
I don't want my sensibilities to be offended. I'd rather offend the Japanese. So let's break her legs and straighten them out.
But if their intent is to localize it as well, no, I would just want my game localized for language, like just translate it.
Mm-hmm.
Then piss off with all these like notes about the stupid legs, right? Like that's not your job. Well, for it wasn't their job at all. It was just some random fucker on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows if they actually work for the video game industry? But so to change it like that, it seems dumb to me. I don't know. I wish they didn't do that. I wish they had left it.
So Hanada Keika replied with, "Yeah, I understand the intent. I also tweeted about it, but the video is playing quite fast and could be seen as exaggerated. We're in the process of creating the motion as well, so we plan to adjust it so it looks more natural. In any case, glad for the input. Thanks." I'm so happy you understand. If you ever want to discuss about localization for Western audiences, such as things that are seen as possibly strange, feel free to send me a message, and I'll be happy to give you an opinion from a professional localizer editor's point of view. Fuck off.
Go hire someone that's actually a professional, not bitching on Twitter.
You could do all Westerners a favor by jumping off a bridge in Minecraft. The entire conversation was later deleted, and in its place was a tweet with a different girl in a similar pose. Now, I'll just say, if this is the animation, the knees is the least unnatural thing about it. Oh, anyway. So a man kills a cyclist while driving under a different kind of influence. I am amazed that this image exists, number one, and how accurately it sums up this article. Like, Keisuke Ito, a 44-year-old Dragon Quest addicted high school teacher. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, hey, wait a minute. A 44-year-old Dragon Quest addicted high school teacher committed vehicular manslaughter on the evening of May 31st after hitting a cyclist while playing the smartphone game Dragon Quest Walk and driving at the same time. Oh my god. Bruh, it's called Dragon Quest Walk, not Dragon Quest Vehicular Manslaughter, a game meant to encourage outdoor exercise. According to the police of Nagoya in Aichi Prefecture, the culprit admitted that he was on his smartphone and was not watching where he was driving, resulting in him being charged with vehicular homicide for the crime. Dragon Quest Walk is an augmented reality game, much like Niantic's Pokemon Go, that strongly suggests not playing while driving and even implements functions to prevent players from benefiting from such irresponsible acts. A brief report of the incident in the state vehicle after the conclusion. That's it? Okay. I was like, I gotta see it. And I'm like, oh, no, that's it. It's literally just the broken windshield thing. There it is. Yeah. I like how it's got a boot on it.
Oh no, that's basically like car handcuffs. They can't throw that.
Is this the bike he hit? Because it looks like
if it's standing up, it's
looking pretty good, right?
Someone get a towel and put that over the boot. You wouldn't want people thinking that the car is guilty.
They got a mosaic.
Oh, come on.
The victim was 55-year-old office worker Shinya Takagai, and Aichi Prefecture remains Japan's worst offender of driving while on the phone, with a total of 8,379 cases as of the end of April 2022. That's one fucking month. And like 9 days. Well, when was this written? June 2nd. Okay, yeah. No, that's 1 month. That's one fucking month. 8,000 cases. Sure to have some wondering how many of those cases are still a result of games such as Pokemon Go. Wow. That took a turn.
I got my 8 cell phones set up on my dashboard, and as I drive 2 miles an hour.
Go grandpa who rides around with 72 friggin' phones and a couple car batteries on a bicycle.
Why don't you talk about him for about 1.5 minutes while I go take a leak?
You have
and silence.
I was like, when was the last time you heard from him about him?
I can't say I know anything about this. If I've heard about it, I quickly forgot. There's a grandpa who rides around on a bike with 16 phones and a battery.
72 phones.
Holy hell. So how does he wear them all?
In Japan. I don't know. Dude, just Google it. I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay. Well, we're supposed to keep the air going for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Look, today, guys, I've learned 2 valuable things. One, I'm gonna probably buy Street Fighter 6 for that Chun-Li, and second,
right?
Second, the existence of atheist rays and Satan rays,
non-theistic rays, okay? Non-theistic rays.
I fully support including diverse rays in games.
Just doesn't have Jesus rays.
We don't, well, I mean, God rays is already the standard.
But see, there's the argument you got to get into: is Jesus God or is he Son of God? But do we want to go down that?
Jesus is not God. If you've been paying attention.
But the non-theist rays, awesome. It's very important that we implement those.
Oh God, he's upset.
And someone make a non-theist. A non-theist.
Well, wouldn't it be theistic if
ray tracing mod?
Oh, right.
Doraemon, take the wheel. Also, real quick, 4Kids are still bad for defending the censors. We hope Japan will stick to creative freedom and never censor.
Let's be clear. Brad is not defending that they are good.
No, what I said was, at this point, I prefer the 4K censorship. Sorry, 4K. The 4Kids censorship, which was censor shows so they can be shown to children in the West, versus the Funimation censorship, where they outright change the meaning, add prison school bullshit and all, add Gamergate bullshit to prison school and all that.
So, yeah, it's
they added prison school to Gamergate. Damn it!
It's one thing to go, okay, look, this is going to be on the Toon Disney or whatever the hell, and it's like, okay, maybe having someone smoking a bunch of cigarettes on there might not be the all best idea, but like don't change the series in and of itself. And I agree with AC.
I need to see.
I'll digress for you guys.
I've read a comment here. Old man referring to the inward knee thing said, Aoi from Ayakashi stands in a traditional Japanese... Let me try that again. Aoi from Ayakashi... No, I did read it correctly. You fucked up, old man. Sorry. Is a traditional Japanese girl, and she also stands with her toes inward. That's what... That anime is from 2002. Luigi the Metal 64 says... Aoi from Ayakashi is beautiful when she is naked, so I'm just
as opposed to when she is clothed.
Wow, that totally needed to be said, I guess.
I have to prove it to myself.
Your opinion has been heard.
None of these are. She's wearing the same ugly kimono in every. Oh wait, no, she's dressed up as Santa. Still not naked. Somebody's going to need to find these images and post them in the Discord for me so that I will be able to experience.
It's official. AC has asked for porn. Wait, what?
All right. So back to the show here. Mm-hmm. So G Kids announces Fortune Famous Lady Nojiko home video release.
Wow, so this is small face.
I can't wait till this comes out of beta and stops being at the bottom of every fucking article. All right, into right stuff news.
Oh, nice.
What do we got here? Is that
wallet?
it? That's it, right?
Wallet
Viviflora?
emptying material.
I think so, perhaps.
I think that's it. All right, let's look at Viviflora. Tell me about it, Reese. Tell me how much you creamed over it.
Let Lance tell you how much he creamed over it.
Let's just put it this way. I was just sitting there minding my own business, enjoying having money in my wallet, and Reese says, "Hey, Lance, don't do that."
Well, he asked me if it was. You had asked me like months ago if it had been solicited yet, and I said no. And so I figured I'd tell you, so you want to ask. Again.
Fair enough.
In case you weren't here for the podcast, when we go over it.
Don't take me wrong, I appreciate it. I also appreciate the sass. Well done. But the thing is that thanks to Footnum, I'm considering getting the UK release. so your effort may be of in vain this entire time.
My plot has unfolded.
I have never done that where I, went straight up and ordered.
Do you have a region-free Blu-ray player?
No, but I have the ability to rip Blu-rays, so what does it matter? Because I'm getting a Blu-ray ripper and stuff. I've already got the program on my PC. I just got to get the Bluray.
You need to.
Illegal.
You can rip a Blu-ray.
Illegal.
Well, all right. Let's talk about Right Stuff's insurance scam. All right.
I'm gonna tap out. I'm tired.
God damn it! Get out of here, Reese. Show. Make us postpone the show and start 3.
GTFO, man.
Unless there's something you want me to stick around for.
No, get the fuck out of here. But before you leave, let me double check. Hold on. Now you're good.
Fine. Be that way.
By the way, this user, I thought at the first time I ever saw the user, I'm like, did Weaburger just do a face reveal? No.
Yeah, so at Weabra says, me, loses Right Stuff package. Right Stuff. You have to wait 30 days before opening a case. Me, waits 30 days and finally gets my insurance order number. Insurance. We can't accept your claim because it's past our 30-day window. Law, what? So this is what it says. From Right Stuff. Hello, Jacob. Thank you for contacting Right Stuff. I am sorry to hear you have not received your order yet. I reviewed the tracking details for your package, and it shows in transit arriving late. It does look like your order has not been updated for a while now. However, we have recently seen an increase in the number of orders arriving later than expected. Unfortunately, this is happening all over the country due to the current pandemic. All the shipping carriers are experiencing delays beyond our control. We need you to wait 30 days from the initial ship date for the order to arrive before we can file a claim. So April 26, 2022. If the order has not arrived after 30 days passed from the initial ship date, for some reason it was needed to be said again, all caps. Or I mean the initial ship date, maybe that's what I mean. Then reach back out to us so we can further assist you. However, I'm going to attach our claims form, which must be filled out by hand, so that in case the package does not arrive within the stipulated time, you can send us the form already completed by you and speed up the process. I will leave this case open for 3 days. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach us. Have a great day, Ruben.
Wow.
Here's what, so he's like, so immediate result. Okay, once again, I'm just point this out. May 12th, right? So the next day when he reads the email, May 13th. How do I get in contact with the insurance company? Hello, if possible, can you please give me the route number? The route order number, please. Right? And then it's, thank you for reaching out to Route. I am so sorry that you didn't receive your order from Right Stuff Anime. I know how much you must have been looking forward to receiving your package. It's so condescending. I'm here to walk you through the next steps. After looking into the tracking associated with your order, I am seeing the same thing you are. The last tracking update was made on May 5th. Please know that I understand how disappointing it is to wait in anticipation that your order will eventually arrive. Unfortunately, I am bound by Route's 30-day policy, which prevents me from approving issues filed more than 30 days past the last tracking update with the shipping carrier. The next step is to reach out to Right Stuff Anime directly. Your request will be answered by the retailer in accordance with their refund/return policy on their website. You can contact the retailer here, info@rightstuff.com. I can see that you are a loyal customer with Right Stuff Anime, and I want to ensure that we will be able to resolve any issues you may run into in the future for your reference. Anyway, so it's pretty much the gist of it, right? So then, guess what? Well, actually, let me double check in case there was something in the comments that was funny.
It's hard to guess what will happen next after, the subheader. Also, it sounded like half of that was just rubbing salt in the wound. Man, it sucks not having your package.
I know, right? Oh, God, I know. It's got to just be burning you up inside that you waited for hours on end, watching the minutes tick by, and your head tie you ordered never arrived, leaving your balls blue as ice. So
that should be your next erotic novel title. Balls blue as ice.
I literally couldn't come up with it. like blue ice. that thing that's clear. Update. Right Stuff Anime told me they couldn't approve the refund since it was already billed, whatever that means, and that they could only replace it, which is impossible since Aria is no longer available. Good guy Route ended up reviewing my case and approved the refund. So did he buy the $25,000 Aria? Didn't they have, like, when Aria, the Kickstarter had to go up so that they could mark it in their system as in stock for the purposes of the Kickstarter? They had it listed at like $10,000 or something, so that to try to discourage people from actually buying it. Oh, so this is what they said. Hello, Jacob. Thank you for reaching back to us. We are very sorry about what happened to your package. We want to apologize in advance for the way the case was handled. Now that the 30 days have passed, we can send you a replacement order with the items contained in your package. Unfortunately, we are not able to refund your money back due to the order was already billed. Okay. In this same way, we want to ask you to complete the form attached to the fucking Right Stuff again, attached to this email by hand and send it back to us in order to assist you in the replacement of your items. And we also want to offer a 10% off code for the inconvenience caused. Oh, that fixes all problems. So this is what Route had to say. Hi, Jacob. Thank you so much for your patience. Again, I am so sorry about the confusion with your order and the blue balls. I am happy to let you know that I've been approved to move forward with issuing you a refund directly. To ensure I get the funds sent to the right place, will you please confirm the email address? But I don't think you need to read this. But yeah, so that's what happened. So they said Route showcases what any good business does in these types of situations: make exceptions when necessary for the sake of the customer. Right Stuff does not care. Last year, they lost my package and they rigidly followed their policies and never reimbursed me. And I say this as someone who has an e-commerce business. I understand policies are there to protect your business, but when real issues from real customers arise, we always put aside our policies when we see it as right. We are not bound to them, especially if it is their first time with an issue, and especially if they are a returning customer. We care more about establishing confidence with our customers, and that's something they've officially lost with me.
Doesn't sound like it's the right stuff. It's
wrong stuff International. I just think it's funny because it's like it's just one of those situations where it could happen to any company, like conflicting policies between Right Stuff and their insurance providing thing, Route or whatever. I just think it's funny. Clearly they're going to have to handle it because of it, right? So anyway,
yeah.
In random merch / if you'd like to continue to support us news, I have completed not one, but 2 new merch on Stealth Weeb, and I'll show them.
2 merches, 2 completion,
2 complete merches. That's actually the second one. I'll get the first one. I didn't expect that. Actually, it's in the last page because it's your boy Kong Ming. God damn it. Yep, that's not right. Those aren't supposed to be seen because they're private merch, just like this one is.
They aren't supposed to be seen?
Seen? Oh! All right. Here it is. Okay, so the new merch. Ya boy Kong Ming checker Bon Bon unisex sweatshirt, because I couldn't think of anything else to call it. So there you go. Question: if you're interested in having this as a hoodie, let me know. I will make that an option. Also, Interspecies Reviewers Sunny Side Upper long sleeve t-shirt comes in many options. I don't know how to make it any more exciting than just showing you multiple colors. So there you go. There's also our merch store where you can get such incredible things as Bloodbath and Beyond. I'm not a good salesman. I'm sorry. Okay. Although I am looking at not that this makes it that big of a difference, but I am looking at a plugin for the site that will show you the colors available on the swatch. All right. In random merch news, New Games Suzukaze Aoba levels up with a superb bunny girl figure. Green line. This is for you.
Yes. Oh, it is just for me. Oh, how wonderful. I didn't watch New Game, but the bunny is all right. It's your standard bunny.
Let's be real,
did you
though.
see
Is
the
it
one
the
for
bunny?
Azure Lane, though?
Yes, I have that as the next thing we'll be looking at. Is it the bunny though, or is it
I didn't realize she had such a big butt in the show.
Right? Is it the bunny? Is it the what do you call these tights? Fucking goddamn! I suck at this.
The fish.
Yeah,
they're not really fishnet. They're not fishnet.
Yeah, they're more so tights than fishnets.
They're just tights, right? Yeah. Anyway. Also, Azure Lane Duke of York figure looking quite top heavy. What's going on with her tooth? Duke of York? Oh, she's from York. That means the UK, where they've got bad dental.
Jeez, brutal.
Take that, UK. Azure Lane. Wow. That's an armpit.
Yeah.
Oh, you got an armpit
It looks
fetish?
nice.
No,
but
it looks kind of gross, actually.
What's more triggering to Random 11, feet or armpits?
I'll be honest.
Feet.
I'll be honest. I never had a thing against armpits until this moment. Anyway.
You were armpit neutral up to
Yeah.
this point?
I was Swedish in the Switzerland in the armpit.
Debate.
In the war on armpits.
All right. So, Japanese voodoo dolls with foreign politician photo keep getting nailed to town's shrine trees. Now, I'm going to share this in the next article because I felt like the sort of like Japanese culture that we get to learn about is more important than the foreign politician photo, although it's equally triggering to learn that there are plenty of Ukraine simps in Japan as well. So anyway, praying for his death reads Wara Ningyo note. Summer is the traditional season for scary stories in Japan, and right on cue, we've got a spooky tale coming out of Chiba Prefecture. It's also a pretty bizarre situation, but we'll start with the creepy aspects. In Japan, there's a kind of a doll called a Wara Ningyo that translates to straw doll. Fuck. I'm going blind. I'm sorry, Lance.
Dude, that's
welcome
a straw man.
Welcome me to your representation. But Wara Ningyo are no innocuous arts and crafts projects. Instead, they're Japan's version of voodoo dolls, created as an effigy for someone you wish harm to befall. Instead of damaging the Wara Ningyo directly, though, you're supposed to nail it to a tree inside the boundaries of a Shinto shrine between the hours of 1 and 3 a.m. in a ceremony called Ushi no Toki Mairi, or shrine visit during the hour of the ox. In the old Japanese timekeeping system, the hour of the ox was designated to what is now called 1 to 3 in the morning. So the standard curse inflicted by Waraningyo is supposed to be death, but these days, most people with murderous intent tend to opt for more direct means. Because of that, the dolls are now pretty rare outside of horror movies and anime. But since the start of last month, Waraningyo have been found nailed to trees on the grounds of 7 shrines in the town of Matsudo, about 20 minutes east of downtown Tokyo. In a modern twist, each one of them also has a photograph of the same person's face attached to the head. So just who is the intended target of this dark magic? None other than Russian President Vladimir Putin. Oh, and just in case whatever spirits are supposed to carry out the curse don't recognize the Russian's head of state by sight, at least one of the dolls, the one found at Masudo's Kanagasaku Kuamano shrine, also had a piece of paper folded up inside of it with Putin's full name, current age, and date of birth. This is like they pulled it out of the Death Note, wrapped it up, stuck it in there, all written in Japanese, as well as the message praying for his death. Even prior to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, Putin wasn't the most popular politician internationally, and the ongoing conflict hasn't done anything to improve his image in Japan. That said, it's pretty shocking to see such old school methods employed in protest, as Japanese Twitter reactions show. Quote, I was actually at one of the shrines where this happened and saw the Waraningyo nailed to the tree. Couldn't believe my eyes. Having a hard time imagining Putin dropping dead because some Japanese person put a curse on. I like to think that, like, when Putin dies, that this person's gonna be like, it was me, I caused it, yes. Do Waraningyo curses have the kind of range to hit people overseas? Those are some really beautifully made Waraningyo. Great, I'm glad that you included that in the article. Hammering a nail into a shrine sacred tree, that's gonna get whoever did it some divine retribution raining down on them. As alluded in the last comment, the Shinto religion in the Shinto religion, nature is held to be divine. That's where those atheist rays come in. And a shrine's trees,
non-theistic rays, please.
And a shrine's trees in particular are often considered sacred. At Kanagasaku Kuamano Shrine, for example, the doll was found nailed to its camphor tree, which is more than 200 years old and predates even the shrine itself. Priests and shrine caretakers are asking that whoever is carrying out the Ushio no Toki Mairi cease and desist. And like the idea that you get an actual cease and desist in the mail from the fucking shrine, threatening legal action if you don't stop hexing people with their trees. We cannot be liable for the murders you're inflicting on these people with the voodoo dolls. God. And while the curse itself is not a chargeable offense, local police are investigating the incidents as crimes of trespassing and vandalism. All right. Well, there you go. There's a little history lesson on how hexes work. I'm glad that Discovery Plus is advertising me the Book of Queer. That's great.
Well, that's oddly specific.
Yakuza bosses are struggling to upgrade phones from 3G. What will they do? Crime lords are getting shaken down by telecom giants. Although they have to deal with the cutthroat struggle for businesses and territory regularly, you would think that Yakuza bosses balance things out by enjoying the finer things in life like expensive meals and state-of-the-art electronics. However, when it comes to smartphones, it appears that a lot of upper brass in these groups are unable to upgrade from those old flip phones known as...
I've got to make a point on this, but please continue.
A lot of the upper brass in these groups are unable to upgrade from those old flip phones known as garake or feature phones in Japan. This is becoming more of a pressing problem as the big three telecom companies, AU, SoftBank, and Docomo, are either ready to drop 3G service or already have. What's up, Lance?
okay, one, they know that these are Yakuza bosses. Is the thing that's blowing my mind. Okay, we have these known criminals. We know where they're at, what they're doing. Okay, but our issue is we're going to cook them on 4G.
Well, the thing about the Yakuza number one is that they aren't like the mafia in the sense that they,
I know,
in a lot of ways are welcomed in the Japanese community because they handle problems the police won't in some situations. But also, and this is the entire reason I'm sharing this is about what you are describing. But the other thing is that the Yakuza bosses, those in charge of things, they oftentimes don't have a legal sort of paper trail leading back to them as the leaders. So even though the Japanese police know they are leading the crime syndicate, they're slipping through the cracks constantly because they have the underlings performing the actual crimes.
Right? I'm assuming. Phones, so how do they know this is a thing?
I'm assuming that they're on 3G because 4G is like more traceable. That's my guess.
No. See, the thing is, now, first of all, that's not it, but good guess. But the thing is that they're like, well, we know it's them, but they keep referring to the body as a loaf of bread in the text messages, so we can't pin it on them. Even fans of these older styles of mobile phones, for their simplicity and reliability, are able to get newer versions with 4G capability. But that is still not an option for the older Yakuza. The reason is that they have been unable to sign a contract since 2011. That was when prefectural governments passed, quote, organized crime exclusion ordinances across the country, preventing companies from doing business with members of the Yakuza. Again, this seems dumb to me. Like, do burner phones not have 3G?
You mean 4G?
Well, but any of it. Like, couldn't you just steal
they
a
do.
phone?
I mean, like here in the US, like some of the cheaper fucking like track phones and shit will have really good internet, unlimited, high speed, So what that's the whole thing of this does nothing. It's like,
well, apparently not, according to the
AC,
article.
Okay, AC, your child isn't exactly going to walk into your phone company and go, "Hey, look, I want a plan." Okay, they're not really able to, but you could do it for them.
Yeah.
Yakuza bosses can't get this bullshit.
No, I know. I agree.
I know. That's the only point I want to drive home.
I despise this this sentiment of organized crime exclusion ordinances. Like, well, who decides?
Yeah, who
decides what falls under that category? Number one, I very much dislike the government overreach there of excluding people from. I mean, look what's going on with the January 6th committee right now. People who showed up to the Capitol and were literally let in, and there's footage of them being let in, are being tried as criminals, even though not 6 months prior there were fucking what do you call it? Protesters inside the building for another reason that weren't on the right, and that is seen as proper democracy and whatnot.
It's all about. It's like what my roommate was pointing out. I don't want to take credit for what someone said because this kind of makes sense. Is that it's really not whether or not it's right or makes sense. It's whether or not what people want to push in that moment. Because it's like how the dictionary and definitions keep changing. It's day by day or year by year. So they're like, oh, this was right because we want it to be, but now this against our agenda is wrong because, oh, hey, there you go. We don't want it. We want it to be wrong. So it depends on who's pushing it. And that's what's going down with these fucking government officials. Oh man, we don't like this because it happened and, we're going to
fuck. Sorry,
everyone got super quiet. I was like,
I know.
Right.
Doesn't that just throw you off completely? Like all of a sudden, you're like, hello.
It happens. It happens all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I could count a random 11 like to take up and at least shit talk me while I'm talking. I mean, we're trying to entertain a crowd here, but okay.
All right, you heard him, Random 11. interrupting constantly with random insults.
I have given the green light at this point to too many people.
Stop talking and move on. Then let's go.
All right. So this is the prefectural government. This was when the prefectural government passed the organized crime exclusion ordinances across the country, preventing companies from doing business with members of the Yakuza. Since then, mobile phone service providers' contracts require signees to swear they are not members of such groups to avoid liability in the event a customer turns out to be a mobster.
Look, I don't care.
Plan right there.
I don't care if you kill. This is where your words are easy. I don't care if you kill your kid as long as you admit it. No, I don't care if you have an abortion as long as you admit you're committing murder. Right? I'm like, oh God, hey, come in. Just don't admit you're Yakuza and you get a phone. I'm not Yakuza. There you go.
It's like, hey, you're not Yakuza, right? What's a Yakuza? Nope. Anyway,
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Although, actually, with the Yakuza, it might actually be easier than you think. You're like, okay, in order to sign this contract, I need you to put up your right hand and swear that you are not a member of the Yakuza. And also, I need you to pull the shirt collar down far enough that I can see you don't have any tattoos.
I love that is actually a decent idea because my buddy went to Japan and because he has tattoos on his arm and on his leg, like they're very visible. He said, I got ostracized so bad while I was there. It's because he was like, all I had to do was have tattoos. And they were like, nope, everyone gave me this wide berth. He's like, no, my whole reason for going. The whole culture and everything, but they wouldn't let him, like, they ostracized him so bad.
Sorry, I was just reading the comments and realizing that we've been cucked on our AOE nudity. It might seem odd that these people appear to be above simply lying on the contract, but they have a good reason not to. High-ranking members in particular are under increased scrutiny by the police, who are looking for any excuse to arrest them. And with a cut and dry case of contract fraud, the authorities can more thoroughly investigate their businesses. Another workaround would be to just get someone else to make the contract, but that too constitutes fraud and leads to the same result. I don't think so. He's like, is this your phone? No, I'm borrowing it. This isn't just paranoia talking either. In 2017, Kunio Inoue, head of the Kobe Yamaguchi Gumi, was arrested for fraud when he and a female accomplice conspired to get a new phone. The charges themselves didn't amount to much, but it allowed the Hyogo Prefectural Police to search the group's headquarters and investigate other members. In 2020, the Hokkaido Prefectural Police picked up a 46-year-old Yakuza member for fraud because he signed a mobile contract in 2018, which had a clause in which he declared he was not a part of the group. Okay, Yakuza. I don't want to be aiding and abetting, but all you need to do is go to the United States and get your phone there and just pay the contract there. Just set up an account.
I mean, that's anyone. That's anyone who is having an issue with self-service in the country, because U.S. has
fucking Russia. Well, no, you can't go to Russia because they shut down all that shit. This is the I don't know if you guys follow Millie Weaver. She just started a thing called the lock-in, lockout. It's an idea of you're either going to get locked into the system or locked out of the system in the internet going forward because of the how they're handling the whole Russia scenario with locking them out of the internet and Stripe payment processors and everything. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. In 2020, I got a 46-year-old accused member of fraud because he signed a mobile contract in 2018, which had a clause in which he declared he was not a part of the group. What if you aren't a part of the group, but then you become a part of the group the next day? Although not connected to smartphones, a similar incident also happened in 2019 when a member was arrested for signing a similar contract to get a part-time job at a post office. As a result of this, Yakuza members are safer sticking with the contracts that they signed prior to 2011 and will ride these out as long as possible. That is why you'll rarely, if ever, see an older Yakuza member with a smartphone. The younger members could obtain them, having made contracts more recently before joining their particular groups. However, as mobile phone technology continues its rapid advance, they too will run into the same problem before long. I don't understand why.
Well, okay.
Just fucking swap the SIM card.
okay. Hold on. I actually have experience in what's going down. I had a flip phone until a few years ago. Actually, I didn't have a smartphone.
Yeah, and the SIM card's a different shape and size.
You are going to have an incredibly hard time keeping a smartphone in today's day and age because they begin cutting you off.
Because what?
They begin cutting you off. They began to like mess with my service and things, force me to have certain payment stuff. Like getting grandfathered in is one thing, but eventually they're going to bring you over to either you have a smartphone or you're out. Like it's a thing. So
that
what
is,
I'm trying to say is,
I mean, Japan still uses Nokia's.
AC. I had unlimited talk and text.
Yeah, no, I did too.
$20 a month, and I had it since I was 18.
Dude, I was grandfathered into that as well. And AT&T started increasing my bill by $5 a month every month, incrementally more and more every single month until I gave it up.
It's a strong arm tactic. It's not fair, but yeah, how they're going to do it? Yeah, no, they can stop them from having. And also, they literally threatened. They sent me a list of if you have this device, we won't be supporting it anymore.
Well, my favorite thing was I had unlimited data. Right,
Oh.
it was grandfathered in. And when I first moved to Arizona, I didn't want to put my anime collection in the moving van, or the moving truck. So I loaded it up in boxes and I stuck like 15 boxes at a time or whatever I could fit into my sedan. And I drove 6.5 hours to Arizona, dropped it off, drove 6.5 hours back to California, picked up another load, drove 6.5 hours back to Arizona. And in those 6.5 hours, I left my GPS on, even though the majority of the trip is just driving down the 10 for 5 hours. I left my GPS on, just running in the background of my phone. And eventually on like trip 4, it told me that I've exceeded my data usage, even though I had unlimited data.
Yeah.
And it acknowledged that in the warning that I had unlimited data, that they said, we are now throttling your data because you've used too much of it.
Let me explain something about how cell phone companies work. A lot of people don't know this. When you have unlimited data, like I don't know about your contract specifically, the fine print, but when you have unlimited data, it's say what?
They throttle you after a certain amount.
Oh, well, no, it's that you have like a friend of mine. He's always like he's always complaining about how I had to explain this to him as well. How his phone will have a little bit of super high fast speed. He can even play video games. He can do everything on it. And, but then all of a sudden, bam, it's over. Well, it's because you have X amount of high speed data. And then the unlimited data is throttled. It's like once you get to roughly, I'd say 20 gigs.
That's precisely what happened.
I'm
agreeing with you. That's exactly what happened to me. Is that I had a like however many gigs of fast data, and then after that point, it was enjoy this leftover shit.
There used to be a program with the phone company that I'm still with, which I'm constantly pissed with them, but we won't get into that. The thing is, though, there used to be a program to where it was actually unlimited the good speed, and they have been doing everything they can, thanks to this upgrade 5G bullcrap, to screw with everyone who has that, because I didn't have it, but my friend does. And their phones are always, like, their data and stuff is always messing with them, because you'll just drop signal and everything. But people think that I've got this contract and stuff. No, these big corporations, which is why we don't need monopolies, are going to abuse their ability to go, okay, you don't like this? Like, my phone company is fucking with me because I have a debit card. Literally reads debit on it, right? They say it's a credit card. I went in there and showed them that it was a debit card, and the dude at the cell phone place said, and I quote, he said, "It's because it's this type of debit card." No, their system and none of the paperwork I said signed anything about a specific debit card. No, this is a debit card, my account, but they said because it wasn't direct it to my bank account in the way that they could charge me anything they wanted, which was pretty much, I'm paraphrasing, because this card is a debit card. They said that, hey, we don't accept that. None of their paperwork said that, but what am I supposed to do? I'm just,
I've encountered the inverse where you have a debit card and they want a credit card, but
no. The thing is, look, for them, I don't know how things work in Canada, but when you give them a debit card, like they can, when you give them your routing number to your bank account or your debit card number and your PIN and everything, they have the ability to charge you without your permission. And their system did that to me for a couple months in a row because I had double
that's
billing.
kind of anything that you hook up your cards to, but
that's true. But a credit card you can get back. Like
it gives you that buffer, but that's why some companies want the debit, so it's not like, oh, we get I can't remember which friggin' company it was, but my debit doesn't go online. It doesn't have the Visa or whatever, so I can't use it online. But getting back to what Brad was saying about the Yakuza boss, I don't think he can change the SIM over because it's probably like the regular size SIM, and all the new phones have a micro SIM.
In that specific instance, I was talking about the new members who already have smartphones. It says here, that's why you rarely see, if ever, an older Yakuza member with a smartphone, though younger members could obtain them, having made contracts more recently before joining their particular groups. However, as mobile phone technology continues its rapid advance, they too will run into the same problem before long. So I'm saying that on the smartphones that are those who already have them, those SIM cards are future-proof for at least a while.
I mean, as long as the device continues to work, yeah.
They said, on the other hand, Yakuza groups have shown their resourcefulness time and time again by even finding ways to make money by stealing sea cucumbers in the middle of the night and adopting proficiency in Photoshop. They may find a way around this too. It doesn't seem that hard to just get a fucking phone from outside of. Although I guess because NTT Docomo, the one of the major phone companies there, I guess you have to have a phone hooked up to the Japanese cellular network. Because I imagine like the roaming charges and shit for if I had my, American cell phone out in Japan would probably not be so fun. But the Yakuza should pay it, right? Anyway.
Well, I can tell you right now, my buddy's phone worked over there.
But I imagine after a while it's going to cost you a fucking fortune.
Probably.
I don't know.
I don't know anything about that one.
So I've got this.
Okay.
Japan ex-ministers World Beauties photo collection on his website draws fire. So I like the other translation of it, foreign beauties. So I'm going to use that one because I think it's funnier. So the former economic revitalization minister Yasutoshi Nishimura has come under fire for posting a photo collection of women overseas on his official website for over 10 years under the title Picture Book of Beauties from Around the World.
Huh.
The photo gallery posted by Nishimura, 59, a House of Representative member of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, has become a hot topic on social media, sparking criticism such as, quote, "It's gross." In response, Nishimura has removed the photo collection from his website and explained himself on his blog on June 3rd. Quote, "I've stopped updating it in August of 2017, but I'd forgotten to remove it." Nishimura told the Mainichi Shimbun, an expert on gender issues, points out that the lawmakers' posts of the photos were inappropriate. Nishimura is currently in his 7th term, representing the Hyogo No. 9 constituency in the lower house. Under the former regimes of Prime Ministers Shinzo Abe and Yoshihide Suga, Nishimura served as Economic Revitalization Minister and Coronavirus Response Minister. As of now, he is Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party's largest faction, led by Abe. Gotta be a typo, because Abe's not even in charge anymore. Suga is. So this is what his website had. Since at least around 2008, Nishimura had posted the photos of women abroad under the title Picture Book of Beauties from Around the World, or Foreign Beauties. I like that's better. When the Mainichi Shimbun checked the photos before they were removed from his website, a picture apparently taken in Belgium in 2008 was found with this title, Picture Book of Foreign Beauties, Part 21. A caption for the photo read, "While traveling in Brussels, Belgium, as expected, it's getting chilly in the evening. A back shot of a beauty on her way back from shopping."
Are you kidding? He just takes these random pictures.
Just random women in other parts of the world.
Hidden camera photos, just like oh man.
Not even like, you know, and he's doing it in a way where it's like they're not even framed very well, you know? Like, it's just so fucking funny to me. This is such a weird thing for him to do. Another shot, apparently taken in Ecuador, showed a woman afar while she was taking a commemorative photograph. The caption read, "A woman taking a commemorative photo in front of a monument of the Ecuador in Quito, the capital of Ecuador. Her smile is quite charming, even from afar." in asterisk, nut asterisk. The photo collection went viral on Twitter from around May this year, drawing a wave of criticism. One tweet read, quote, "Did he get permission from the women he photographed?" While another said, quote, "It's so gross that he posted the photos like a collection under the title Pictures of Foreign Beauties." Yet another person tweeted, quote, "Did he secretly take the shots of these women while in foreign countries under the pretext of work using taxpayers' money?" See, this is the person right here. This person. They've got their priorities straight. "He used my money to not..."
He could have at least used the money to like shoot some high-end prawn or something. Like
Nishimura's office had deleted the photos by June 2nd. Upon an interview requested by the Mainichi, the legislator replied by fax stating, quote, "I stopped updating the website in question as of August 2017. I just forgot to remove it." The statement continued, "I assume there were people who were offended by it. I removed all of them. I will pay careful attention to prevent a recurrence in the future." Look, man, it's not like I'm going to take another photo and share it on my public website. Well, the Mainichi also asked him why he had started posting the beauty collection. The lawmaker did not answer the question. I'm going to come. I like the idea that he's got that he's going to get in trouble in a couple months because somebody is going to be at his home and look at his computer and find that he didn't actually delete the photos. They're just on his computer still, kind of, you know. On June 2nd, there was a blog post on his official website titled, quote, "Regarding the photos that were carried on the homepage in the past. The post read, "Generally speaking, photos taken in public places are rarely modified on TV and other media, but because it was pointed out that some people felt uncomfortable, I've removed them." Okay. However, Nishimura's excuse that he had forgotten to remove them sparked a further backlash, with one person saying he isn't aware of what the problem is. It's a pattern of the individual not trying to understand. Another comment said, quote, "He didn't apologize for posting the photos. He makes it look like an apology, but he's switching the focus of what's being criticized." Fumio Tsunaga, an associate professor at Tokyo-based Showa University, who is versed in gender issues, commented, quote, "He may have made light of women. The old male-centered sense of values has been changing. And as a politician who is supposed to have acute sensitivity, he belittled the social trends, and it was inappropriate." Well, inappropriate as it may be, it is also hilarious. Last article. Florida man crashes vehicle while being orally pleasured. Now, I know what you're thinking. Did she bite it off in the collision? A Florida man barely avoided disaster. Okay, so that's a good sign for him. As the male was driving a vehicle while being orally pleasured by a woman, resulting in a crash that almost caused bodily harm on two separate fronts. Fort Lauderdale's fire rescue reported the man's car collided with a FedEx truck, and after arriving on the scene, they discovered him and his female accomplice naked inside their SUV. It was suggested that sexual stimulation whilst driving is apparently a rather common phenomenon, as 37% of male students have indulged in the fetish at some point, according to a study from the University of South Dakota. Now, I have to ask, does this study weed out the incels? Because it's possible that it's closer to 90% if you weed out the virgins. Like, have you had sex? If yes, have you had sexual stimulation while driving?
Well, there's also a problem with this. Were they there for each of these incidents? It's like the whole dick measuring thing for me.
Could be a lot. Good.
Yeah, it's
good
like no. If you're not there to actually like do it, is like there was this whole thing. Well, I'm not going to get into that. Whoa. Oh. Okay.
The way it's phrased, sexual stimulation while driving is like, did you crank it? Have you cranked it while steering? Of those surveyed on this topic, 2 mentioned nearly slamming into another car while performing the deed. Well, at least it's only 2 out of, well, whatever the number that 30%, 7% is of. 1/3 of the participants admitted to speeding, and 11% were said to have let go of the steering wheel. Doraemon, take the wheel. The 2 people in the FedEx vehicle suffered only minor harm, while the driver of the SUV was dealt unspecified injuries to his groin region. Not looking good for his little man. And it wasn't noted if any individual will be charged over the incident. I mean, I don't imagine why you wouldn't charge them. Examples of similar oral accidents that took place in the past. Back in 2017, a Washington couple found themselves in a similar situation after they allegedly crashed their car while having sex. Boy, I hope she didn't fly through the windshield. When state troopers arrived, they allegedly found the couple naked and drunk with a 3-month-old baby in the back. Wow. While the baby was unharmed, the female passenger suffered broken bones.
Jesus Christ.
That's one way to break your boning.
Oh, the driver was arrested on charges of child endangerment, vehicular assault, and suspicion of driving under the influence. The man reportedly already had 3 prior DUIs. More recently, a Florida couple was allegedly caught performing oral sex in the backseat of a police car. A Florida Highway Patrol trooper said the 2 were caught on camera after being placed in the car for allegedly driving with a suspended license. Another Florida couple was allegedly caught having sex in the backseat of a police vehicle after being arrested for allegedly driving under the influence. One man in California was charged with vehicular homicide after allegedly crashing into a bar and hitting 3 restaurant patrons and killing a woman. Witnesses told officials that the man was allegedly intoxicated and engaged in a sex act in his truck during the crash. Well, take it from me, kids. It's not worth it.
Oh, you crashed one yourself?
No, I've just read several instances here where there was near losing of the member. The only safe way to get your dick sucked in the car is in the garage with the engine on.
Hiding from her parents. Wait, what?
Anyway, that's it. That's it for
that's all.
That's all of them for tonight. Thank you. Oh, penis is getting long and hard is caused by blood flow, not really being sexually attracted.
Well, thank you for that biology lesson.
Luigi the Metal 64 is trying to justify a erection that came at an awkward time.
Look. He was sitting. Look, someone for this situation. Let's go on this. You're sitting there. The police officer pulls you over. You see him. I'm going to say him walking up to the car. It's a very big, masculine, like big old police officer, like the one you'd really want to show up when shit's going real. And all of a sudden, your blood just gets really pumping. You have just a major erection. He's like, step out of the car, and you're like, I can't do that.
Generally, the thing that triggers that blood flow is sexual attraction.
Is that what happens every time you see feet?
Thanks. I did not have sexual thoughts about those feet.
Those toes are not jamming.
Oh God. All right. Well, anyway, what have you guys been watching lately? How far are you in Guyver?
I watched 2 episodes months ago after the first one.
Haven't started.
Are you serious? Am I the only one?
Well, I technically 13. Started like months ago when we started the original one, and I just skipped to the newer one. Well, so technically, I've seen like 5 episodes or so.
Good for you. Like 3. I will say that the new one is not as good as the old one, in my opinion.
Random 11? Isn't that like your favoriteest show of all time?
I like the original better.
You just bashed
And I just
you like the OVA?
Yes, okay. The OVA is better.
No, it's the OVA, the 86 OVA.
Okay, no,
you like that one.
I don't remember that one actually.
Come on.
I watched that one once, way back when, and I don't really remember it. But the I mean, there is that good scene though. That one good scene.
The one good scene.
The like rapey scene.
Oh, okay. So
I can't believe you just like
you love Rito of Healer, huh? Since it has many good scenes.
You know, I expected you to like dance around that to not associate with the first one for that reason, but you're like,
that tentacle rape? Yeah, that's pretty good.
You see, the only thing good about it was that tentacle rape, and everything else was meh.
I mean, everyone has a taste. I might be mildly judging, but not hating.
Or was it just a shower scene? Anyway, whatever.
Oh,
that one
God.
But
so you're saying both figuratively and literally wet,
the
rape and the
OVA,
shower.
The OVA series is
the 89 series. I don't remember specifically.
The detail in the animation is a lot better.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically, but I feel as though I didn't have a problem with the 86. The 89 is the best one, just saying. But I don't remember. I can't differentiate them in my head well enough to remember what was or wasn't good about the 86 one. And I'm currently editing a video for work. Luckily, it's one of the ones where I just slap an intro and an outro on and send it back and charge them for 15 minutes worth of work.
Have you watched
30 seconds?
Have you watched Stranger Things?
Yes, I am fully caught up. When is the next
part
drop?
July 1st.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Is it a full second half or just 2 episodes?
It's 2 episodes, but the second episode's 2.5 hours long.
Well, most of the episodes so far have been at least 2 hours long, I feel like.
No, it's
for this season.
They've been like an hour and a half. On average. But yeah, so the 8th episode, or sorry, the 7th, whatever, there's 8 and 9. So the 8th episode is going to be like an hour and a half again. And then the 9th episode will be 2.5 hours.
Did you see my Twitter thread about that season?
About Stranger Things? No.
Yeah. So Tim Pool tweeted season 4 of Stranger Things is boring. And I replied, there's like 4 storylines going on simultaneously. And at any given moment, 2 of them are boring as fuck. And you just want them to get over with so you can get back to the 2 that are interesting. And it just feels like you're constantly getting interrupted by a cutscene interrupting your gameplay. And I literally hit send on this tweet. And like the tweet loads and like goes down to like, having been published on mobile. and my notifications, I already see like a red dot with notifications. I click on it. It's like 20 people have liked this tweet already. And it's like, it's been up there for a nanosecond, right? And currently it is probably my most liked tweet. In fact, you guys saw I had 4 notifications earlier. I guarantee you. Let's see. Oh, no, they're not actually about that.
I thought the season was pretty good. I didn't have whatever you were talking about where there's like weird. I don't remember that.
166 likes. Okay, well, so I went on to talk about more things. So I'm gonna reach this into
some Stranger Things, perhaps.
Yes, I'm gonna talk more about this. So I said this, and then somebody replied to me, and they said, what did they say? Oh God, there's way more replies. The Hopper Russia storyline definitely felt like a silly time-wasting distraction. The one moment it was good was when he talked about his personal struggles. Why not have him explore those while trying to rebuild his life in Hawkins? Guess it would have been more work. So I replied, not to mention him escaping just to immediately get recaptured. Right? And correct me if I'm wrong. I've had like 5 different people explain to me. Can you tell me what the fuck the plan was with the sledgehammer smacking the shackles?
It wasn't smacking the shackles. It was smacking his foot.
See, I specifically said shackles because I didn't want to say foot, because my belief, as you have just confirmed for me, is that this guy's plan was to destroy his feet, break the bones, to be able to get these shackles off and then escape on foot from this prison. That is the stupidest fucking plan ever.
It is stupid. I agree. It was kind of dumb, but there was a sled mobile or whatever, a snowmobile on the other side of that.
Okay. Yes, he took the snowmobile. This has all come up on Twitter, right? In my discussion on this. He took the snowmobile because the opportunity arose after the supply shed exploded and he accidentally or whatever killed all those soldiers. I thought
my understanding was the plan was to go over that mountain, and that's where he was heading.
But here's the thing. They never established that his plan was looking over, in the middle of the day, working on the railroad, looking over and eyeballing the snowmobiles that were just sitting right there. Like,
well, the Russian guy said, like, basically you have to go up there or something. I swear he made some comment about like, once you get up there, you're fine, and then you can go meet.
You're talking about Jack and Hagar from Game of Thrones.
Yeah. And then once you go, what was his name?
Yurei or something? No, Yurei was the guy who betrayed them.
Yeah.
I forget his name, but
Kiwi? No.
His son was Nikola or something like that. Anyway, that's all I remember.
It was a weird name because she was like, "Oh, it wouldn't be this name." Remember, she was like, "Oh,
no, that was." But the guy that he was talking to was it was the name of the name of their first date at that restaurant or whatever.
Something like that.
But the thing is though that this is the conversation I had. Like I'll bring it up. I was so triggered by this idiot's response. So look, just to be clear, I did at times miss the subtitles that were for the Russian because of one reason or another. Because I was watching it with my wife in the middle of the day, and my kids would barge in and whatever, So there were times when I missed it. So, but this is the original thread, right? Stranger Things 4 is slow and boring, right? So I said that 166 likes. Not to mention him escaping just to get recaptured. The person said, yeah, it all felt like an excuse for a bunch of silly set pieces and boring intrigue for him and Joyce. But the main storyline and good performances by the kids made it worthwhile to me. To which I replied, as the kids grow older, it becomes clearer which of them are actual actors and which of them are kid actors who grew up. I wouldn't say that any of them are given Oscar-worthy scenes to act out, but holy fuck, did Max take that scene in the graveyard a million miles above and beyond, right? And regarding Hopper, And regarding Hopper, did I miss something with his feet? Did he have that guy break both of his feet with the hammer so he could get the shackles off and run away on foot? Like, I looked away from the subtitles for a second, and next thing I see, his feet getting hammered. And this guy said, only 1 foot, I think, but still, next scene, he's up and doing gulag work on a smashed ankle. Lol, whatever, right? And then I had this genius come in and say, okay, you must have skipped like half an episode or something. He got the guy to hammer the shackles loose. Didn't break anything, but good try. He then proceeded to escape, not by foot, but by snowmobile. Maybe try watching the show first and then comment on it. Thumbs up. So I said, yeah, I saw the snowmobile scene, but that seemed like a spur of the moment thing Hopper took advantage of after the explosion in the shack when everybody was alerted to his position rather than something he specifically planned to do from the beginning. I went on to say, therefore, having somehow missed what exactly Hopper's plan was with his feet/shackles getting hammered, because the guy investigating them didn't seem to think there was anything unusual at all about them, it seemed like Hopper was breaking his feet to be able to slip the shackles off and escape on foot because they didn't previously establish the snowmobiles like it was a viable option for him to escape with. They just showed us the scene. They just showed us that scene right after the hammer scene where he took his boots off and pulled the shackles off his fucked up looking feet. It's certainly possible that my attention was divided at some point and I missed a crucial subtitle where Hopper's plan with the shackles was explained, but it sure seemed like an incredibly stupid plan considering the guy investigating them at the end of every day. So what I mean by that is at the end of the day with the gulag work, a guy like a prison guard would check the shackles to make sure that they weren't damaged or, going to fall apart so that they would have to replace them. Right. So needless to say, logically, you'd think, okay, that means that he's fucking up his feet so that he can now slip them off of his feet, which have to be destroyed and broken. Right. So that because they're not checking his feet, they're just checking the shackles, right? He's like, obviously it was dumb, but he was just trying to get to Joyce, the person he loved and sacrificed himself for. Oh, well, hold on. That's not that one. This is one.
I remember watching.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, he had gouges in his feet, but I don't think it was completely broken. And he obviously knew they were a thing because he had seen guards ride them or he had seen them in the area at some point. Not like they magically showed up, assuming I said that about the snowmobiles, right? And I said, yes, but they didn't establish them for the sake of the audience. So what we're shown is his shackles being investigated and him pulling them over his completely fucked up feet. Naturally, that lands a person to believe that he was fucking up his feet, which they don't investigate, in order to get the shackles off without raising suspicion. Therefore, it seems like his plan is to fuck up his feet so he can get the shackles off and then slip away unnoticed and walk to the church on foot. Instead, shit goes down in the shack and he escapes on the snowmobile. Because if he got on the snowmobile when he was like, because the plan was to break the hammer and then go to the shack and pretend like you need to get a new one so that you can go in there and go out the window once you get the shackles off and just kind of sneak away and get over the mountain or just hide until nightfall or whatever. So you can find a way to get away unseen. And then at whatever speed you can go, get to the fucking church, right? If you got on the fucking snowmobile, all of a sudden be like, hey, wait a minute, he's getting away. Shoot at him and chase him and fuck, right? It doesn't make any goddamn sense that was part of the plan to begin with, because the only reason he was able to get away was because of the fucking explosion, which was obviously not something he didn't even know there was dynamite in there until he was in there.
Wasn't the snowmobile like over the ridge?
Yeah.
So I think the guard guy had the snowmobile up there and I'm pretty sure he said, like, if you go there, you can get up the hill and then make your way to the hideout place.
No, but it wasn't over the ridge. He rode it up the ridge. You're talking about like the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he rides it up the ridge and they shoot at him from where they are. And by some miracle, everybody shooting at him misses, and he gets over the ridge, and then he's like, "Oh, scot-free." Then he gets all the way to the fucking church and opens the jars of peanut butter and finally eats something.
Yeah.
And then not 2 seconds later, they busted the door and like, you're coming back to the prison, bitch. And if you think for a fucking second that after all the trouble he caused, they wouldn't just fucking cap him right there, you know, rather than take him back to fight the Demogorgon. It's just the goddamn stupidest plot line.
It's
Yeah.
dude. Go ahead. Go, Green. I mean,
I don't really have so much of an issue with that.
Not to mention, hold on real quick. Not to mention that he was barefoot during the entire escape on the snowmobile, right? So I said it completely took me out of the story. Hopper's feet are just gone after that. I half expected him to survive the pain of broken feet because of some stupid Mr. Deeds level frostbitten limbs excuse. I don't know if you ever saw the movie.
Yeah, I did. Maybe part of my problem with feet.
Possibly.
But yeah, so him getting to the snowmobile wasn't a big issue for me. Obviously, he's breaking his. What I took it to was he had him smash his heel, so that his heel was damaged, but he could still walk. And with the dented heel, he could slip the thing over his heel. And so while I do still think it's a little funny to see him then go walk around as if it's nothing, and then not a day later go in a gulag and fight a Demogorgon.
Right.
But still, you know, I let most of that slide. The things that I had
imagine though, just fucking imagine, like, what would have been a more reasonable excuse? Don't fuck up your feet. Literally, your plan should have been go to the shack, get a new hammer, right? Go out through the window, you know, make your way to the woods, break the fucking chain with the hammer, and then escape.
Yeah.
You know, like they just didn't set up a coherent plan to begin with.
So
it was fucking horrible writing.
My issue with that was more on the plot hole side, because if you watched the end credit scene from season 3, they're walking down the prison and they're like, okay, grab the guy to throw to the Demogorgon, and he makes a comment. He's like, not the American, and they pass the cell with the American in it, which is Hopper, and then they go grab another guy.
So I brought this up previously on the podcast. Maybe I don't remember if it was on podcast or in the after show segment where we were talking about how they fucked up the trailer for season 4 because it ruins the cliffhanger of season 3. And Reese said that there's an after credit sequence.
No, I said that.
Okay, whatever.
I told you that. But yeah,
when I sat down to watch season 4, I started on the last episode of season 3.
Yeah.
And that after credit sequence was not there.
It's 100% there.
I'll pull it up right now.
I didn't imagine it. It might not be after credits, but it's the last scene. It might be just before the credits roll.
Backpedal fast. He's looking.
So I'm just saying, like, I looked for it and I was surprised because I believed you guys, and when I tried to find it, I couldn't find it.
One, you should believe me because I'm always right.
I'm like, wait a minute.
We have a Lorax here.
But it is for sure there.
So how can I sign up for Spacebook? Is all I want to know. Come on, Alien Baby.
Get a trademark on it. But so there's a plot hole in the fact that if you believe that happens, the way that scene plays out, where they are like, Hopper is clearly in the super secret prison already with the Demogorgon, and you even see the Demogorgon in that credit scene. So there's a short little bit of it's at 1 hour and 12 minutes in episode 8 of season 3.
I'm at an hour and 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Okay.
When
I get to an hour and 12 minutes, it goes straight to the credits.
Say watch credits. If that thing pops up.
Yeah.
And then at about a minute or an hour and 12 minutes ish.
Okay, I see something in the timeline thing. I'm gonna see if yeah. Right, hold on, I'm watching it. I'm gonna see if I remember this. I do kind of remember.
Live reaction
in Russia. Right. Okay, let's see.
So they walk past
not the American
Hopper's cell, and they're like, not American. They grab the other guy, and then they throw that other guy in with the Demogorgon. And so,
yeah, but they don't actually show you Hopper. They just say not the American, right?
They show you Hopper.
Oh, he like looks up to see through. It's very likely that when I watched this the first time, I missed the subtitle that said "not the American."
They might not have shown you the Hopper actually.
Well, see, the thing is that when he supposedly dies, like literally the second he like sacrifices himself, I told my wife, I'm like, I guarantee you, he's in the Upside Down.
Well, that wasn't very clear either. Even in in season 4, episode 1, they show Hopper and he's like magically in Russia. They never really show him traversing through the Upside Down.
Well, what they showed, they just showed him on the other side of the portal, which we just assumed that portal went straight to the Upside Down. But when she cranked it up or whatever, I don't know, maybe it shoots you all the way through.
So I don't know if I'm happy.
I just remembered that this is how wait, was it? Okay, so here's what happened when I tried to watch the after credits thing. I tried to jump to the last scene before, when the credits started, and I accidentally jumped to the end of the after credits thing. That's what happened. Yeah, they don't show you Hopper. But
Hopper's there, right?
Well, you assume that he's the American they're talking about.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that in season 4's trailer, they legitimately show you it's him and kind of ruin any like, oh, is it him? You know? Anyway. So I don't know. I've been I enjoyed season 4 immensely, except for there were a couple bits of, like I said, it's slow. And they've got too many storylines going on where the California kids and the Hawkins, what are they, Indiana kids, like simultaneously going on, and it's just like I kind of don't care about the storyline in California right now, where they went to see Dustin's girlfriend and had to get they just kept throwing you like stumbling blocks, like, well, I got in trouble for changing his grade, so they took my computer. Okay, well, we need to get another computer, and then they just. It just felt like they were dragging it out, especially the stuff in Russia where, like, again, with them going to first of all, where'd you get the 40 grand? Second of all,
they said.
Did they? How'd they get it?
It was the money that Hopper's pension or whatever gave for 11. It said that specifically, and that's why Hopper asked. Because Hopper arranged with the guy, the guard, to have the guard contact Joyce, and Hopper was the one that told him, like, ask for $40,000. They have it. They have the money, because it was put aside for 11.
Okay.
My issue, again, just to be clear, was they go from that scene and then they start season 4. So they're in the Demogorgon prison, and then they go to season 4, and he's not in the Demogorgon prison. And then they eventually do get to the Demogorgon prison, and he is never in a point where he's in an enclosed cell like he is in that scene at the end of season 3. So
well,
for me,
yeah, that because the Demogorgon like battlefield was like they changed the design for it. You mean?
Well, I
Because
mean,
like they let
you
that
could
one
argue they have multiple Demogorgon cells. That's fine.
Well,
but
I think the way I kind of read it was that the guy that I just watched get eaten was like they're growing the strength of the monster, and then they started to have him go out against. They're testing the strength of the monster they've been feeding against all the prisoners like simultaneously at once, kind of thing.
Yeah, so I can agree that okay, the end of season 3 they show a scene where they only throw one guy at the Demogorgon, and they're like, all right, he took it, and then maybe they move it. I don't care. But the point was that for basically what I have to believe happened is for the timeline to make sense. He goes through the portal, he gets captured, he gets put in secret thing, then he gets released from secret prison into normal prison, and then he breaks out of normal prison and then gets put back in secret prison.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what happened, then okay. But
wow,
if he got captured through the portal and then put into the normal prison first, then the end credit scene doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So
and it just again, it's such a stupid plan for the Russians. Even like it probably seemed much better on paper when they came up with the loose structure rather than the actual full fleshed out thing.
Yeah. As for I don't know how much they've like pre-planned the later seasons, or at least when they were making season 3. So like they might have written themselves into a corner with moving Joyce and everyone and having Hopper jump through the portal. And that's probably that might be why you're seeing what you think of as like, wasting time.
Well, what I mean is like okay, so the four storylines you're following are Hopper in Russia, Joyce and the other guy trying to get him out of Russia.
If you want
which
to see
I guess you could combine those together. Let's just say that's one. The Russia stuff, okay? Then you've got the California stuff. Then you've got the Hawkins stuff. And then you've got the 11 at Area 51 shit, right? Yeah. And all of those at a different point are just like fucking get on with it already. Like the stuff with 11 just took way too fucking long for you to realize, oh, he's number 1. It's like I called that shit the second they acknowledged, oh, he's a myth. I'm like, it's gonna be that guy. I pointed out to my wife, that guy right there, that's him. And that's gonna be the guy killing people in Hawkins too. Promise you. Said that to my fucking wife, and it's like it was so obvious, right? And it's like I'll still watch it. It was still a good reveal and everything, but it just when it's that obvious, it was so draining to get to the moment where they finally reveal it. So you're like, finally we can move past this because the character has gotten to the point I've been at for 3 damn episodes, so there's that with the 11-bit, right? And then you've also got the Russia stuff, which is again, it's like, yes, I want Hopper out of the prison. Your plan is fucking stupid. At least you made it out of the prison barefoot on the snowmobile, and then you're immediately captured. And I have to fucking sit through this shit longer just because you didn't think to get him. Like, honestly, here's how you solve the problem. He escapes the prison. This is how it should have gone. He escapes the prison by defeating the Demogorgon. That's how he should have gotten out of there. In the commotion of that battle, that's how he should have gotten out. And then you don't have to have the whole like back and forth, the stupid thing with him shattering his heel and all that. Because I don't buy for a second that you're still walking on it fine. You can't convince me that you're going to take a sledgehammer to your heel and continue to do gulag work and have it be like nothing happened.
I mean, if anyone have hit that bracelet, if it's what I'm thinking, with a sledgehammer hard enough, you're gonna damage the leg anyway. Like even
but the thing is, he couldn't, even though he's actually having it get hit because you can't avoid it.
Yeah.
You can't actually damage that without raising suspicion as well.
Yeah,
and it was poorly written there. Now, with that said, all the shit that happens in Indiana is fucking great. Like, I just couldn't wait for them to get back to that because that's where it was interesting.
I think the Russia stuff was just, we need Hopper to do something, and we need Joyce and the other guy to get away from the kids so the kids can be by themselves.
And it was obvious, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and the stuff in California with like her lying about having friends, and then the stupid shit in the roller rink and busting that girl's, and it's like, I'm so glad that you fabricated this event with this conflict just so that I can get the release of her finally cutting loose and hurting the girl. And
they
like
actually
the whole
got
shit about
fucked
her
on that, eh?
What?
I don't know if you've seen that. So of all the dates they picked March 22nd, I think it was, for that video camera to be used to record her. Like, there's no other dates to like date what's happening, right? But
the camera, because they filmed it.
They used the camera to date the prank, and it was like, I think it's March 22nd or something, which is Will Byers' birthday. So so they got called out on it. Like, they're like, that's Will Byers' birthday. No one mentions happy birthday to him at all in the episode.
So a belief among people in that thread with Tim Pool's tweet is that they think that they're shoehorning in Will Byers is gay for
well, they're not really shoehorn. I rewatched, so after I watched this season, I marathon season 1 again, and they do make mention in season 1 that Will's dad thinks that he's gay, right?
Okay.
Joyce says, like, oh, to Hopper, she's like, oh, husband guy or ex-husband guy calls him queer and thinks he's gay or whatever. Like, there are some hints that he might actually be gay.
I have to rewatch it.
They're making it more apparent in this season for sure. They're like,
dude, okay, every character becomes more human as they get older, except for Will has remained the same, like the same haircut and the same, everything from season 1. And he just looks he looks brand stark out of place.
Yeah. I don't like Will's hair. That's for sure. I think in season 1 it looked fine, but now it's become a meme almost. Like, it's just like,
especially
weird.
When you see what the actor looks like outside of playing the character.
Yeah.
Where he just looks normal, and you're like.
So the writers did come out and say it was a mistake. They didn't realize it was his birthday. They just forgot. So they didn't intentionally snub him.
Well, so here's the other thing, though, is that you have to program the date on the thing. I can look at that as it's just a coincidence, or it's almost like the sort of a framing tool for the story you're telling of how Will feels in that scene, that he's being ignored by his best friend who came from Indiana to California to see 11.
I mean, it definitely hits different if you think that they're ignoring him, but the writers did come out and say it was just an accident. They didn't intend to do that,
or it's deflection for the final 2 episodes,
maybe,
but probably not, because why would
that would be funny.
Why would they not address it at all?
Yeah, it would be funny if that happened. But yeah, you would think you would.
Do they usually address all the characters' birthdays in that show?
Well,
I watched the first 2
he
seasons.
has a birthday in one of the seasons, right, where they have like the cake and everything.
If it, I think Joyce says his birthday when she's explaining who he is, and like, oh, he's not run away, like his birthday's here. Or something. I don't know. I don't remember where his birthday came in, but his birthday definitely was that day. And you would think if they were going to make it a plot point, they would have him like, be shown to be expecting a happy birthday and then not getting it or something like that. Yeah, the other thing, the things that I had issue with, well, one was the thing with Hopper. I like that the season started out like nice and dark. Like I like that direction.
Mm-hmm.
But then in episode 3, I forget which character it was. One of them starts monologuing. I didn't write down who it was. It might have been the guard. But
you
one of them
write
starts
out a review for this?
Oh God!
I wrote down some notes, just like AC, but not in tweet form. In a Discord group, and I was like, this monologue seems like fucking the Optimus Prime monologue from Transformers. At the end of Transformers.
Yeah, dude, that's that. I can't remember. Like, I'm vaguely remembering because I felt the same thing. I don't remember which character said it, but it's like
they did it in multiple episodes.
Oh,
that was my thing. So in episode 3, I wrote it down as I was watching it. I was like, oh, this reminds me of Optimus Prime. This is pretty dumb. And I was like, and then I remembered. I was like, there was a monologue in episode 1. Now that I remember it, but episode 1 makes sense. You have your monologue at the very beginning, explaining what the situation is. And then in episode 4, I just watched the most unrealistic scenes in the entire show involving pizza. And that's where they're in the house and they order the pizza, and the army shows up to shoot up the house.
Mm-hmm.
And like they're getting, like, bullets are flying and they're standing in the middle of the house and not getting hit. Like, how are these people not dying right now?
Dude, like I said, there's just so much of the story where it feels like in season 3, they wrote themselves into a corner that they're trying to undo for season 4, where right at the end of season 3, they move to California. The Byers and 11 do. And then Hopper's in Russia, right? And they're stuck in these situations. And now it's like, okay, so now we have to get you guys back together. And it's just like they're having the hardest time figuring out how to unfuck themselves on the stupid decision they made at the end of season 3. And it's like that character, they add Argyle for the pot jokes. And it's like, dude, this isn't going anywhere. And it's like the whole subplot about Jonathan with college and shit. It's like, oh my God, just fucking open your goddamn mouth,
Well, I think they want her to go back to the other guy, her first boyfriend.
It seems pretty obvious that they're trying to uncut. What's that guy's name? Oh my God, why? Fuck. Hold on. I'm pulling up Jack and Hagar guy so we can find out his fucking name. Stranger Dimitri. That was
Dimitri.
His name. Dimitri.
Okay.
And the other guy's name is fucking goddamn it. What is your name? Steve Harrington. That's it.
Steve. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It very much does seem like they're trying to rekindle that for some reason.
In episode 5, there was another long monologue that I noted. I was like, these weird monologues. In episode 6, there was a scene where Joyce and the other guy are walking in the snow with Eli or whatever, Yuri. And I noticed that at exactly 47 minutes and 21 seconds, the footprints in the snow are digitally added, and they
this is in your notes.
Yeah, they fade the footprints too quickly. It looks so weird. It's just like,
what episode is this?
Episode 6, 47 minutes and 21 seconds.
Okay, hold on. I gotta
the footprints just start disappearing way too quickly. I think they wanted it to be like, well, the snow.
So when did
is
Luke Skywalker show up?
snow is like filling in, but it just looks like they're
Never mind.
fading out.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Episode 6. Also, the shit. Another thing that they're having to unfuck themselves on is 11 losing her fucking powers.
Yeah.
What?
God, I hate that shit. I just hate.
I was not expecting that to be a plot point.
It's always a fucking plot point. It's the worst, most contrived type of plot
I'm stepping
point.
away for a few minutes. If you close out the podcast before, then just give my best.
All right, man.
Later, bro.
What was the timestamp? 47?
47:21.
47:21. Okay. All right. I can't fucking tell what time I'm at. Oh, I'm at what? Oh no, 27 minutes left. 47:21. So it's the overhead shot?
Yeah. While they're walking in the snow.
Dude, my thing is so grainy, like my quality. How do I up the quality on Netflix?
It's generally a setting at the account level.
Yeah.
You just have to just go back a couple seconds and play, and hopefully it'll pick up. My other notes.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, the footprints just fucking disappear. They're like,
You're
gone.
talking about. I think it's a little bit before 47:21. Yeah, I meant oh no. It's just hard to. Okay, hold on, I'll show you. It's just impossible to fucking tell with the way. Of course, I can't screen share. Netflix has this great thing where I can't do that, but it's impossible to tell because when I'm trying to look at it, that's telling me 47:19. So this is the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can't fucking show you, unfortunately.
You can see the thumbnail picture.
Yeah. So this is the sequence, not that one.
Right. Right there.
No, it's not that one. It's the one right before that. There's another scene right in between that.
Okay.
Because I can see the feet prints fading away. Yeah. And what's happening? Oh man, this is they're not even there at all.
No, they're digitally added in.
Yeah, because they have a mask. This is going back to masking and visual effects. Boy, I wish I could show you guys this. They have a mask. Actually,
Luigi says use a camera instead.
If I share screen like this,
old school.
Show you? No. Okay, hold on.
If you find the episode illegally, you could probably get it to share.
Yes, I could.
Netflix also has a thing that always got on my nerves because whenever you'd sign in on web browser, for some reason, if your your TV was to you can change what HDMI port you're using. If you did that, it would lock you out and you'd have to go back and sign in. At least that happened to me a lot, which was really annoying.
Yeah.
I have another way of doing this.
I noted that there was another monologue in episode 7 that is number 1 doing the monologue, and I was like, that one actually fits. It's the end of the volume 1 of season 4, I guess, and the villain is monologuing. Makes sense. All right, that fits. I noted that they often cut to black for far too long. Like they would do a highly suspenseful thing and then cut to black for 3 seconds, and it's just okay, is that the end of the episode? Oh, nope, not the end of the episode. It was really weird.
God damn it, Netflix.
In episode 7,
it's really good at knowing when you're screen recording.
Yeah. No, the best and easiest way would be to find some streaming website that has it illegally. In the last 10 seconds of episode 7, there is jank ass CG. I forget what the CG was, but it was shit.
At the end of episode 7?
Yeah.
What did you think of the what do you call it? How do you describe the contortion, demonic thing.
Yeah, the killings. CG wise, I thought they were decent enough.
They looked CG. Like they
Yeah.
had like a I don't want to call it plastic. They almost kind of reminded me of this type of CG you see in Japanese live action movies. But it like weirdly worked for what they were doing because it was extra like off-putting, you know?
Yeah. I think it worked okay enough.
So at the end of at the end of episode 7. Oh, by the way, can I just gush about one of my favorite things in this season? How fucking great it looked when she was when 11 was in the facility and she was remembering her past self, and in the mirror was her as a kid from season 1.
I thought it looked really good, but I didn't think it looked like season 1 11.
It was literally just a what do you call that? Deep fake?
Yeah.
But I was like so impressed that they actually did it. And it made the fact that it seemed so weird for her to be so old, you know, it made that, like, it made you forget that mattered, you know? Okay. Yeah. So at the end of episode 7 is when she turns number 1 into the monster. That's the
was
CG.
That it? Yeah, I think that's what it is. While he's flying through, the
particles are like flying all over.
Yeah, while he's getting transformed.
Yeah. It's him in the upside down world.
Yeah.
That did look funky. Okay,
Hey,
so
Steve, I sent you a message on Discord. Just check it. You may glean some idea from that as to what you're doing, but maybe not. Who knows?
By the way,
I am super old school.
Use Xbox Game Bar and tell it that your browser is a game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Use Xbox Game Bar or OBS and just put it when you type into the either one. Just tell her your browser's a game, and it'll let you screenshot and everything. Until they patch that.
I don't know what Xbox Game Bar is.
Well, when you have a Microsoft computer, that comes pre-installed. That's why I said it might not work with Mac, but
I do I have OBS? Oh, I just searched it. Hold on. Do I have OBS on this computer?
Open broadcast software. Just tell it.
I know what it is. I'm just trying to see if I have it.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I think I have it. I thought I did. I don't see it in my applications though.
I wouldn't recommend for recording video with it, but for screenshotting everything, it's never failed.
Yeah, I guess I don't have it installed right now. I'm just gonna I will obtain it another way. Yeah, and I appreciate it. I'm gonna obtain it another way and look at it frame by frame later. But did you notice the guy who the town viewed as like the serial killer guy who scratched out his eyes? Number 1's dad.
Yeah.
Did you know who that was?
No.
That's Freddy Krueger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the actor who plays Freddy Krueger.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah. So when I was looking into wait, hold on. Was it him? Yeah, it's him. I was looking. Oh, okay. So when he first came on screen and they were meeting him at the prison or the insane asylum, I heard his voice and I'm like, "That's Liam Neeson." So I immediately look it up, and of course it wasn't Liam Neeson, and I'm like, "That's Freddy Krueger." You know?
The thing about that guy that was a big plot hole that I was like, "What the fuck?" And I hope they.
You mean the fact that young him had a mole on his face that old him didn't? I agree. That was a big plot hole.
No, I didn't care about that.
I'm not a weirdo, AC.
I hope so. This is like obviously major spoilers, but I hope they address it in episode 8 or 9. But when he was facing off against Vecna, and you know, Vecna was killing his family. He said that what saved him was listening to his favorite song. And later on,
well, that's not what he says.
he starts.
That's what
humming
they
his
pieced together.
Favorite song. Yeah.
That's what they pieced together. Do you think it has to be? It just has to be a song that means something to you. It doesn't necessarily need to be your favorite song.
Well,
but that's how the story kind of unfolded. With it, like, but what if it's no longer my favorite song because I've heard it too many times? You know.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh, I remember. Okay, the guy who played the monster, Vecna, was Bigfoot in The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot.
So not Freddy Krueger?
No. Freddy Krueger is the dad of one.
Oh,
number one.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the actual guy playing the monster in the suit is the guy who played Bigfoot in The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, so he says the music thing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, favorite song," and it's what saves Max, right? They start playing her song, and that song's blown up on TikTok and everything. But and so once she starts hearing that song, that portal opens up, like in her mind, or I guess, whatever, and she gets out the portal and she's safe.
Yeah.
Now I would have thought the rules of the game were like, okay, once you get saved the one time, you're good for the rest of the, like, you're good from then on. But she kept carrying around the headset and kept listening to that song. So that was a little weird. But the bigger issue was when they revealed that it was one who was killing his family and tried to kill his dad. Number one says, when I went to kill my dad, I didn't know the limits of my own power, and he ends up passing out. So it wasn't the fact that he was listening to a favorite song or whatever that got him saved from Vecna. It was the fact that he just passed out from exhaustion. So then why did the song save Max?
Is that he wasn't Vecna back then yet. So like that was taking place in the real world.
Yeah.
Right. That wasn't taking place in the Upside Down.
Sure.
So theoretically, the thing that was crucial to the plot was them hearing from the psychologist or whatever that music has the ability to reach people or whatever, wherever they got that piece of information, I forget. And that is still how they were able to get to Max. I don't know. I have to rewatch it. That's an interesting concept that you're bringing up. Maybe when I'm at work tomorrow, I'll start Stranger Things at episode 1 and just listen to it the whole day.
And then the other plot hole that I noticed was with the placement of the portal. So she goes into the Rainbow Room and blasts number one through the portal and creates Vecna, right? And then I was like, okay, that's the portal from season 1, right? Well, I went back to season 1.
It's not in the Rainbow Room thing?
It's not the fucking same portal. Like, I'm sorry. And then the other thing is they make a note. They're like, oh, in the Upside Down, it's the date that Will Byers disappeared.
Right, because it freezes time.
Yeah. So you're telling me that's the same day that got sent through the portal was when Will Byers disappeared? That was the same day? Because if that's
actually,
the same day,
theoretically, yeah, because, well, theoretically, because season 1, the thing that happens at the end of season 4, where you see the creation of Vecna, that is happening during the time frame of season 1, where 11 is still a child, right? Still really young.
Well, it's definitely pre-season 1 for sure.
Yeah. Well, or it's literally like I forget exactly because she escapes from the facility. I've only seen each season once, right?
Well, I went back and rewatched season 1 because of that specifically. I was like, well, I want to know. Yeah. And so when I went back and rewatched it, the Rainbow Room is not the same room as the one in season 1 with the portal. 2, like it's structurally different. But okay, fine. I can look past that as like a weird, like okay, continuity error, whatever. The bigger issue is, in season 1, she escapes the place, and then they start showing scenes of her and in the facility, and how she had to kill some guards or something because she was they were trying to get her to kill a rat or a cat or something, and she didn't want to kill it, and then she kills the guards
because it's a ripoff of Elfin Lied with the dog, the puppy scene or whatever there. So but the thing is that she had constructed false memories in order to cope with the fact that she murdered all the kids, right? That she Anakin Skywalkered them?
No, I didn't. Well, 1, she didn't, but 2, and she would have known that she didn't. So the only scarring thing there would be finding the fact that she finding all of the dead kids.
Wouldn't it be interesting to learn that what's actually happening with her is that the people who got her back into the facility are implanting false memories about. No, because that wouldn't make sense because Vecna still exists and it would be weird to bring that in. So never mind. That was a dumb thought.
Yeah. So in season 1, there's a bunch of scenes of her alone. That's the other thing. No other kids, right? And so I'm like, okay, this must take place after she sent, and she has like strong powers. So I'm like, this must take place after she sent one through the portal, which would make sense, but it seems to be taking place over a few weeks, so not the same day.
Did they get a new actor to play Papa? Or did he just age as fuck, man? He looked like...
I think it's prosthetics they have on him.
Okay. Because I remember in the first season how much like he looks like just a slightly older guy cosplaying Milo Yiannopoulos. Like with the white hair and everything that just looked really out of place, like he was definitely bleaching it. And now it's like it looks appropriate to him because of his age. And I was like, is this the same guy? Like, geez.
Yeah, no, I think it's prosthetics, like Back to the Future style stuff.
Yeah, it could be. I'm gonna quickly throw this edit together. So if I start sounding like I'm not paying as close attention, it's because I'm just throwing an intro in here and I'm listening to something else real quick. But keep talking.
Well, yeah. So my main point is just that the timeline doesn't seem to fit for me. Even giving them the benefit of the doubt, the timeline doesn't seem to fit. And I think that if they had have spent a little bit more time and care with it, they could have made it fit better, but so far it doesn't. And episode 8 and 9 might fix that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure what could possibly happen in episode 8 and 9 that would make what we've seen so far feel more wrapped up, like all I feel like is going to happen is they're going to get out of Russia, and the other kids from California are going to meet up with Elle and get her back to Indiana, and then I guess they just have to have the final battle with Vecna, right? Like I
have a theory, and it's based off of 2 things, and it's somewhat spoilery, so I will give you the option of not hearing it.
Well,
now the spoilers matter. No.
Tell me what the 2 things are. Like, what do you mean?
It's film theory. Wait, what?
I forget what the one thing was actually now.
Okay.
I think it was some interview. No, it was. Yeah, sorry. It was the interview because they interviewed the guys about the Will Byers birthday thing, and there was a comment in that interview. And then there was also a comment made by the 2 actors that play 11 and Dustin. I believe they were doing an interview, and they made a comment. I think it was Dustin.
What did they say?
11. Well, this goes to spoilers, so just letting you be aware of that.
Warning: if you don't want to be spoiled, leave now or cover your ears. It's on you. Okay, I'm listening.
They were saying it jokingly, but they basically said we all die.
Huh.
Well, I find that, well, I mean, I saw the thing where Millie Bobby Brown, Eleven's voice actor, Eleven's actor, was saying like it's getting to be like Game of Thrones up in, or we need some Game of Thrones up in here. There's too many characters.
Did you say
yes?
11's actor?
Oh. Yes. Oh, yes.
Not random 11.
The number is a coincidence. But so, based on the other comment of the Duffer Brothers in the Will Byers birthday scandal, they said something about time, like timelines or something, if I remember correctly. And so, I'm thinking, might be wrong, and I kind of hope it's wrong, to be honest. But I'm thinking they might rip off Endgame.
Okay, like having characters die and then like some sort of time travel thing occur to bring them back
in season 5.
Okay.
So I think this season will end with a bunch of people dying, and then they use the fact that
I will tell you right now,
Upside Down is back in time to get back in time.
That seems plausible. I definitely think there's going to be more to do with the time in how that's in the past, right? But it seems like if I were them, I would not kill, especially after cucking us on your cliffhanger with Hopper in the thing we were talking about, the credit sequence for season 3. I think it would be really stupid. Like, if you killed everybody in episode, what is it, 6 or 8? I guess it's 8 of season 4, and then
be episode 9.
Yeah, but so season 4 is 8 episodes and then 2 more, right?
7 episodes, then 2 more.
Okay, so in episode 7, if you killed them off there, and then you had the small gap of get through June, and then the last 2 episodes come out in July, and then you end game, right? That seems like a better way of presenting the story to the audience than to be like, all right, now let's wait another 2 years for season 5 where we bring them all back and they're in college already. They're all pregnant, like.
It won't be 2 years. I'm pretty sure they already filmed season 5.
You think?
It was definitely already greenlit and approved, and it's going to be the last season. So I'm pretty sure it's if it's not already filmed, like they've been working on it. Like they know what's happening. This is not going to be like a 2-year. And also season 4 was only delayed because of COVID too, right? Or not only, but it was delayed because of COVID. So in theory it would have come out earlier. But
all I know is Lucas has come out the other side of puberty looking like a different person. I'm surprised.
He's not the man you fell in love with.
I can't believe how deep, like, he doesn't have like a super deep voice. He still kind of sounds like Lucas. But he's got the same fro for like all the characters have the same fucking haircuts from season 1. So he's like, Will's got like a Friar Tuck look going on. And then Mike has like his hair just won't stop growing. And then Jonathan has like he looks like like I literally, when I first started watching it, I posted on the Anime Collector page. I said something like I'm really enjoying this new mystery starring Fred, meaning Steve, Daphne, meaning Nancy, Shaggy, meaning Jonathan, Velma, meaning what's the girl's name? Barb, and Milo Yiannopoulos with the Papa character. So yeah, it just like I forgot where I was going with that now.
Steve's like 30 years old. That's the other weird thing.
Yeah,
it's like he's playing a high schooler.
Well, that's the age that they usually start with when they start.
Yeah,
in modern.
To be fair, I think he's technically in college now, or would be starting college this year.
In the show, yeah.
Yeah, I think
I'm exporting now. Export media. All right, cool. All done.
I think that's all I can think of as my thoughts on the season.
All right, I need to check when I saved this because I have not logged my time at all.
Later, old man. Old man's leaving.
Bye. Thanks for putting up with us.
He said, I can screen capture record with NVIDIA software through my GPU, but I have to use an older driver. With newer drivers, the browser window is black.
I'm surprised Netflix is so good at being able to like block that stuff out and knowing when you're doing it. Like if I take
it's not
screenshots,
Netflix, it's the browser.
No, it's Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Because I take screenshots in the app of timestamps. Like I was working on the Ava video, and I was taking screenshots of the times when there was something I thought I could use as B-roll, and I'm able to get the screenshot of the timestamp with like the red bar and everything, but the screen itself is completely black.
Yeah, so it's the browser. Through
the
HDCP.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's an HTTP CP thing.
So the browser tells Netflix, "Hey, some dipshit's trying to record your screen," and Netflix is like, "Oh, okay, I'll black my screen out." So yes, Netflix is blacking the screen out, but it's because the browser is telling it, "Hey, someone's trying to record you."
I think even if you try and like record a Blu-ray, like if you play a Blu-ray on your PC, it blanks it out.
Yeah, if I use Power DVD to play a Blu-ray, it blacks out the screen.
Huh, that's weird. I mean, for you to use power whatever, don't you have to have the? I'm guessing you do the drivers installed to actually run the Blu-ray, because that seems to be separated.
Power DVD is the program used to run the Blu-ray.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was Nashville did that. Fair enough.
Yeah, Power DVD is a program to open the.
Like you don't need drivers necessarily. It's more the program that can actually run it. Because VLC, if you try and run Blu-rays on it, it doesn't work. Huh. You have to do other stuff to fill around with it.
Yeah. So if you find a software to play Blu-rays that does not support DHCP, in theory, you could record your screen while playing that. However, Netflix, I would assume, because they used to do this for other sites, so I'm pretty sure Netflix would do this. If you're running a browser that does not support HDCP, Netflix just says get fucked, get another browser.
Oh, really? Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, I've had that happen where they're like, hey, you need to use not this. Let's see, 625. I am now done. I can go to bed.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just updating my spreadsheet. All right. What the fuck? Really? Wait, what? Hold up. 3.5. Damn. Because I did this while we were on the show, I took longer than my quoted time by 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Anyway, I think it's a good time to to end the stream. Probably should have done that a while ago. Thank you for listening.
Oh, now is the time.
Thank you for listening to our amazing discussion of Stranger Things season 4 and me working.
Our
Good night, everybody.
Good night.